Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains 1 cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ibe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ibe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekele maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya amara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie tipụtara anyị na-ere nke
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Aneke television. How I get one with the Quadri and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the Melo, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodawo, Nanka, Bunkai, Himara, if you want to come over, Yamela, you were.
I welcome you. I'm Reverend Barnabas Okoronkwo Chukuma from First Baptist Church, Owani. I want to bring the Word of God on the topic that I titled The Battles of Life. This place is telling us that life is full of battles. Some battles we come across as a result of success that we have, as a result of positions we have, as a result of your greatness, as a result of your background, as a result of your achievements in life. Some battles are also inherited. So when you look at the Word of God from Ephesians chapter 6, verse 10 to 11, you say, "For we are wrestling not against the flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the powers, against the words, forces of darkness, against the spiritual forces of wickedness in the heavenly places." There is no way in the Word of God where the Bible says that the moment you become a child of God, you are free from troubles. You are free from challenges of life. Every believer you see today is in a battlefield. It is a struggle for life and death. It is a fight for our very soul. The Bible describes the Christian life as a spiritual battle. The New Testament pictures these battles with both within and without. We see struggles that are inside, we see struggles that are outside. 1 Peter chapter 5 verse 8 says, "Be of sober spirit, be on alert. Your adversary, the devil, is moving about seeking whom to devour." When you look at the struggles of life, it is the moment devil see the glory in you, the moment devil sees what you're carrying. Devil does not fight something that is not of significant value. Devil fights what is valuable, things that matters to you. They are things that devil fight. So devil does not fight you fight nothing. It fights something. So when you carry something that is very important, that is when devil will be fighting. And that's why the Word of God is saying we are wrestling not against the flesh and blood, but against the principalities. So there are two spiritual struggles that we have. One, we are struggling against the words, we are struggling against the flesh, we are struggling against the devil. So they are constantly in conflict with our new identity, our identity in Christ. So that is why as a child of God, you don't need to joke with your prayer life. Your prayer life is very important. We live in a world that is not sweet, and that is why you need to dig it out through the word of prayer or through the warfare prayer. It is a reality of life. The first step in reality is to recognize that we are in the battle. Recognize it. As a child of God, don't play a novice that you are not aware of it. The battles belongs to the Lord. And the book of Job says, any man that is born of a woman is full of challenges, is full of troubles, is full of things that you never expect. And Ephesians is also telling us, redeem the time, because the days are evil. When we redeem the time, how do we redeem the time? It's telling us that the time has been kidnapped. The time is no longer in our favor. The time is under the people of the world. that we should redeem it. And how do you redeem the time? You redeem the time through prayers. You redeem the time through living a holy life. You redeem the time through living a pure life. Righteousness exalts the nation, but sin is a reproach. From the birth to life, life is full of battle. From beginning their battle, some begin their battle when they were born. Some begin their battles as babies. You can imagine a child that is born blind, a child that is born crippled. That child is not walking. That child is, what sin has that child commit? There are some people here on earth, it took a miracle for you not to be aborted. To some, it took a miracle for you not to be a stillbirth, because the enemy did not even want you to be born. So the moment a baby is born, the baby begins to cry because it knows it has come into a battle problem, a battle what? It has come into a problematic war. So life is full of battles. Sickness is a battle. Poverty is a battle. The Bible calls sickness a battle of life. Medical people or biologists will tell you that God himself knew that the body may have battles to fight. And so he created something inside our body called white blood cell. The white blood cells are responsible for fighting diseases, for fighting infections, and enemies that want to invade the body. They will fight if nothing or want to enter that body. So are you in the business world? Business is a battle. It is a war. It is a battle for life. It is a battle for survival. The enemy does not want you to succeed in life. There is very serious competition in the business world, that a lot of business people today are into occultic practices to steal from one another. The Bible says the rich will continue to rule over the poor, and a lot of rich people today do not want the poor people to be rich, and this is a very serious situation. And that is why the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. There are facts that I want us to understand when we come to the battle of life. Number one is that the battle of life is universal. It is a universal. It comes to anyone. It comes to the big one, it comes to the small one. It comes to the rich, it comes to the poor. Number two, the bigger your glory is the bigger your battles. Like I said, devil does not fight nothing. Devil fights something. When you're carrying something, devil will be after you. And that is one of the things we need to be aware of. And number three is that battles are against you, against our soul. Because the enemy wants to take away something from you. It might be your joy. Your joy is your weapon. Your happiness is your weapon. Your riches is your weapon. Whatever that makes you happy, whatever that keeps you joy, that make you joyful, is a weapon that devil want to tamper with. And number four, that the world is not a playground. It is a battlefield. And the area we understand that the world is not a playground, is a battlefield, the better for you as a child of God. In the battle of life, you cannot be neutral. You must be either this side or this side. And how do you do it? You either fight the battle of life or you perish. By handing over the battles of your life to the fellow human being, you are also deceiving yourself. The Bible says, woe to him that put his trust in man. The moment you put your trust in man, that man that you're putting your trust is also putting his trust in another person. When you see a ripe mango tree attracts stone, a ripe mango tree attracts stick, a ripe mango tree attracts birds. So the moment you carry, devil will always be after you, after what you carry. And that is why as a child of God, you need to understand that. And the next one is that in the battle of life, daily casualties are regular occurrences. You see in this life, many of the things you see happening around you or happening around anyone are manifestation of the battle. Some are inherited. Some you don't even know anything about it. Some you don't even bargain about it. Some don't even expect it. But it comes to you as a child of God. And the moment it comes to you, how do you do it? You understand that devil is looking for something that you carry. Devil does not fight for nothing. He fights for something. So when you see something that is destiny, a glorious destiny, you see something that is your glory, he comes after it. And that is why we need to be alert and of a sober mind, because the Bible says that the devil is moving like a roaring lion, seeking for whom to devour. Some come complaining, I do not know why me, why is this thing happening to me? Why is it happening to me like this? Why is it happening to me like this? You don't need to ask. If not you, who could it happen to? And the first thing you need to do is to understand that God is aware of whatever that is happening to you. And the next one is listen to this very well. The more colorful your destiny is, the harder your battles. The more colorful the destiny of your life is, the harder your battles. The more level you achieve in life is, the more devil you have in life. And that is why we need to be very careful. We need to be very prayerful. Unfortunately, in this life, those who have no glory are the expert fighting those ones who carry glory. So if you have nothing to fight, if you don't have any value to protect, we see people that fight against those that have values, those that have something that they carry. I beg you, don't give up on yourself until your case is settled. You cannot afford to be a normal child of God in this abnormal world. You cannot afford to live a normal life. You need to live a spiritual life. You need to live a life that God himself will be proud of. He said, don't be a part-time Christian. The devil is never in a part-time. The devil we are fighting against is never in a part-time. The world we are dealing with is never in a part-time. So why will you be a part-time Christian in a world that devil that you are fighting is on a full-time? The enemies of your soul have no mercy. The enemies of your soul have no mercy. And we need to understand that the enemy that we are fighting, the enemy that we are dealing with, have no mercy. And it is my sincere prayer that for somebody here or somebody hearing me, that any power that has made it a full-time, that is on a full-time assignment, that you will not have joy, that you will not enjoy fulfillment in life, that you will not enjoy satisfaction in life. The Bible says that no man can come into the house of a strong man and spoil his goods without first binding that strong man. In any family, there must be a strong man. In any community you go, there must be a strong man. In anywhere you go, there must be a strong man. A strong man is after your destiny. A strong man is after your dream. A strong man is after that glory that the Lord has given you. They are behind untimely death. They are behind marital failures. They are behind stagnancy. They are behind limitations that you come across today. They are behind pains you go across today or you come across. They are behind disappointment. They are behind barrenness. I am praying for somebody here hearing my voice, that any strong mind that is assigned, that is on assignment on your breakthroughs, that is on assignment in your future, that is on assignment in your celebration, that is on assignment in all that glory that the Lord has given you, shall be buried today in the name of Jesus. We as believers have superior weapons against the devil. I am not saying that they do not have weapons. They do. We are not saying that they do not have equipment. They do. They have power. But God is all powerful. God is almighty. Devil is mighty, but devil is not almighty. It's only God that is almighty. The Bible makes it very clear that this world is a battleground. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, and the Bible says, I shall fear no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Walking through the valley of shadow of death is an implication of somebody walking through danger. Danger here on earth, danger everywhere you go. The valley of the shadow of death is a battle of life. Jeremiah says, and they shall fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you. For I am with you, said the Lord of hosts, to deliver you. All those fighting against you are part of the battles of life. Understand that life is a battlefield. The world is not a playground. The world is a battleground. And when you understand it, and you understand that you are fighting against your flesh, you are fighting against the devil, and you are fighting against the world. The world that we are in is full of battles. You must understand the power of prayers. You must understand the power of having a quiet time with God. You must understand the power of going through the word of God. The word of God is powerful. The word of God is a weapon. The word of God is a weapon that you can use to defeat the devil, that you can use to defeat the battles of life. Understand that life is full of war. Every blessed day you come across it. You can never afford to be neutral. You can never afford to be neutral. You can never afford to be on the fence. You must understand and fight for it. And fight for it as if your life depends on it. And pray about it as if everything depends on God. And the child of God that we have today should also have that understanding. There are specific challenges of life that will arise. Greatness has problem. Success has problem attached to it. And that we understand that the setback you see today has something attached to it. Battles against delay has something attached to it. Overcoming environmental attacks has something attached to it. Overcoming business failure has something attached to it. And how do you follow it, or how do you work against it? You have to understand the place of prayer. Prayer is a key. Prayer is a key for you to use to defeat the battles of life. Prayer for you to live. When you fail to pray, you become a prey in the hand of your enemies. When you fail to stand in the gap, when you fail to stand in the gap in your family, you become a prey, because battles for your health, there are battles for spiritual warfare, there are battles for sickness that are not ordinary. That the moment you understand it, that greatness that you have today, there are things that are attached to it. You will not live a careless life. You will live a life that Bible said that if my ways is pure with God, even the enemies will become at peace with me. The only thing is not to be after that, is to look at your relationship with God. What is your relationship with God? That is the ultimate. Your relationship with God can serve as a defense. Your relationship with God can serve as a battle that can defeat the enemies. But the moment your ways are not pure with God, the moment your life is not pure with God, the battles of life will consume you. You become a casualty in the field of life. You become a casualty in the battle of life. So after this, when you look and say, devil said, we are not wrestling. We are not wrestling against the flesh, against the body, against the soul. It is against the principalities and the powers in the high places. So great men attract battles. Success attract battles. Children attract battles. Business success attract battles. Being intelligent attract battles. So whatever you are looking for, whatever greatness you want to achieve in life, there are battles that is associated to them. And when you understand it, that there are battles that is associated, and that's why I say, be at alert. The devil, your enemies, is moving about, always moving about, always looking for who to devour. And it is my prayer that devil will not devour your soul. Your soul will not be devoured. Your soul will not be devoured, because your soul is precious in the hand of God. Your soul, God is always after your soul. The same way God is after your soul, the same way devil is also after your soul. So understand that the battle of life is a universal one. It comes to you whether you like it or not. It comes to you unexpectedly. You don't pray for it. You don't expect it. And it comes. It comes. So that is the realities of life. That it comes to you. And also understand that the battles of greatness is too tough. It is too tough. The higher your level in God, is the higher your devil, is the higher the temptation, is the higher the challenges, is the higher. Jesus never promised that the moment you become a child of God, that you are free from problem. It is a wrong teaching. For anyone to tell you that the moment you become a child of God, the moment you become a Christian, you are a child of God. So understand it and follow it with the word of prayer. And it is my sincere prayer that the battles of life will not consume you. The battles of life will not finish you. The battles of life will make you great. The more problem you solve is the more greatness you will become. Is the more success you will have. Is the more achievement you will have. It is my sincere prayer that battles that will keep you down will never come. Every voice saying at you that you will not make it in life, it is not the voice of God. It is a voice from the pit of hell. And God, in his own infinite mercy, will not allow the battles of life to consume you. Any battle that is assigned to rubbish your destiny, it will not stand. Any battle that is assigned to rubbish or to exchange your destiny, it will not stand. But child of God, stand in the place of prayer. Stand in the place of the word of God. Stand in the place of purity. Stand in the place of holiness. And the more you do that, the Lord Almighty will never allow shame to clothe you. May the Lord bless you. May the Lord cause his face to shine upon you. May the Lord be favorable to you. May the Lord say, make his ways and his ways known unto you, both now and forevermore. Amen.
religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Good morning and welcome to the news update on Aneke TV. I am Onyinechu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Federal government insists bilateral education agreement scholarship scheme remains cancelled. Nigeria approves 30-day visa-free entry for Rwandan nationals to strengthen bilateral relations. On the foreign scene, Uganda confirms fatal outbreak of Bundiyugor, Ebola strain, after patient dies. And on the business news, Dangote refinery sues federal government over continued issuance of petrol import licenses. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has returned to Lagos after a 3-national diplomatic tour to France, Kenya, and Rwanda, focused on investment, economic reforms, and regional cooperation. The presidential aircraft landed at the presidential wing of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, where he was received by Lagos State Governor Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Deputy Governor Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, and the Chief of Staff of the President, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila. During the visit to France, President Tinubu met with international investors and promoted the federal government's fiscal and economic reforms agenda. In Nairobi, Kenya, the president participated in the Africa Forward Summit, where he called for reforms in the global financial system and stronger economic integration across Africa. President Tinubu also highlighted Nigeria's blue economic potential and pledged support for maritime security cooperation among Gulf of Guinea countries. He held bilateral meetings with several African leaders during the summit. In Kigali, Rwanda, the president attended the Africa CEO Forum and met with investors and multinational organizations during the International Finance Corporation and APM terminals. The presidency says the visit was aimed at strengthening economic partnerships and attracting investment into Nigeria. The Nigeria Immigration Service has commenced the implementation of a 30-day visa-free entry policy for citizens of Rwanda. The policy follows President Bola Tinubu's announcement at the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali and is in line with efforts to strengthen diplomatic and economic ties between both countries. Under the arrangement, Rwanda citizens can now enter Nigeria through approved airports, land borders and seaports without a visa for stays not exceeding 30 days. The waiver applies to tourism, business and official engagements. Immigration authorities, however, clarify that visitors wishing to remain in Nigeria beyond the approved duration must apply for visa extensions through the Nigeria e-visa platform or Nigerian diplomatic missions abroad. The Nigeria Immigration Service says border officials nationwide have been directed to enforce the policy immediately. The federal government says it will not reverse its decision to discontinue the Bilateral Education Agreement Scholarship Program, describing the scheme as unsustainable and no longer necessary. Minister of Education Dr. Tunji Alausa stated that Nigeria now has adequate tertiary institutions capable of offering many of the courses previously funded abroad. Dr. Alausa explained that the scholarship scheme was initially introduced to address shortages in specialized fields such as science and engineering. He, however, noted that local universities and institutions now possess the capacity to provide such training. The minister also cited widespread abuse and financial irregularities discovered during a review of the program. According to the ministry, some beneficiaries receive scholarship for courses available in Nigeria, while others allegedly collected allowances without traveling abroad. The federal government further disclosed that the cost of the program rose significantly from about 3.2 billion naira in 2022 to 8 billion naira by 2025. Authorities, however, assured that all current beneficiaries would continue to receive support until the completion of their studies. The Supreme Court has upheld the acquittal of former General Officer Commander, 8th Division of the Nigerian Army, Major General Hakeem Otiki, in a unanimous decision. The Apex Court dismissed an appeal filed by the Nigerian Army challenging an earlier Court of Appeal judgment in favor of the senior officer. The case dates back to 2019 when 100 million naira meant for renovation of military barracks was reportedly missing while being transported from Sokoto to Abuja. A general court-martial later convicted Major General Otiki in 2020 and ordered his dismissal from service. At the Court of Appeal, defense lawyers argued that the officer neither stole the money nor concealed the incident. The court also noted that he reported the matter promptly, refunded the missing funds, and ensured completion of the renovation projects. With the Supreme Court affirming the appellate's judgment, Major General Otiki's rank and benefits have now been fully restored. The court also directed the Nigerian Army to pay all outstanding salaries, allowances, and refunded monies due to him. The Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, has directed workers at the University of Oyo Teaching Hospital to suspend their strike and resume work immediately. The directive follows recent tensions rising from an operation by the Economic and Financial Crime Commission at the hospital. The minister's intervention came after officials of the EFCC reportedly met with the Federal Ministry of Health and admitted that mistakes were made during the operation. The anti-graft agency also apologized to affected medical personnel and patients. The incident has disrupted activities at the hospital and triggered protests by healthcare workers following allegations of harassment and intimidation during the EFCC operation. Medical associations and civil society groups condemned the development and called for improved protection of healthcare facilities. Professor Partey has now set up a ministerial committee to develop clear guidelines for security operations within hospitals and other medical centers. The committee is expected to submit its recommendations to the federal government within 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has commenced an internal investigation into allegations of misconduct during an operation at the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital in Akwa Ibom State. The incident sparked widespread public criticism after reports emerged that operatives assaulted medical workers and discharged tear gas within the hospital premises. The operation reportedly caused panic among patients and staff and led to an indefinite strike by health workers. Hospital authorities also alleged that some staff members, including a senior professor, were detained during the incident. Several legal practitioners, political leaders, and civil society organizations condemned the operation, describing it as excessive and inappropriate for a medical environment. Critics warned that such actions could undermine public confidence in anti-corruption efforts. In its response, the EFCC stated that the visit was intended for document verification and not an arrest operation. The commission, however, assured the public that any other officer found to have violated operational procedures would face disciplinary actions. In the meantime, the Gombe State chapter of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has condemned the recent operation carried out by operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, at the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital. The association described the incident as an attack on safety and dignity of healthcare workers. The NMA alleged that EFCC operatives harassed and assaulted Professor Eyo Ekpe, a cardiothoracic surgeon, alongside other hospital staff during the operation. The incident reportedly caused panic within the hospital after tear gas was discharged on the premises. Although the EFCC said its officials were at the hospital to verify a medical report linked to a suspect, the association insisted that security operations should not disrupt clinical services or endanger patients. Following an emergency meeting, the Gombe NMA called for an independent investigation into the incident and demanded sanctions against officers found culpable. The association also requested compensation and formal apology to affected staff and hospital management. The Nigeria Police Force has dismissed 5 police inspectors attached to the Rivers State Police Command over alleged involvement in armed robbery, kidnapping, and extortion. The officers were paraded in Port Harcourt alongside 3 others from Zone 16 headquarters. Police investigations revealed that the suspects allegedly carried out illegal stop-and-search operations using Toyota Sienna vehicles while posing at patrol teams. Victims were reportedly forced to release passwords to their mobile phones and banking applications. Authorities say the criminal syndicate stole millions of naira from victims, including one case involving 4.5 million naira and foreign currencies. The investigation followed petitions submitted by human rights organizations. The police also recovered operational vehicles and several million naira during the operation. Force authorities assured the public that disciplinary measures would continue against officers involved in criminal conduct. 3 members of the Agone Chamber local security outfit have been arraigned before the Federal High Court in Awka over alleged unlawful possession of firearms and destruction of property. The defendants are Echezona Ezonyejekwe, Sunday Azuma, and Chinedu Wankwo. According to the police, the suspects were found with 3 bump-action rifles without valid licenses. They are also accused of involvement in destruction of buildings valued at about 700 million naira in Fege, Onitsha. The trial judge ordered that the defendants be remanded at the Awka Correctional Center pending further hearing. The case has, however, generated reactions from the Onitsha local government area. Council Secretary Mr. Paul Onwachala said the operators were officially deployed to provide security at a fire service project site. The council accused the police of ignoring explanations regarding their assignments and called for state government intervention. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says all 22 registered political parties in Nigeria have submitted their membership registers ahead of the 2027 general elections. The Commission disclosed this in a statement issued by the chairman of its Information and Voter Education Committee, Mr. Mohammed Kudu Haruna. INEC explained that the submission followed an extension granted to political parties after concerns were raised over the original deadline fixed for April 21st, 2026. The deadline was later extended to May 10th. According to the Commission, all parties submitted their registers on or before May 8th, 2 days ahead of the revised deadline. INEC said the adjustment was made to align with provisions of the Electoral Act and the timetable for party primaries. The Commission noted that party primaries are scheduled to hold between April 23rd and May 13th, 2026. INEC added that the submitted register would now undergo verification in line with electoral laws and guidelines. This news update is coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a quick recap of some of the major stories making the headlines. Federal government says there is no reversal of the cancellation of the bilateral educational agreement scholarship scheme. Nigeria approves 30-day visa-free entry for Rwandan nationals to strengthen diplomatic and economic ties. Coming up shortly, Uganda confirms a fatal outbreak of Bundibuyugo strain of Ebola following the death of an infected patient. On the business news, Dangote refinery drags federal government to court over continued issuance of petrol import licenses.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. United States President Donald Trump says American forces working alongside the Nigerian armed forces have carried out a joint military operation led to the death of Abu Bilal al-Minuki, described as the second in command of the Islamic State group, ISIS. President President Trump announced this in a statement posted on his Truth Social platform, saying the operation followed extensive intelligence gathering and coordinated security efforts focused on terrorist activities in Africa. According to the U.S. President, Aneke was linked to the coordination of several attacks targeting both American interests and communities across Africa. He described the operation as a major outbreak in the global fight against terrorism. The Uganda Ministry of Health has confirmed a fresh outbreak of the Ebola virus disease involving the deadly Bundibuyugo strain. Health authorities say the index case was linked to a traveler who entered Uganda from the neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo, raising renewed concerns over cross-border disease transmission in the region. Officials confirmed that the patient later died in an isolation facility after developing severe symptoms associated with the virus. Emergency response teams have since intensified contact tracing and surveillance operations to contain the outbreak. Uganda authorities say the monitoring and hospital preparedness measures have been strengthened, while regional and international health agencies continue to monitor the situation closely to prevent further spread of the disease. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has advised young Germans against relocating to the United States, citing growing economic and social concerns in the country. Speaking at a Catholic convention in Würzburg, Chancellor Merz said the U.S. labor market has become increasingly difficult, even for highly educated professionals, while social tensions continue to rise. The remarks come amid increasing diplomatic disagreements between Germany and the United States over global trade policies and the ongoing conflict involving Iran. Relations have also been strained by recent U.S. tariff increases on European automobile exports and troop reductions in Germany. Despite describing himself as a long-time admirer of America, Chancellor Merz said his confidence in the country is declining. U.S. President Donald Trump has since dismissed criticism, urging the German leader to focus on domestic challenges. The Israeli military says it has killed senior Hamas commander Izz ad-Din al-Haddad during an airstrike in Gaza City. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israeli Katz described Haddad as a key figure behind the October 7th attacks that led to the deaths and abduction of several Israelis. Eyewitnesses reported that missiles struck a residential building before a second strike targeted a vehicle believed to be carrying the injured commander. Hamas has not officially confirmed the death. The development comes despite an existing ceasefire arrangement. Israeli authorities insist operations against Hamas members will continue, while peace efforts led by United States remain stalled amid wider regional tensions. The federal government has signed contracts and memoranda of understanding for 8 major road projects across the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, signed the agreement in Abuja, describing the projects as critical to national economic growth and transportation development. The projects include sections of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Calabar-Ebonyi-Abuja Super Highway, alongside major road dualization works linking several states across the country. The government says the projects will adopt concrete pavement technology for durability and long-term maintenance efficiency, while construction firms have pledged to complete the projects within the approved timeline. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has filed a fresh lawsuit challenging the issuance of 4 import licenses by the federal government. The suit targets approvals granted to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and several private marketers by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authorities, NMDPRA. Dangote Refinery argues that fuel imports are no longer necessary, maintaining that its current refining capacity is sufficient to meet most of Nigeria's petrol demand. The company says continued importation undermines local refining efforts, while regulators and marketers insist imports remain necessary to maintain stable fuel supply nationwide. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc, says illegal mining has become a major national security threat, requiring stronger intelligence and enforcement operations. Commander of the Mining Marshals, Atta Onoja, stated this in Abuja during a meeting with officials from the United Nations and Global Affairs Canada. According to the NSCDC, special operations carried out in illegal mining locations across northwest and north central regions have led to arrest and dismantling of several illegal mining camps. The Corps is seeking additional international support, equipment and technical training to strengthen efforts against illegal networks and related criminal activities across the country. Goalkeeper of Abia Angels Football Club, Fatima Oloko, says the team is fully prepared for the upcoming Nigeria Women Football League Super 6 playoff. Oloko told sports journalists that despite being regarded as underdogs, the Umuahia-based side remains determined to compete strongly for the league title. Abia Angels qualified for the playoff alongside Robo Queens and Nasarawa Amazons from Conference B and will face River Angels, Edo Queens and defending champions Bayelsa Queens from Conference A. The goalkeeper expressed confidence in the team's readiness, saying the players are focused on making a stronger impression during the championship tournament. Lagos State will host the maiden edition of the Lagos Entertainment Association Games and Awards in September this year. The event, supported by the Lagos State Sports Commission, is aimed at promoting unity, wellness, and collaboration within Nigeria's entertainment industry. Organizers say the festival will feature football, basketball, athletics, table tennis, ayo olopon, dance competitions, and other recreational activities involving entertainers and media personalities. Director General of the Lagos State Sports Commission, Lekan Fatodu, says the initiative aligns with efforts to use sports and recreation to promote social development, while the event will also honor notable Nigerian cultural icons. And now to the end of the news. Here are the main stories again. The federal government has maintained that its decision to discontinue the bilateral education agreement scholarship scheme remains final. Minister of Education Dr. Tunji Alausa says the program no longer aligns with national priorities, citing improved capacity in Nigerian tertiary institutions and rising cases of abuse associated with the scheme. The Nigerian Immigration Service has commenced the implementation of a 30-day visa-free entry policy for citizens of Rwanda. The policy follows bilateral engagements between President Bola Tinubu and Rwanda authorities during the Africa CEO Forum held in Kigali, Rwanda, and is aimed at strengthening diplomatic, economic, and regional integration efforts between both countries. On the foreign scene, Uganda health authorities have confirmed a fatal outbreak of the highly infectious Bundibugyo strain of the Ebola virus disease. The Uganda Ministry of Health says the index case involved a traveler from the Democratic Republic of Congo who later died in isolation, while emergency surveillance and contact tracing operations are ongoing. That concludes the news. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Inecnigeria. Good morning.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
"7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to the Week in Retrospect. How are you spending your weekend? For us, it's always a pleasure to spend the weekend with you. I am Uche Osai, saying thanks for joining us.
And I'm your co-pilot, Good Hope Chukuma. It's a beautiful Saturday and we are here to walk you through the top stories that shape the week.
All right, Chukuma, how has it been? It's Saturday.
Yes, it's Saturday and a lot of events are coming up today. People are wedding and other things are happening, yes.
Well, a lot of weddings, that's enough jollof rice for the weekend.
Yes, of course, yes.
All right, and we are starting the weekend with the Week in Retrospect, where we'll bring people's mind, to politics, business, lifestyle, entertainment, and, of course, about jollof rice.
Yes, exactly. It's your weekend digest, and we are here to serve you the biggest stories, experts, insight, and a touch of analysis to keep you informed and ready for the new week.
Yes, we'll bring you the perspective that matters, voices that challenge, and opinions that enlighten.
So let's begin with today's top newspapers, talking about the Punch, Vanguard, The Nation, The Guardian, and the rest of them, where we have in the headline, where we have from today, from the Punch, we have, from the Vanguard, Saturday Vanguard, we have APC tickets, governors, aspirants at war over alleged imposition. That's from the Saturday Vanguard. We have governors, aspirants at war over alleged imposition. Now we go over to Saturday Punch, where we have terrorists strike 3 Oyo schools. Terrorists strike 3 Oyo schools. How gunmen killed assistant headmasters, cyclists, and abducted teachers, pupils. Oyo shot schools in 4 local government security agencies, hunt kidnappers. Many Bruno pupils captured. Lawmakers fumes. Now we go over to The Nation newspaper, where we have primaries. APC reps, big wigs battle to retain seats. APC reps, big wigs battle to retain seats. Now we see from the Weekend Trust, where we have APC opt for direct primaries. APC opt for direct primaries. That's what we're having from the Weekend Digest. Now let's take a look at The Nation, where we have a story on second term I will do more work, Tinubu declares. Second term I will do more work, Tinubu declares. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has assured Nigerians that his administration will intensify efforts to strengthen and deliver greater results if given a second term in office. Tinubu expressed confidence in his government's reforms and policies, stating that more development projects, economic improvement, infrastructure expansion will be pursued, and that is part of his early signals of declaring his ambition for 2027 general elections. This is what he said when he went to the CEO's summit in Kigali, that's in Rwanda, where he said that he will do more in second term and he will ensure that he will deliver. Well, of course, a lot of people have been waiting for him in this first term for him to, fulfill his statement about energy, about light. And he said that in his second term, he's going to carry out major projects that would make it, that will make Nigeria one of the best places. Yes.
All right. Like most politicians, it's always this way. They would always promise you, give you briefing manifestos. Whereas when it comes to implementation, you face challenges, and then they tell you to calm down until the second term. Yes. Remember that one of the things that this administration would be held to account when it comes to the next election will be the issue around power.
Yes.
And here, Mr. President, is promising that he will do more in second term than he has done. And for me, this is the president acknowledging that much more work, needs to be done. And perhaps that the Mr. President is not really, he understands that they've not finished, executing everything that they did promise. Yeah. The question remains, do we have a stable power supply? Which is one thing Mr. President promised, that if I do not give you stable power supply, do not vote for me for a second term. Against that background, Mr. President is now begging that we should expect more, from him in the second term. But that, as it may, would be left for the voters, the Nigerian populace to determine if they would want to trust him with a second term in office. However, the APC and then every other person involved is telling us that this president has done a lot. He has tried to stabilize the economy. He has sacrificed more, to ensure development in Nigeria. However, soon we will listen to the scorecard, and that will determine if the Nigerian voters will trust them with a second term in office.
The Nigerian voters will trust them. Some of them will trust them because looking at how APC is already going, it is they have started to understand that they need these people to be there. They need to inquire. They have made a lot. In fact, the way it is in the Nigerian electoral architecture, it seems that they are already up front. You can remember a lot of, even though there are a lot of litigations that have been involving political parties, but they look ahead in the game. And for Mr. President, I think it could be something that when the people get him back to the office, he will now deliver the promises he has made for the people that got him back.
All right, we'll leave that for the masses to determine if they will trust him for a second term, you know, to continue the good work. Yeah. We're saying he's doing a good work, and it's the Nigerian people that will determine that.
Yes. Now let's take a look at the Saturday Punch, which says terrorists strike 3 Oyo schools. Terrorists strike 3 Oyo schools. This is the news about the terrorist who has reportedly launched attacks on 3 schools in Oyo State, causing fear and panic among students, teachers and residents. The incident has heightened concerns over the growing insecurity affecting educational institutions and the safety of children in the region. Authorities and security agencies are expected to investigate the attacks, strengthen surveillance around schools and reassure the public as cause for stronger measures to protect lives and educational facilities from violent threats. This is actually a problem now that terrorists are looking at targeting Oyo State or your schools, which they have already carried out about 3 schools, and then they are trying to go to the 4th one. And in this story, I saw something that has a link to Bruno's students from Bruno, and I don't know actually what the terrorists are actually going for, but I think from this perspective, our security agencies need to wake up and need to be proactive now in schools. I think these terrorists, when they leave, when you chase them out of this particular place, they go to the next place, and that is actually a problem that we're seeing.
Yes, it's actually a big problem. You know, we keep speaking to the security issues in this nation and why our agencies and the government needs to be proactive in trying to combat the issue of insurgency, terrorism in Nigeria. And you are seeing that these men are becoming more emboldened and now beginning to cover a wider landscape. They are now moving, you know, downwards, away from the north central, getting up to Oyo State. Do remember that, yes, during the last dispensation, I mean, under the administration of Muhammadu Buhari, we did see the incursion of these insurgents up towards the western, as is where they were kidnaps and all that. Yeah. And a lot was done to stem that from, you know, spreading across, leading to the formation of Amatokun, you know, to get into the thick forest, chase away the supposed elders and the supposed, you know, perpetrators of these nefarious crimes. And this instance. However, it becomes even more worrisome that despite all that, the seemingly calm that we would tend to have when, you know, the incursion of these insurgents towards the west has been, for example, been out of the news, that we're now seeing an emboldened terrorist, you know, going up to attack Oyo State in this instance. There are many questions that will be left to ask, but the fact that they attacked, you know, broadly and in broad daylight, courageously, not, you know, moving about freely, not caring, you know, if there will be any sort of resistance. Of course, we were told they didn't witness any resistance, and they went as far as, you know, the whole of Orile LG in Oyo State, you know, combing the city. They were able to attack, you know, 3 schools, and look at it. In nursery and primary school were attacked. Our children are not spared this mayhem. You see, they moved on to Yowata and an earlier primary school in Orire LG and attacked these places where a assistant headmaster, you know, Joel Adesinya was, you know, killed. The report had it that he was trying to escape through the window, and then they shot him in this instance. And for me, when you look at this situation, it becomes even more worrisome for us that we now have more areas to cover, that these people are now migrating towards the west, away from the, you know, the main theater of operation. You know, the Borno State has been the main theater, and then Katsina, Kaduna, then coming towards the north central where Benue, Kogi, Kwara, Niger State, you understand, we have people in IDP camp. So everything needs to be done to see that we stem this, you know, at the north central, northwest, northeast, from, you know, getting to other areas in the south, because our security architecture will be heavily challenged and stretched beyond what they are facing already. You see, a lot of issues that we keep talking about, we keep speaking to, is that the Nigerian police, as it is presently constituted, are overwhelmed. We keep speaking to a police, in a way, you have about 300 are they up to 300,000 even? You know, placing a population beyond 200 million and up to 250, if not beyond, in this very instance.
Even IGP came out to say that we have only 2,000 police stations across the country.
So
only 2,000.
That tells you how underplaced we are.
Yes.
And then given a military where we know that they are overstretched and there are a whole lot of issues. So in all, there has to be wider reforms. One should expect that at this instant, the issue around state police will have gotten more attention at the legislature and at the subnational level. Though when you investigate further, you see that the governors at the subnational seem to be against the formation of state police, which is why to me, it has not seen the light of day yet. So more needs to be done in these regards. And let me tell you frankly, one of the areas I expect this administration to have done more is in the area of massive recruitment, you know, into the military. And that has not happened for me yet. Remember that during the previous campaigns in 2022 to 2023, I remember very well, leading to the issue with Abado, where Mr. President was talking about getting more men into the military. Where would they eat? He was letting us understand that there is food available. They will eat doya, they will eat abado, you know, leading to the abado phrase, that has dominated the whole place in this instance. And I expected to see Mr. President get more men into the military who have such boots that would overwhelm these insurgents. And if we had done that, we will have, these insurgents, these terrorists, from their recruitment base, they will have more available hands to recruit. And again, we need to do more in terms of development to see that people are not hungry, because that equally leaves an army of hungry men willingly and willing to be recruited into the folds of these terrorists who seem to pay more than our military, our security agencies are paying to our men in front line. What sort of welfare do we have for our gallant officers? These are the issues that needs to be integrated. But like he rightly pointed out, more needs to be done in area of being proactive to see that we steady, this tide from degenerating further. It is already a very sorry state. It's a very, it's gotten to the worst, and we need to be very proactive. And this is another area that I feel will be in serious contention, where all the political parties during their manifestos would hinge on to hammer this administration, to have not done enough in terms of security.
All right, we'll take a look at a story on INEC to subject parties' membership register to verification. INEC to subject parties' membership register to verification. And Independent National Electoral Commission has announced plans to verify the membership registers of political parties as part of efforts to strengthen transparency, credibility, and compliance within Nigeria's electoral system. The exercise is expected to help identify irregularities, confirm the authenticity of party records, and ensure that political parties meet constitutional and legal requirements. Yes, the move also may be also part of effort to understand and recognize parties' internal structures and preparations ahead of future elections. INEC now wants to be the boss. Really, INEC actually wants to be the boss, and that is very, very important. Looking at how they have played their part so far in the forthcoming election, they have decided to understand, to bring in the parties and start to, examine what is actually going on. This is actually the INEC we have been expecting to have after the parties have announced that the parties have successfully submitted, about 22 parties have submitted their registers, and that is something interesting that we have seen. So, Ms. Uche.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that INEC seem to be, waking up to its responsibilities. However, there are still various issues. Yeah. For me, yes, I celebrate the fact that INEC, is now speaking to wanting to, verify the register, the membership register of these political parties. But beyond this, there are a whole lot of issues that may be, interrogated. However, the verification of these registers is hinged on the new Electoral Act 2026, which mandates all political parties to submit the membership register of their various political parties before any primaries, and those are the parties who are intending to contest in these various elections. So they had to, statutorily, as required by the new Electoral Act 2026, submit their membership register to INEC, at least 21 days before the primaries, before the conduct of primaries. And according to INEC record, 22 parties have made this timeline. INEC, has not gone further to let us know the political parties that have scaled through this hurdle by submitting the membership of their register of their political party and members, and those that have failed. And in this instance, it will give room for these other individuals to be able, these other parties to react and tell us either they've submitted or they've not. However, away from that, for me, the politics surrounding this whole issue, as the opposition political party would want us to believe, INEC needs to come out, and ensure that their reputation is not in any way tainted. That's, for me, is more primary. When they come out to say they want to verify membership register of this political party, they need to equally state out for us, the modalities of this verification. Are they going to carry out a forensic audit of this membership of this political party to be sure that we don't have a Mr. Okeke Yusuf Wale in one party and Wale Yusuf Okeke in another party, the same individual? If they can do that, that will go a long way in helping us have an election that will be devoid of multiple voting. And again, beyond that, you need to see that they have the capacity and the capability to equally, extend that into the PVC registration as well, because we have had instances of multiple voter registration in Nigeria, and that's equally a pathway to rigging in an election. So in all, INEC has a lot of his job cut out for it. But primarily, one thing they need to make sure is that their reputation is intact. Because before we get into these primaries, we've had political parties beginning to accuse INEC of colluding with the ruling political party. And that will not augur well for our polity for the next election that we're going to have. And like I always say, we would expect INEC to come into this very process, because the process is very, very important as the main election itself. If the process is not clean, then the outcome may not be clean. So INEC, like Caesar's wife, needs to come with clean hands, needs to be seen to be without blemish, in his affairs, in the way he carries himself, in his conduct, especially in this process that will lead to the main process. If you do not have a clean process, I tell you, the outcome may not be very clean as well. And we need to have INEC that is very free, without encumbrances from the ruling party. Then every participant, every political party would now, suggest themselves, being confident that INEC is unbiased, uninfluenced, and they can conduct an election that will be acceptable by all, to be free, fair, and credible. And then, again, what you have mentioned is the fact that INEC has stated that they are going ahead to recruit about 1.4 million core members, to help them in the conduct of this election. Okay. This is a welcome development, because I know that INEC have enough budget that would cater for this very core members as well. However, like I am saying, we need to do the fundamentals, and part of the fundamentals, beyond the looking into the registrars of these political parties, they need to as well, look at the PVCs as well. Look at the PVCs. When they take a look at this, then clean the table of all infirmities, let me use the word infirmities, of everything that would lead to any sort of irregularities. But most importantly, Mahmoud Yakub needs to do more in terms of the reputation of INEC. It has to be seen by all. And then in terms of security in the conduct of these affairs, of these election as well. But speaking to political parties, we need to know that it's the same kettle of fish, for the whole political parties. All political parties need to be treated equally. And in this instance, we need to know the political parties that have met this timeline. And INEC has to ensure that it won't be seen that this will now be, this provision in the Electoral Act will now be used as the hanger on the neck of these political parties, which is why I speak to this process. Let us know the parties that have scaled through. Let us know the ones that have not scaled through, and why.
Okay, now we take a look at a story from the Punch headline, which says EFCC bows after backlash over rights abuse. EFCC bows after backlash over rights abuse. Is an Economic and Financial Crimes Commission issue which has been reportedly softened its stance in response to widespread criticism following a controversial hospital raid accused of violating human rights and disrupting members' medical activity. Yes, this is a story about the CMD of a hospital in Akwa Ibom. Now, looking at this, that's Professor Epe. He was. The EFCC was said to come to the hospital to, check or make inquiries about someone who was detained, somebody who is in the hospital. Now, the thing is, their issues came out, and it was said that they manhandled the CMD, and that's actually where the story was coming
It started from a report,
yes.
The report the hospital sent out, and Dr. Ekpe happens to be the one who, needed to issue this report. They came to verify if the sole report that has been submitted, there is a litigation, and then the party submitted a report from the purportedly emanating from the hospital, and INEC on coming asking for verification. The Dr. Ekpe that was supposed to do a report, on that issue, needed to submit his report to the management of the hospital, before making it available for EFCC. So EFCC, upon arrival, the doctor told them, yes, I have this here, but I needed to send it to the authorities, for authentication before handing it over to you. And EFCC officials in this instance became unruly. And when they tried to arrest this said doctor, he started shouting, calling for his colleagues. He was restricted from shouting, speaking, and the officer had to call for backup. And this medical doctor was manhandled alongside his other colleagues in this very case, leading us to begin to interrogate the method, the modality of EFCC. One thing we have in our culture, and it may be stemming from the fact that we've had a long history of military rule, dictatorship, where the military were seen on the streets, and the military are not civilians. They know the high-handedness. We want to go get away with our motive instantly without caring whose us is God, and that has seemed to be permeated through the other agencies in Nigeria. And I tell you one thing, if you get to arm the Boy Scouts tomorrow, you will see that their attitude towards their fellow citizens would change. And requiring these agencies, they need to train their men to know that they are working for the citizens. You can't molest the very citizens that you are supposed to protect in this very instance. And I'm happy that the management, are not taken lightly to this issue. The agencies, beyond EFCC alone, other paramilitary agencies, they need to be trained on their relationship with the citizens. You can't handle a citizens and get away with it, no matter what. Yes, if a report, and the report has it that this very medical report in question is a forgery and is not emanating from the very hospital, it was forged in this instance. And EFCC refused to wait to get clarity on this issue and then start handling this task. No, that should not be allowed to slide. I expect that the management, having escalated this very issue, should even take legal action, and even doctor in question should take a legal action against the various personnel of EFCC that carried out this nefarious activity. Handling a citizen, we need to frown at it. It's not, nobody gets away with it anywhere. And I tell you, in other climes, you don't see, armed agencies in the streets behaving in this manner. That's where you have to not in any way respect your citizens. There are multiple occasions outside the country when you will see citizens interrogating the very officers who have come for an arrest, who have come for an investigation. And when they answer the questions, they now open the door for them. And you see things are done in a very civil manner. So our agencies need to imbibe this culture. Beyond, I expect the leadership and the hierarchy of EFCC to tender an unreserved apology to this very doctor, even if in any way he is found to have erred. Read my words. Even if Dr. Aneke must have been found to have erred, contravened the law in any manner. Remember, the Nigerian Constitution and the law says that a man is innocent until proven guilty. Yeah. So in this instance, even if he has erred and gone against the laws of the land, I still expect the EFCC to tender an unreserved apology to this medical practitioner, to the medical authorities, to the management of this facility, to the staff of this facility, and to the agency, and to the Nigerian people in this very instance. Because if we do not start this, you will see other paramilitaries. And we've witnessed it in the customs, immigration, not to talk of Nigeria police in this instance. So until we begin to see that they don't get away with such activities, they won't begin to respect the very people for which they derive their authority from. They were armed not to molest Nigerian citizens. Therefore, we would join other media houses, other civil liberty organizations, and other agencies and women Nigerians to demand an apology from EFCC. And this very personnel has to be prosecuted. You don't unleash and take it out on Nigerian citizens and get away with it. No. It's because we allow issues like this to linger without criticism that we embolden a police officer to murder a Nigerian citizen on the street without conviction. And now we are told that he's been, prosecuted, he's been dismissed and this instance. So we need to begin to check these activities from smaller issues like this before they get more emboldenedness, more courage to begin to execute. Yes, what the police officer did in that instance was execute a Nigerian citizen, irrespective of what the crime is. Like I did say, Nigerian law is that a man is innocent until proven guilty.
All right, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dive into the week headlines, and you will stay with us and tell us what it means to you. We'll be right back shortly.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back, still on Retrospect on Aneke TV. Now we take a look at Monday's headline down from the Daily Sun, which says tensions in APC, ADC, NDC, PDP as membership list submission ends. That's on Monday. Now on The Nation, still on Monday, we have suspense as Fubara Uzodinma others await screening results. Now still on Monday in Daily Trust, we have allocations triple, hardship widens across states. Now on the Vanguard, we have 2020 presidency, Jonathan's declarations sparks stir. Now, on the Punch, on Monday, we have states' capital spending plunges 58% as 2027 politics intensify.
All right, let's take a look at the Punch newspaper, where we're being told that the state's capital spending plunges 58% as 2027 politics intensifies.
Yes.
I know we did speak to these issues amongst other issues that happened on Monday, and you remember quite well that we did state that, yes, most states now are in election mode. Nobody seems to pay attention to governance any longer, not to talk about infrastructural development. And when you go around at the subnational level, go around the states, you see that most projects are stalling. As the principals speaking to the governors at the subnational level, at the local level, everyone's attention now is picking nomination form, submitting the nomination form, scaling the screening committee of their various political parties, and then being either a consensus candidate or fighting to win their primaries in this instance. And you see, the governance is now left behind. The issue that preoccupies the various elected officers is how to get a second term in office. And those of them who do not have a second term in office are equally distracted for the next position that they are gunning for, and that to see that their minions as well are positioned to win various positions at their states or at the national level. So in all, you see, like I did mention, governance is now relegated to the back burner, and this shouldn't be so. And for me, it stems from the fact that we have a seemingly anomaly, which many people over time have advocated for an extension in number of years. Some proposed a 5-year tenure, some proposed a 6-year tenure, for the position of presidency, governor, and all the rest of them, so that when the people win election, they will have more time to execute whatever project or manifesto they have, before being involved into serious campaigns and politicking for the next position or the next electoral year. In Nigeria, we have a single term, we have a term of 4 years. Yes. Then you still have the constitutional right for the president to contest for another 4 years in office. So you now discover that at the end of an election, you have litigation. Before they settle into office, 1 year is gone. Basically, what is left for administration, for governance, for development, carrying out manifestos and all that is just basically 2 years. After 2 years, by the 3rd year, which, for example, we are in, everyone's focus is on re-election, abandoning governance, abandoning development. And in all, you may not be able to separate the fact that state resources now begins to be amassed to prosecute the next election. Because it's been proven that we may not be able to separate the state resources from the various individuals who have to pilot the affairs of these various governance positions in their domain. So it becomes worrisome that after every 2 years, in the 4 years life of every administration, we spend more time either in courtroom, in litigation, trying to authenticate who the rightful winner of a position is. And then when we are done with that, next thing we are plunged into party politics, and then beyond the primaries, campaigning for who will win the next election. So that leaves a lot of room for development to be neglected, for the welfare of the citizens to be abandoned. And we need to do something about it, for me.
Yes, we go over to Tuesday. From The Nation, we have Atiku attacks NDC over zoning of presidential ticket to South. That's on The Nation newspaper. We have Atiku attacks NDC over zoning of presidential ticket to South on The Nation Tuesday. Then on the Daily Trust, we have, is Tinubu changing security architecture? Is Tinubu changing security architecture? Now on Wednesday, sorry, on that same Tuesday, we have on the Vanguard, 2027 presidency, Jonathan caught in PDP's quagmire. Then on the Punch, we have federal government, World Bank in talks over second largest $1.25 billion loan. Now that's what we have for Tuesday. And on the Guardian, we have, still on Tuesday, we have defectors face dual party registration sanctions, awaits INEC verdict. Then still on Tuesday, we have on the Daily Sun, rules for 11th Assembly. Senate sets 14-day deadline for senators elect to be sworn in to declare seat vacancy thereafter.
All right. Immediately I saw this news headline on the Sun. Somehow I realized that the week was running very fast. Yes. But starting the conversation, let's take a look at Daily Trust newspaper. That asked a very critical question: is Tinubu changing security architecture? Yes. Remember that the news broke on Monday. late Monday about the appointment of retired General Adeyinka as a Homeland Security Advisor. And a lot of people, leading to the question on the Daily Trust, is now asking what could be responsible for what seemed to be a duplication of responsibility. Remember that we have the office of the ONSA in Nuhu, yes, who is supposed to advise Mr. President on security issues, help Mr. President in policy formulation and making certain decisions, and advising the President the right direction to being the coordinator of all the various security agencies in Nigeria. And now we have an appointee, from Mr. President, tagged Homeland Security Advisor, yes, which to many is a precursor to letting the ONSA Nuhu, to exit that, yes, very position. Yes. And people have linked it with the manner in which the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Economy was led off. Wale Edu, was sent home in this instance. Somebody was given a portfolio, and it seemed the person was meant to gradually understudy him before, taking over from Wale Edu. And in this instance, people are trying to link that up to be what is happening here. However, this issue may be, the point remains that it's, like I rightly pointed out then when we were talking about it, is Mr. President that rarely knows what he wants to achieve with what seemed to be a duplication of responsibility in this instance. And I opine that if Mr. President, is it that he doesn't get enough advice in this instance, or he feels that he's being ill-advised, that he needs another advisor in this instance. And if it's taking this long for Mr. President to realize that he requires more advice in terms of security, then it leaves more to be desired. Yeah. However, one may want to think that this new creation, new appointment, because we've never had a security advisor in terms of Homeland Security. We've always had the ONSA. So people tend to think that this may be a precursor to the state police formation in Nigeria, that he is beginning to make grounds and rooms, for possible takeoff of state police in Nigeria. But for me, the summary remains that it is only Mr. President that knows what he intends to achieve with this appointment. However, we must mention the fact that it is within the constitutional duties and responsibilities of Mr. President to appoint, any individual he so wishes into whatever position it is. But what many of us, are critiquing is what seems to be duplication of position, and resources would have to be invested into running these various offices in Nigeria at a time where borrowing more, we're relying on foreign borrowing, to execute most capital projects in Nigeria. So, in all, Mr. President needs to come out, let Nigerians know what the intentions are and where he's driving to in this very instance. I will leave that there, and then moving forward, another issue that was quite pertinent is, as reported by the Nation newspaper on Tuesday, Atiku attacks NDC over zoning of presidential ticket to South. In this instance, when you look at this headline, one begins to wonder why the zoning in NDC should be worrisome to somebody of Atiku's standing, being the Democrat he is, and he's said to be. One expect that he should be able to accommodate every democratic, principles, understanding and taking of various political parties, except if he's seeing this zoning as now whittling down his own ambition, which a lot of people critique on the basis that he has refused to honor the gentleman agreement he was part of formulating when the PDP, through the G34, came into being before the formation of the PDP, when the likes of Solomon La, the late Alice Ekweme, the Jim Wobodo, yes, Atiku Abubakar was there. We'll talk about the former head of state, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, and many others, Tony Anini and the likes of them, when at the formation of the G34, leading to the precursor to the formation of PDP under the guidance of Musa Yar'Adua. When they formed PDP, there was an agreement that power should rotate between the North and the South. An unconstitutionally, agreement between gentlemen, so that we will see a way to stabilize Nigeria that was coming out from military rule. And over time, the same article seemed to negate this very principle, this very agreement, as he has contested almost every election in Nigeria since 1999, not minding if it is the tenure of the North or the tenure of the South. And one thing that is obvious is that the South has respected this agreement, irrespective of party affiliation, irrespective of the part of the South, the West, the Southeast. I do not know geopolitically in Nigeria, we call it South-South, even though that may be contentious. But what I see as the old Eastern region, everyone in this very enclave seems to respect the zoning arrangement but article. So it's on that ground that one may take with a pinch of salt is criticism of the NDC in zoning is presidential ticket to the South, and we know that article may not be happy with the likes of Peterobi, Kwankwaso, exiting ADC, which he seemed to be the most favored individual to clinch the ticket of that political party going into the next election. Yeah. And it's only on this ground that we view his criticism. But for us, what the NDC has done is to open up, the democratic environment, the democratic process, and recognizing that we should respect that principle of zoning, even though it's not constitutionally, that where Nigeria is at the moment is that it will ensure stability across the various people that federate the place called Nigeria in this very instance.
All right, we take a short break, and when we return, we will delve right into what we are having, as we have been analyzing and looking at it this week and today. Stay with us. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes. Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the Daily Trust on Wednesday. Over 100 killed in Zamfara market airstrike. That's the headline on the Daily Trust on Wednesday. Then on the Daily Sun we have military bombs Zamfara market where suspected terrorists trade. Now on the Punch we have primary screening. Tension mounts as APC panels disqualify over 150 aspirants. Now on the Vanguard we have 30 APC knockout day. 30 governors, 88 senators, 242 reps, 2,020 others. No fate today. Now on the Guardian we have import has grown as Middle East crisis. Hormuz stalled strained supply, OPEX. Now on the Daily Times we have 800 billion naira FAQ. Nigerians poorer as states receive more money. ADC chides APC. Now on the New Telegraph where we have Amachre Homeland Security role creation. Tension within presidency's command control structure. It says Amachre Homeland Security role will create tension within presidency's command structure. Yes.
All right. Let's run back to the Daily Trust. Taken from the issue where over 100 killed in Zamfara market airstrike. And when you look at even the Daily Sun, you see that it's still on the same issue. Military bombs Zamfara market where suspected terrorists trade. And in this instance, we were inundated with the fact that emanating from the the military airstrike, in a market in Zamfara, the Tomfa market in Zamfara, around the Zumi local government, that there were civilian casualties in this instance. And we do send our sympathies to the civilian casualties. But it must not take away from the fact that this area, has been surveilled and found out to be under the domain and control of the insurgents, the terrorists. Yes. And one should expect that the inhabitants around this area should know and will have by this time made way out of this very enclave being controlled by the terrorists. And for me, we do apologies. Whoever remains in this very place until the military came to bomb this place should be viewed from two perspectives. Either the person is an enabler or a logistic supplier to the insurgents. Because we are saying that this is a market where they are doing business and all that. But we know that the majority of the people around this area are the insurgents. That this market is controlled by the insurgents. So it's either you are facilitating the killings that we're witnessing around Zamfara and environs by continuing to be a supplier to the insurgents in this instance by remaining in this place. Therefore, we may not have sympathies knowing that there will be casualties. Because if the military continue to hold on from carrying out its legal, constitutionally assigned responsibility of protecting the life of Nigerian citizens, they may not be able to carry out this strike. Remember that before this very strike, there was a military surveillance. We saw a military airplane surveying this environment before the strike in this very instance. And in all, there are casualties in war. And what we are facing is a war situation. Because we are dealing with terrorists who over time are becoming more courageous, more emboldened, more equipped, more and sometimes better armed than our military. As we witnessed in the combats, where we lost the Brigadier General. Yes, and in this instance, you had that the charlatans, I use the word charlatans, that engaged our military came better prepared, came better equipped. They had the night vision goggle, they had thematic equipments that will help them navigate that environment. In most cases, we've seen that even these terrorists, they have ground-to-air missile, they have more automatic weapons to be able to, confront our soldiers in this instance. So, the military are left with limited option, not to deter striking the enclave of these terrorists through the air. And in this instance, I expect, and over time, advocated for more airstrike against the, terrorist enclave in Nigeria. And to that effect, I would, for one thing, encourage the military. And they've come out to say that there were no civilian casualties in this instance. And remember that when it happened in Jalil, remember the strike in Jalil market, people ran out to say that the military are killing civilians. To what extent do we continue to make that excuse why the insurgents are making incursions, getting more territory, and are able to sack more villages and confront our military? So for me, the military, should engage more on such, airstrike that would, decimate these insurgents in this very instance. And I'm happy that the military have come out publicly to say that there were no casualties. And let me remind you, it seems to be that there are a certain people in Nigeria who are waiting to criticize our military whenever they engage these terrorists. So for me, the state needs to begin to do more to unmask the enablers of these insurgents, to unmask the source of their funding. And Mr. President, for me, has linked the connection while in London, and which is why I don't know why more is not being done in that regard, because he has said that this what we're witnessing in Nigeria is a fallout of the security challenge from the Sahel. And if we know the source, then we should be able to nip it on the bud. And you see what ISIS is doing in around Congo, for example. So one should expect that we should do more in this very instance to see that they are not, they don't become more fortified than they are. So I, for one, would continue to call for military onslaught against the insurgents. And any civilian who tends to be around the communities or the domain where these terrorists are getting upper hand should know that the right thing to do is to move away. Why would you not encourage more Nigerians to be in IDP? There has to be a holistic, unrelenting, consistent onslaught against the insurgents.
Yes, yes. Now let's take a look at Thursday from the Vanguard. We have the headline, APC primaries petitions pour in as party clears Uzodinma Fubara Ali orders. Now on the Nation, we have APC kicks off with House of Representative primaries. Now we have on the Daily Sun, ex-Power Minister bags jail term, Guba ambition crashes. Now we have on the Guardian, IMF exposes Nigeria's budgeting gaps as execution crisis deepens. Now we have on the Punch, yes, we have Dangote rejects NNPC offer to increase stake in refinery. Now we have in the Daily Trust, where as Mambila project stores, court jails Maman 75 years for 33.8 billion naira fraud.
All right, let's take it from the Daily Sun. Yeah, the Daily Sun newspaper, ex-power minister bags jail term. Yeah. Guba ambition crashes. And I would want to anchor it on the headline in the Punch newspaper. Yes. Dangote rejects NNPC offer to increase stake in refinery. For me, looking at the the headline on the Sun newspaper and that of the Daily Punch, one may not see the correlation between the two, but for me, the marriage between the two is that of what I call total disregard for the Nigerian state and negligence of those and the corrupt tendencies of those who will live at the helm of affairs in this nation. There are two issues. One has been Saleh has been, jailed, even though he's yet to be arrested for corruption. And in this instance, it is for a project that is meant to serve Nigeria and its people. Speaking about the Mambila project, that for over 40 years now, or around 40 years thereabouts, we've been trying to revive, and then construct this hydropower plant that would ensure that Nigeria, enjoys stable, steady power supply, such that we can be able to generate more, give more to our neighboring countries as well. But individuals who have been saddled with handling their affairs seem to, over time, continue to enrich themselves, siphon this money. And in case of Saleh, he's been convicted, though in absentia. Yes. And I hope he's arrested to serve his term. And you see the courage, the boldness of the people who live in charge of our affairs. He is equally seeking to run to become the governor of a state that he has deprived of such a very huge project that would have ensured that there will be more employment around Taraba State, that will have ensured that there are more resources accruing to the state in this very instance. And having the boldness after, moving away billions in what we heard in the court, cited as fraud, cited as siphoning, money laundering, in this very instance, then coming to vie for a position to be at the helm of affairs in such a state that you deprive, not speaking to the larger Nigeria today. Yes. And then you link that to Dangote, refusing the NNPC to increase their stake in that refinery, leaving it only at the 7.2% stake they hold in Dangote refinery. Remember that Dangote did inform everyone that at one point they had the opportunity to either increase their stake to 20% in the refinery, which they rejected. Rather, we saw the group MD of the NNPC rather reducing the stake that they had in Dangote refinery. And today, why I am linking the two, I see it as negligence of our leaders, those are the leadership of the helm of affairs of our agencies, both in government and parastatals and other government organizations, public trust organization, from doing due diligence, being proactive, for the sake of the Nigerian state, to know that the Dangote refinery should be a profitable venture, to have more stake in it. And in fact, one should expect that the Nigerian state should have done everything possible to hold more stake, if not a greater percentage, in that concern, even if it's about 40%, shareholding in that state, that will be able to have a semblance of control in the affairs of the Dangote refinery. Remember, we are speaking to energy, and whoever controls the energy of any nation controls the security of that nation. And in this instance, those who left to handle public, trust made bad judgment by not increasing that stake. And today, the Dangote refineries are looking at a public offering that will allow Nigerian citizens to buy into that company. And I feel that's what the NNPC leadership at the moment are trying to, stop by wanting to increase their own stake. No, they've missed it. The Nigerian people should be allowed to buy into Dangote refinery that is said to have and give the opportunity to pay dividends in foreign currency, in dollar. So that tells you that we've goofed, by not acquiring more stakes. And Dangote refinery may not allow us in this very instance, to increase our stake, and would continue to determine what happens in terms of energy in Nigeria, because we do not have a working refinery. And I do not believe that even this agreement that we've entered into with the Chinese conglomerates to come and revive these refineries will produce any dividend or result or good fruits, because we've seen that over the time. But we'll continue to watch and see how things unfold.
Yes, we'll continue to watch and see how things unfold. Don't forget to share thoughts using hashtag retrospect at Aneke TV across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube. Yes.
And yes, it's a wonderful time being with you. And we expect to be more with you as time goes on, as other programs on Aneke TV unfolds. We enjoy starting the Saturday with you in this way. I am still your host, Uche Osai, saying thank you for staying with us, and we continue to look forward to get a feedback, your responses on these conversations.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Have a lovely weekend. Bye for now. 7 days. Countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uche. Health is often described as wealth, yet many conditions that affect our well-being are better understood with the right information. It can be prevented, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live longer, healthier, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break now. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Today we are focusing on a vital but sometimes misunderstood aspect of reproductive health, menstrual health. This is actually the continuation of our last episode where we discussed understanding menstrual health, and we said menstruation is a natural biological process, yet for many people conversations around it are often surrounded by silence, myth, stigma, and misinformation. Beyond simply having a monthly period, menstrual health involves understanding the menstrual cycle, proper hygiene practices, recognizing common disorders, and knowing when to seek medical attention. It is also important to address misconceptions that often exist in some communities, where menstruation may be seen through cultural myth or treated as a taboo subject, limiting open discussion and proper care. Today's topic is understanding menstrual health, just like the last episode we had. So we are in the studio once again with Associate Professor Enebe Joseph Tochukwu, a consultant obstetrician, if I'm correct, and a gynecologist at ASUT Teaching Hospital, Parkland, and a lecturer at ASUT College of Medicine. Welcome, sir, once again to the studio.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. As I said, this is the continuation of our last episode on understanding menstrual health. And before we we continue to this discussion, we'd like you to give like a summary of the whole thing we said last episode, what really is menstrual health, the do's and don'ts, and also how to achieve a good menstrual hygiene.
Okay, from what we discussed last time, menstrual health is an aspect of health where there is a complete physical, mental, and psychological well-being of a young lady, a woman, as it pertains to her menstrual cycle and menses, and not just merely the absence of diseases as it concerns the menstruation and the reproductive organs. So, and for you to achieve this, we concluded that it's very important that the young lady or the woman knows about menstruation. What is menstruation all about? So she has a good education on what menstruation is all about, and then also she's ready to encounter the first menses in such a way that is safe, hygienic, in such a way that there is no stigma attached to it, and there are no fears of taboo around the woman, and also in an environment that is friendly, in an environment where you have safe, where you have good infrastructure, things like good water, where there is good toilet facilities, and where we have good disposable bins where the woman can use. And then also where there is no fear, where the woman should be able to also recognize when she has moved away from what is normal to what is abnormal. And then so a condition whereby when the woman has such conditions, it's treated promptly so that it doesn't degenerate into other health problems. I think these are some of the things we highlighted in the past, and we'll be ready to discuss more.
For the sake of our viewers who haven't seen the first episode yet, can you just elaborate, based on variety of products, what are the products used during menstrual health, and also what is the product best for our health?
And just like we said before, everything is it depends on access and affordability. So, and things like menstrual pads, you know, and we have also the ones they use abroad, the tampons, the menstrual cups, good toilet tissue, not the one that is dusty, but good sound toilet tissues, good water that is clean, not the one that is heavily contaminated with microorganisms. And there are so many other things, but these are the very basic ones. Some of our mothers also use menstrual pads, you know. Yeah, so these ones are the ones that we can use for now.
Okay. Continuing, now let us move ahead to our discussion. How does access to menstrual hygiene products influence dignity and health and opportunity, especially for young girls and women?
Of course, this is a very important point, that when there is a lack of access, you know, a young lady cannot access menstrual products. It's very integral, and we can imagine a young lady that is in a school in the village experiencing her first menses. There are no menstrual products, there are no toilet facilities, no clean water. I mean, it's a huge chunk of things to talk about. One, the dignity of the young lady, you know. She will feel so ashamed when such a thing happens at school. And that may mean that she may not go to school subsequently. And if she doesn't go to school, it means that she may not learn a lot. And that will impact on her academic performance. And then it means that the school is not friendly to her. And you're now start seeing absenteeism in schools. So every month when the woman is planning to see her menses, she won't go to school. Now, another way also look at it is when the health system and the economy is not good enough for them to, they know they can access it, but they can't buy it. So probably there's no money. Now, it can lead to so many things, people begging for money, and from begging for money, so many other things can come along the line for people that promise to give money, and that can put the sexual health of the young lady in jeopardy. At the end of the day, it brings anxiety to the woman, and she's not happy, even though this should have been something that should have enjoyed. So access to products of menstruation is very key. So if there is poverty, menstrual poverty, it means that it will impact very negatively on the woman.
In the sense, you're saying lack of access to menstrual products can cause stigma to a young woman.
Of course, it's a very important one of the causes of stigma. You know, a young lady, if the school is well packaged and they can do this thing and come out clean, it means that she will be confident and proud, and not something that should cause shame and lack of dignity. Yeah.
Now, when we talk about menstrual cramps, is it something normal for a woman during her menstrual cycle? And how can someone differentiate between common discomfort and pain that they may need medical attention?
Now, when you talk about menstrual cramps, the way people appreciate pain differs a lot. And some people may just have minor cramps, and the whole world will hear about the cramps. Some other people may also be having serious pains and they are busy enduring it. it now becomes a disease they are enduring. So it depends on the patient we're talking about. Now, if it's one that minor things can cause pain, of course it's a pain and it should be relieved. So there's no maybe a proper yardstick to say, this is the amount of pain a woman will have, and yeah, and then if you also look at the pattern of pain, if it's just the pain, maybe premenstrual cramps, and the menses starts, the pain releases, it doesn't disrupt our normal daily activities, we can assume that those ones they are normal. It could be assumed to be normal. However, if somebody wants to stop those pain, there's something that could be done. However, when that type of pain now causes a great impact on the daily activities, she cannot go to school, she cannot go to a place where she works, or the pain is so much that it's not even impacting on her negatively. Every time she's seeing her period, it means that she won't go to work, she can't make money, she can't go to school. So all those things are very big things that she told us that this pain should be managed.
Okay, you made a statement. You said when they endure the pain, it seems like pain, disease being endured. Can you please explain on that?
Yes, there are some people that cannot easily complain to their parents about the condition they are facing. Yes, the pain is so much, but they're just bearing it. Just like when you come to the labor ward, you see that some people will not talk, they won't shout. When they're in labor, the next minute you are seeing them delivering.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, yet many conditions that affect our well-being are preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live better, longer, and healthier. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break now. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters. Only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Today we are focusing on a vital but sometimes misunderstood aspect of reproductive health, menstrual health. Menstruation is a natural biological process, yet for many people, conversations around it are often surrounded by silence, myth, stigma, and misinformation. Beyond simply having a monthly period, menstrual health involves understanding the menstrual cycle, proper hygiene practices, recognizing common disorders, and knowing when to seek medical attention. Our topic on this episode is understanding menstrual health. Joining us today is Associate Professor Enebe Joseph Tochukwu, a consultant obstetrician, right? And gynecologist at ESUD Teaching Hospital, Parkland, and a lecturer at ESUD College of Medicine. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
We are glad to have you this morning. Okay, now as I said, this episode will be discussing on understanding our menstrual health. So when you say menstrual health, is like a common word. A lot of women know it. But we want to understand deeply into it. We want to know what it entails, what really menstrual health entails, and how the circle coexist, everything about it. So we would like to begin. When you talk about menstrual health, what does it really encompass beyond just having a monthly period?
Yeah, menstrual health is it could be defined as the complete physical, mental, and social well-being of a woman as it pertains to a menstrual cycle.
Okay. And
it involves making sure that the menstrual cycle is safe. They will have good safe products the woman will use for her menses. It also pertains having enough education for the woman so that she understands what menstruation is all about, and then also providing enough infrastructure around the woman, and then products that she will use for her menses in order to make sure that psychologically and physically the woman is complete. Thank you.
Beyond menstrual health just being a period that comes once in a month or at a particular time in every month, what really is menstrual health? Why should it be understood?
Menstrual health is very important that the public should know about what menstrual health is all about, because when it's not adequately ensured, you find out there could be other conditions that could be associated with it. It could lead to diseases, and it could also lead to misunderstanding of the menstruation itself. And it's also, in some communities also you see certain practices that are also used against women. They occur as taboos, against women that are menstruating. And so that's why it's very important that we should have a broad knowledge of what menstrual health is all about. Even in schools, most of our young ladies and adolescents, you find out that this is the time most of them are starting menstruation. So without having that background information, they will misunderstand the whole process, and it becomes very difficult for them to carry on their life and menstruation in general. And then the health part of it, if a woman fails to use healthy products and also having menses in an environment that is not healthy, infrastructures are not there, you find that it won't affect the woman generally. As a matter of fact, the woman will have ill health.
So you said something about there are some misconceptions surrounding its used against women. So for a young girl who just experienced her first menstrual health, who just experienced her first menstruation, especially those living in the rural area, what do you think can be her fate when those conceptions are surrounding her, and what can be done about that?
As a matter of fact, when we were still younger, or in secondary schools, because of the poor understanding of no education has been given to the young lady or the adolescents, you find out that when they have their first menses, it's a shock to them. Rather than them waiting for that condition to occur, it becomes a shock. So they are not prepared. Imagine a young lady that went to school with her white clothes, and suddenly it gets stained, and then maybe her fellow classmates are now bringing her attention to that. I mean, it's a very big embarrassment, and most of the times it lives with the young lady, and they don't usually forget such situations. And when it happens, of course, sometimes they don't even know what to do. Imagine if you sent a young girl to school, and this type of thing is happening to her in her school, and there's nobody to help her. I mean, psychologically, the young lady is also down. So it may also impact negatively on her ability to learn in school. And then, what are the products that are available? There may not even be any product available for her to use. So, I mean, it's something that we cannot comprehend. The effect is actually quite big. and the young lady. Yeah.
Okay, you said that it's in those situations that the young lady most times don't forget about it and it affects her. So in the sense you're trying to say that there are some trauma and stigmas attracted to menstrual health and menstrual cycle.
If you go to our communities, sometimes when you go to the villages, you find out that there are certain places that a woman that is menstruating is abhorred from coming close to. Maybe where people are fetching water in the stream, you're not meant to go there. And maybe certain places, certain locations in the village. So, and then also, people can't even, sometimes people see people not even accepting food and materials from a person that is menstruating. That's a very big stigmatization. Something that should have been a natural process.
You're saying it as a taboo.
Yeah, something that should have been a natural process. And it's now being stigmatized, it's now being taken as a stigma. As a matter of fact, if we understand it in the way it should be, it's just like the womb of the woman is preparing itself to know whether it can get a baby into the uterus by shedding the old endometrial growth, the old lining of the uterus, which then prepares it for reproduction for the next cycle. But it's not understood that way. So some of these myths and taboos now comes up. You know, sometimes you see that. So for the traditional worshippers, a woman that is not menstruating, that is menstruating cannot come to the area of their worship. So you find out that is also a form of stigmatization and then the violence against women.
Moving on, let us dive deep into menstrual cycle. So what should be understood as a normal menstrual cycle?
A normal menstrual cycle is a cycle that comes every month. Let me just use the word every month. However, a normal menstrual cycle ranges from 21 days to 35 days. So sometimes you see some women, they don't understand this fact. So everybody is aiming to get 28 days. So it can be as short as every 3 weeks. And also it can also be as long as every 5 weeks, as the case may be. And then also, for normal menses, it should last between 2 to 8 days. So sometimes you see some people, their menses are just coming for 2 days, they are worried. So, but they shouldn't be worried. This is just normal for them. Then for some other people, you may also see them bleeding for up to 8 days. They will start going to the hospital. However, those conditions are normal for such a young woman.
So in the aspect of when a woman bleeds from the first day to the 4th day, is it seen as normal? Because a lot of people think that from the 1st day to the 4th day is normal. But when it exceeds that 4th day, it's seen as being abnormal.
Yes, that's what I have just explained now. That a normal menses can last from 2 to 8 days. So if your own is lasting up to 8 days, it's normal. If it's lasting only 2 days, it's normal. So far, there is no any other problem associated with the womb of the woman. And then sometimes it could be associated with little or no, little or some pain, you know, and we call it dysmenorrhea. Well, the one we call primary dysmenorrhea, and then the one that is not good we call secondary dysmenorrhea. If I may explain it further, primary dysmenorrhea is a type of pain that maybe when the woman is about to see her period, she experiences some pressure, some little pain. Then when the period starts coming, you see that the pain now wanes off, now decreases and disappears. However, now the one we call abnormal pain or secondary dysmenorrhea is a type of pain that usually worsens with menses. Maybe when the menses start coming, the woman will start having so much pain, she can't go to work, she's vomiting, the whole abdomen is paining her, and it prevents her from doing her normal daily activities. Now, there are some conditions that can be associated with this type of secondary dysmenorrhea. Now, there's one important disease we call endometriosis. Endometriosis is a situation whereby there is the existence of the normal lining of the endometrium, normal lining of the womb, called endometrium. When it now exists outside the uterine cavity, that is outside the womb. So when you see it outside the womb, it's called endometriosis. So that endometriosis is associated with a lot of pain. And there's another sister of that endometriosis called adenomyosis. Adenomyosis is when you see that thing that is supposed to be lining the uterus is now occupying inside the muscles of the uterus. So that one is called adenoma. So those two conditions, they are known to cause a lot of pain. So on the women, and they cause secondary dysmenorrhea, and it can disrupt the activities of the woman, and also can lead her to admissions in the hospital. So, and it's something that maybe women that have them should always approach the hospital for proper history examination and then management of such conditions. And then somebody also see a woman that what we call polycystic ovarian syndrome. Polycystic ovarian syndrome is a situation whereby the woman is not ovulating at the time. Ovulation means bringing out egg at the time the woman is supposed to be ovulating. So it now makes, because for a woman to bleed, she must ovulate most times. So when she ovulates, the hormones in the system will now help to make the endometrium to now mature. When there is no fertilization, it now bleeds, it now disintegrates and comes out as menstruum. So now, it's ovulation that actually stimulates that process. So in such women that have polycystic ovarian syndrome, that ovulation doesn't come as required. So you now find out that the woman now, over 3 months, she has not bled. And it will continue to last for 3 months. So within this period of 3 months, there's a lot of psychological issues. The woman is worried, am I pregnant or am I not pregnant? And other conditions. So these two major physical conditions are the things that sometimes can affect a woman in the negative way. In some other situations, you find out there is excessive bleeding. So if a woman is bleeding, instead of using 1 or 2 parts in a day, she's now carrying a bag of parts, because of some of the conditions that could be existing in the uterus. Things like uterine fibroid, things like endometrial polyps, polyps, things that look like ball inside the endometrial cavity. And then even these endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome, that can also make the menses to be so big, such a way that when the woman is bleeding, she's now having dizziness, having headache, and may be admitted in the hospital. And sometimes they may even be transfused in such conditions. So let me leave it there.
You said something, you said the menstrual cycle entails a woman in the process of knowing if she will conceive. And that's okay. So I want you to explain, and when it comes to the menstrual cycle, how does it help individuals monitor their reproductive health? Yes.
Well, when a woman is having a monthly cycle, it gives her reassurance. And if it's normal, it also gives her assurance is non-doubled. That most likely her menstrual health is good. Now, when there are other conditions that are associated with this menstruation, then, of course, most of the women, they will believe that they are not feeling fine. For example, if a woman has what we call pelvic inflammatory disease, chronic pelvic inflammatory disease, sometimes it can impact negatively on the ability of the woman to see her menses. Or maybe there is a condition that has harmed the endometrial lining. We now find out maybe the uterus not coming together. Maybe a woman can had an abortion, a traumatic abortion, whereby materials that are sharp were used to remove a pregnancy, or maybe instrumentation was done, or surgery was done in the uterus. You find out that such condition can make the endometrium to come together. Now, when they come together, they now come together, now leaving a little surface area where menstruation can go from. So now, in those conditions, you now find out that a woman that is supposedly seeing her period every 4 days, that she's seen it for 4 days, you now find out that menstruation may not come only 1 day. So now, that signal is enough to tell her there is abnormal health, there is ill health in the menstrual cycle. And then if she's also having foul-smelling vaginal discharge, and not during that, even within the cycle. Okay. You're now having foul-smelling vaginal discharge, or even the color of the menstruum is now becoming another thing, becoming watery, and the rest of them. So it may be an indication that there is something else that is going on in the reproductive health, apart from just ordinary menses. Sometimes it may stop entirely from coming. Maybe a woman that has cesarean section, or had myomectomy, or had other conditions, that could affect the endometrial lining. You now find out that the menstruum will eventually stop. And when it occurs, that's a very big indication to tell the woman you have to visit the hospital. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about menstrual hygiene. It's often discussed, but not really, not clearly explained. So what would you say about menstrual hygiene?
Yeah, so menstrual hygiene involves providing normal good products that a woman needs to take care of her menses, and also providing it in a very good environment, good infrastructure. A woman should not be changing her pad in the open. You have to find a very adequate environment that is secluded, and that will give the woman a psychological well-being. And then after that, after changing, she also needs water. She also needs good soap. She also needs maybe perfume, to freshen up herself. So, and if a very adequate good water supply is not provided, maybe it's not well water that is heavily contaminated, and the woman is not using it to wash her private parts, of course, there could be ascending infection. And that ascending infection can alterate the whole menstrual pattern, leading to maybe pelvic inflammatory disease and all that. Sometimes you also see that because of poor education, that menstrual hygiene also involves good education. So because for the fact that the woman doesn't have a good education, you now find out that some of the habits can also lead to ill health. For example, instead of using it to wash the surface of her body, she's now pouring the water inside her private parts. Imagine pouring water that is heavily contaminated inside a place that should be clean. What is it going to cause? Or maybe not using the soap that you use to wash the surface of the body and not pouring it inside the body. So you now find out that such condition can alter the cycle of the woman in terms of the fact that you now find out that there is not heavy growth of when I pour all those water, it will dilute the normal environment of the vagina, which is most of the time, which is acidic in nature. So when you are not pouring all those products that are not required to be put inside the vagina, you now find out that it changes the pH. That is the condition of the place to become alkaline. And when it becomes alkaline, what does it do? It now encourages the growth of what we call candidiasis. Candidiasis is a common condition women usually present with. So, and these things are associated with their menstrual hygiene. So if it's not proper and adequate, you don't find out that they may come down with such conditions because they are using products that are not supposed to be used inside the body. And they're also using it in an environment that is not clean. For example, if you go to an environment that is not clean, some of the places where you are keeping the menstrual product can also contaminate the woman. So you can see it. This menstrual hygiene can link up to so many issues. One, the education of the woman. Two, you can also talk about how well the woman is being cared for. Now, if you go to most secondary schools, you find out that some of these young ladies, they can't even afford a good menstrual product. So instead of using a very good, concise menstrual product, you now find out that they are using maybe cloths, tissue paper, and all sorts of things. It's only when you go into the city and find out what they use. Yes, that is now saying that yes, there's a reason for this particular discussion we're having today.
Before we go on a short break, when it comes to menstrual products, a lot of speculations are going on that pads are now causing infertility to women. So what would you say about that?
Well, yeah, vulva pads, yes, they are not supposed to cause any problem, except maybe the product itself is maybe contaminated. Of course, the normal pad is just put on the surface of the body. It's not even put inside the body. So there's no relationship between that pad and whether a woman should get pregnant or not. There are so many other bigger things that could cause infertility, not menstrual product like pad. However, when a young ladies now start misusing the pad, or maybe start using other products, maybe things that are now inserted inside the vagina, now causing ascending infection. Ascending infection means infection now moving from outside or from the anus, maybe because of poor hygiene too. You are now bringing materials from the anus into the vagina. You now see if those things now climb up into the uterine cavity and the fallopian tube. They may cause destruction of the fallopian tube, and then that's the only thing that can lead to infertility. But if it's a normal, good hygiene is not supposed to lead to infertility. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go on a short break now. There's party still in the house. Don't go anywhere.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters,
only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. And on this episode, we are still discussing on understanding menstrual health with Professor Aneke Joseph Tochukwu. So we have been discussing about menstrual health, menstrual cycle, everything that entails the menstrual, menstrual hygiene, how to take care of your hygiene as a woman in a menstrual cycle. So moving on, we would like to know, there are some practices that a woman should have during her menstrual cycle to be able to help her to support her health, but they are often overlooked. So we would like you to mention those practices.
Well, as a woman, which I am not, as a woman, I think it starts from good education, good menstrual education, health education in general. And this should start from when the child is in the primary school, maybe about finishing her primary school, because most of these days you find out that women can even start off menstruation as early as 11 years upwards. So that should now encompass, telling them what a normal menstrual cycle is. That as they are growing up, that will be a time when something will start coming out from their body. That those things that are coming out are not abnormal. They are natural process. And they will continue to have it until they finish their reproductive life. Probably around 45, 55 years. So this information should be well passed. And that if this occurs, that they may also have one or two persons they can confide in, to help them through the process, especially their mother. And then, even before it starts, those products are also supposed to be purchased ahead of time. And they will be exposed to them and also be told about how to get them used. So, and I think if you do this, it means that and then also what the person is supposed to do during during the time the menses starts. And then also, the education will also involve what are the things that can make me feel like maybe I want to menstruate. Because it's very important that a woman understands her body. Because some people, you may say, I'm going to menstruate the following day. Now, recently, we also have apps that can also tell us, you are going to menstruate the following day, or you are going to menstruate in the two days' time. So that it won't become an embarrassment. Maybe a woman travels, while inside the bus, the woman starts menstruating, not prepared. So, and even if it must happen, then it should happen in very minor, very minimal situations. So now, when you have finished giving this education, and then explain to the child these are the things to use, it means that the remaining part will be easy. This is how to use them. So, and then they touch those products. Like the first time of trying to engage in, not be the first time you are touching the menstrual product. So you have exposed it to them, they touch it, even practice using it. So that the first time they are going to have that menses, it will be easy. So now what does it entail? What it entails is using, a woman should be padded. You shouldn't allow her cloth to be stained. Now, how do you know that maybe menses is about to come? Sometimes you may see that there could be pressure, pelvic pressure, a woman feeling like there is pain trying to come, and those contractions are just trying to push out the menses. Some other times there could also be heaviness on the breast, and yeah. So if for some of these things are happening, the woman will now be padded waiting. So, and then when eventually she starts seeing her menses, it should not be seamless, Now, depending on the quantity of menses that is coming out, it's not a situation whereby a woman should allow her to start staining or start dripping. Now, if you get a very good product, maybe changing it 3 times in a day, depending on the quantity that is coming out.
Okay, depending on your flow.
Yeah, depending on the adequacy of the flow. Some people may not change in a day. Some people may change 2 times in a day, but at least 3 times in a day will be adequate. So that whatever you're removing will also not be so heavy and will not stain the body so much. And then after removing your part, it's also good that the woman cleans up her body. Then using some other toiletries that are going to be there. Then if there is water, she uses it to clean up her body and there are no smells, she looks fine. Then if she must apply perfume, she applies perfume and not inside the body, but on her body. Or maybe it takes her bath if she's in her house. So you don't find out that people that are around wouldn't even know that anything is happening to such a person. Then for the people that may have small pain, the pain they may not like. Now it requires that maybe they may need some non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, some drugs that can help to reduce pain. One of them is pyrazicam, diclofenac. And such drugs are usually, you start taking it before the menses starts, not when you start having pain, when they now start disrupting.
Not during the flow.
No. So maybe like a day before, you start taking the medications, and so that when the menses is coming out, it will be seamless, painless, and will involve disrupting your normal daily activities.
So in the sense, it is not healthy to take it during the flow. It's not healthy to take any medication.
And it's not like it's not healthy, but the one that is most likely going to prevent the pain is the one that is started maybe a day before the menses start coming out.
Okay,
and then along the line, you also continue to take medication.
We are out of time. So you say something about the menstrual products. So you know a lot of variety. There is variety of products, but we'd like to know: do you think there are ones that are best for a woman during her flow?
Well, it depends on what is available and also the access.
When it comes to being safe.
Yes, most of them are safe. I won't call the product names, and most of them are safe. And like I said, it depends on the availability and the cost. There are some of them you want to buy, you find that you can't afford them. It doesn't mean that they are better than the ones that are maybe a little bit cheaper. Now, some other ones can contain menses better than others. Those things are also what you consider when trying to buy them. Assuming if I buy this product, and it can contain my menses for more than 12 hours, or more than 8 hours, or more than 6 hours, you have to, by the time you are using them, you have to now know that, yes, I may have to if I'm traveling from here to Lagos by road, I may have to use the one that contains menses better. And then during when we were smaller, our mothers used to use pad with all the difficulties involved in it. But now, better products are out, which the ones we call pad, and they retain the menstruum better than the previous ones that were using before.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we come to the end of today's episode. Many thanks to our guest for your insightful knowledge and information on this topic. And remember, informed decisions are often the foundation of healthier living, and open conversations about health help break harmful myths and promote wellness. I remain your host, Sharon Uchi, and this is Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, the program where we break down law, defend your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I'm your host, Gift Obodo. And today, it leads me to the question to ask, is justice really blind, or does it look away when women suffer? Our law protecting victims or protecting abusers? And why in 2026, why are women still fighting to be safe? This actually is something that happens in the society, and we need to look into this. And this actually led us to the topic, which is Cars That Speak, the reality of gender violence. And to, dissect this issue for us today, joining us today is a distinguished legal practitioner with years of experience in the field. He has handled high-profile cases and well-respected in the legal community. May welcome Barrister Ezekiel Ndubisi Wore Esquire. Barrister, you're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Gift. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, it's a pleasure too, sir. Before we go into our question of the day, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the Law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back to You and the Law, where we discuss real legal issues. I'm back to Barrister. Welcome back once again to You and the Law.
Yes.
And concerning our topic today, it's all about the society where gender, one particular gender, is assumed to be the weaker one, and they are the ones who are seen to suffer violation more. And this actually leads me to my first question, and it is gender-based gender violence in Nigeria a crime problem or a human right failure?
If you talk about gender-based violence, it is not a human rights failure, and it is also a crime problem. But the question is, both male and female suffer violence, but who speaks out most is the people that we see that suffer violence. Most time men suffer the same violence that women suffer, but they fail to speak out. But women, in most cases, speak out that they have suffered abuse. But then, I will always say, law as we know is an inanimate object. It does not have a life. It has no life on its own. So it is only a human being that can activate the law. So it is only for the victims to have the courage to speak out so that the law will take it full course. There are laws to take care of those violence.
So when you say this violence is just both sides, you know, in the society now, we see like, you cannot just come and walk into a particular situation and see a man crying. You know, you need to flog the man who cries out to say, I am being raped, such as I'm being raped, I'm being abused. It sounds weird. So when we say weaker gender, we are trying to attribute it more to the women. So don't you think so?
That is the problem. That is where the problem lies, because men are being seen as a strong gender. That even when they cry, if you see a man crying and they say that man is not a man, but a woman cries and they see that that is a woman, and that has been the problem. The problem, we have gone out of the era where women are seen as a weak vessel. We are no longer at the era where women are weak vessels. Women are becoming members of the armed forces, they are joining police, they are joining all sorts of other professions. I can give you the likes of a Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Is it not a woman? The likes of a Tiaba of Anambra State, they are women. In my state today, Ebonyi State, the deputy governor is a woman. So there is no limit as to what women can do today. But the problem is that there are persons that are still dwelling on that ideology, on that mentality that are weaker vessels. And the ones that are still seeing themselves as a weak gender, they will fail to act. So it's as a result of, I will attribute it to ideology and level of exposure. So if we are talking of a gender-based violence, it's not only attributed to women. In most cases, men suffer more. In most families, as a legal practitioners, we have the privilege to hear stories from men. You see that what men suffer in most marriages is more than what women complain to the society every day. But they feel, as a man, if I go out to complain, how will the society see it? And they will swallow it. So men suffer more. Most of the things you think that ladies suffer.
So, coming to this area you are going to, I'm feeling like someone is being biased, because bringing it down to the society today in African culture, like, let's bring it down to African culture now. Yes. You see women are being the vulnerable ones, because physically a man is meant to be strong and seen as the energy build of the house. Now when the energy build of the house is seen crying, what happens to the weaker parts?
And that's come again to what I said. We are dwelling on an existing ideology. We have a system already, and we think that that system cannot change. In logic, there is what we call fallacy of a tradition. Fallacy of a tradition is a situation where you believe that something is always done this way, and because of the fact that it can be done this way, it cannot change. So we are not dealing with the realities of today. We are dwelling on what we believe to be and not what is. And what is today, there was a status that I shared I think about some days ago, where a woman was beating the man. The man first slapped the lady, but the lady dealt with the woman on the process. So women are seen as a weak gender, but are they truly the weak gender? The answer is yes and no. Why I said yes and no? In most cases they are, in some cases they are not. So issue of a gender violence is what both the female suffer and the male suffer. As to who suffer most, we can attribute it to women, but that does not mean that they are the only people that suffer gender-based violence.
Okay, Barrister, bringing it down to gender violations, domestic violence is it a human rights violation?
Yes, if you talk of domestic violence is a human rights violation, because if you talk of a right to dignity of a human person, as provided in Section 34 of the Constitution, you cannot be subjected to any torture. If somebody is subjected to torture, be it who, be it your father, be it your mother, be it your husband, or be it your brother, that is a human right abuse. That is a fundamental right. It's an abuse on that Section 34. Because the Section 34 that provide for the right of dignity of every person, there is no exemption as to when you marry, you have the right to deal with your wife like an animal. or have a right to deal with your children like an animal. It provided an exception where we cannot attribute it to be a torture. A situation where somebody enrolled to be a member of the armed force and you're receiving the training. For those that went to school during the service years, those training that you get in the service years, it equally provided for those that are serving the sentence of a court. And it must be a judgment of a court of competent jurisdiction. So these are the exceptions. So this issue of a husband beating their wife as a punch bag is never one of the exceptions. It's never ground upon which their rights can be infringed upon. So when you talk about violence, domestic violence, it is a constitutional issue as related to fundamental rights. So
most marriages today, we see domestic violence soaring. And it leads me to ask, when a man, forcefully, penetrates his wife to get satisfaction, do you think it's a form of violence?
Yes, it is a form of violence.
So there is rape in marriage?
There is no rape in marriage. There is no rape in marriage. At most in marriages, what we will have is what we call indecent assault. Because the moment there is an agreement of a parties to marry, their conjugal right is activated. The right to intercourse. It is assuming that you have consented to what? An intercourse. A man who is married can even in the marketplace decide to have sex with the wife. Because there is a submission to sex. And that is the reason. It is even a ground upon which a marriage can be dissolved. If you have denied the other party that conjugal right. It is one of the rights. It is one of the rights given to each of the parties upon contracting a marriage. So there is no rape in marriage between husband and wife. At most, you attribute it to.
No, seeing from some of the cases I've seen, some women go out to complain that their husband actually raped them without their consent, forcefully, push them into rape. Is there any way the law comes in to bridge this? When a woman is not willing and consenting to this act, if you force her, then that means the definition of rape is invalid.
No, the definition of rape has some exception, and the exceptions is to relate to husband and wife. Once there is a husband and wife, consent is no longer required. And one of the foremost ingredients of a rape is a consent. That the other party will have to consent to it. So now, once there is a marriage, a valid marriage, subsisting marriage, that consent is no longer required before a man can have carnal knowledge of his wife. Before man can have sex, pardon me for using the word carnal knowledge, before a man can have sex with a wife, that consent is no longer required, because by paying the bride price, it is as simple as what? Obtaining the consent.
So whether a woman wants it or not, her reasons are not valid.
Her reasons of not wanting it depends on both of them. But as much as I know, the law is silent as to prosecuting a husband for having sex with a wife under the rape definition. You can bring it under other sections of the law. If you come to Violence Against Person Prohibition Act, if you go to, I think, section 14 of it that talks about psychological abuse, you can bring it under that section. But you cannot charge that man under section 1 of a Violence Against Person Prohibition Act, because there a husband needs no consent before he can have sex with the wife.
So when you talk about psychological abuse as recognized under the law,
yes.
Now this psychological abuse as regards to rape between a man and a woman who are consentedly married by the law.
Yes.
Now, if I think the process of when a man beats or violates the woman by physical abuse, punching her, doing all sort of means to penetrate, I think that's where the rape and physical abuse come to collide? Is there no difference here in law that to separate physical abuse and rape?
That is exactly what I said. I said this. If you are talking of a physical abuse and a rape, it's a two different thing. But then that rape can cause psychological abuse or psychological trauma. The same with a physical attack. Now the question is, in law, is it established that before a husband can have a sex with the wife, that husband needs consent to do so? The answer is what? No. And under section 36 of the 1999 Constitution, section 36 sub 12, for there to be a crime, for you to say that somebody commits a crime, there must be a law. There must be a written law. There must be a law that made that particular act a crime and its penalty specified. So once there is no law that says that this is a crime and this is the penalty, you cannot. You cannot. So the law is only there to act on what the law already says is crime. And as I said, under the Violence Against Person Prohibition Act, if you check the sections, you see that it is only in this section. If you look at the section, if you look at section 14 of it, it says emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse. So now, when a man decides to have a sexual intercourse with the wife without her consent, so to say, what has that woman suffered is not rape, but can be attributed to emotional and psychological abuse. And in that circumstance, instead of charging the man under section 1 of the Violence Against Person Prohibition Act, you can bring it under this section 14. Because a man cannot rape the wife, except if the marriage has been dissolved, or that their right to conjugal right is suspended. In absence of those circumstances, a man cannot be said in law to rape.
So, Barrister, let's bring it down to women. Now, let's bring it down to that part where that people will call weaker, gender. If dignity and safety are basic rights, why are so many women still unsafe?
So many women are still unsafe. So are so many other persons are still unsafe. Not only women. Not only women. And if you are talking of a dignity of a person and safety, yes, it's a constitutional guaranteed right. Well guaranteed right. But now, if your safety and your dignity have been affected, the law has no life. It is only human being that can activate the law. Just for instance, and me and you walking on the road, a stranger just came out, slapped me and slapped you. You may decide to say, I'm a woman, I want to let go. I will say, I don't want to let my right go. I will make my complaints to the appropriate authorities that will take it up. Then you that decide that maybe you want to go and pray to God, maybe you are too religious, they want to go and complain to God in prayer, then you will wait for God when God will come and interfere. So the law works for those that come for the law. Assuming a law is just like a human being, that once you touch it, it will start reacting to it. You see that when there is a violation, on the safety and the dignity of the women, the law can easily come in to act for them. But for the father, the law cannot do that. It needs a human being to do that. And where is the woman? And in most cases now, if you want to, for some of us that are lawyers, if you see some of these women now being abused and you want to take up the matter, some of them may not even show up. If you call them to police just to come and give evidence, they say they are afraid. I have done one matter where a brother was detained at a police station in Enugu here. We wrote a petition to state CID for the transfer of the matter. At a point, the sister, because it was the sister that was following up the matter, the sister was telling me, I'm afraid those people use the juju in the midnight. There is a time she will call me by 2 o'clock in the night. I will tell her, woman, forget about your fears and worries. Let's face the law. Sometimes she will call me by 12 o'clock. She will call me by 4 o'clock in the night. And I always pick her call, no matter the time that she called. It was based on my encouragement that made her to follow up the matter. And the moment the matter was transferred to the state said, we got the brother released. By that time, she believed more in what I was telling her. But let's take, for instance, on the process the brother was in, if she backslide and failed to come up, would we achieve that? The answer is no. So you see that in most cases, the problem is not the law. The problem is about the individual. I always tell them that there is enough law in Nigeria that can take care of at most 90-something% of our problem. But the problem we have is the implementation of these laws and people speaking out when their rights are being violated. That is the problem.
So where does Nigeria fall short in protecting women's rights in practice?
If we are talking of a Nigerian falling short on protecting women's rights in practice, I will tell you that the women's rights are protected as much as the male counterpart. The problem we have with Nigerian laws is just a general problem. It's just a general problem. A general problem of corruption. A general problem of, because if you talk of I know him, it's still also corruption. A general problem of the fact that if you report a crime to the state that is said to be a crime against the state will still expect you to fund it. Imagine writing a petition to a woman that suffers maybe abuse from the husband, and the police is demanding a kind of a 200-something thousand naira for mobilization before they can go and arrest the man. Where would the woman raise the money from? Where would she raise the money from? And we say that a crime is against the state and not individual. Assuming the woman can afford to raise such sum and give it to the police, after the arrest, they will expect her to bring money that they will use to file this and file that and go and visit the scene and all that. You see that these are the discouragement that we are having with implementation of law. And it is not limited to the women. It is a general issue. It is a matter of a general concern.
So, Barrister, there's something that let me just give an illustration here. Now, it happens that where does this thing fall under? Which abuse does this thing fall under? Where a woman married to a man, a particular man, you know, refuses to, let me say, she doesn't want to change her surname. And due to the fact that she doesn't want to change her surname, maybe to the man's name, and she's been denied so many things, sex, money, and everything, you know, according to a married woman. Is this an abuse to the woman?
It is an abuse to the woman. It is an abuse to the woman. The fact that a woman is married to a man does not mean that she must change her name, surname, to that of the man. It is not. And as I said, I intentionally bring this law because, you know, when we are talking of the law said this, we need to point it out to the law. And I will read a section again in this Violence Against Person Prohibition Act to the hearing of our audience. And this section said, we are talking of Section 13 of the Violence Against Person Prohibition Act. It says, forced isolation or separation from family and friends. I won't want to go into the details, but Section 1 said, a person who forcefully isolates or separates another from family, friends, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months or to a fine not exceeding 100,000 naira or both. So you see that when a woman is being deprived of all these things now, there is already an existing law, which is this Section 13 of the Violence Against Person.
No, there is an out assumption that a woman in African culture must change her name to her husband's name. And some people may believe that it's constitutional. Now, getting to your point, it's not constitutional.
It's not constitutional. It's not constitutional. There is a difference between there is a difference between conventions and law. These are practices that people have done for years, and they believe that this is how it is done. And that brings me back to when I was telling you about fallacy of a tradition. People believe that this is how we do it here, that nothing changes it. But that is not the reality. The reality is that most of the things that we think exist does not in a real sense exist. And as I said now, if you look at this section 13, you see that this section 13 has covered so many things that we should be looking out for. If you look at section 16 as well, it talks about abandonment of spouse, children and other dependents without sustenance. We're in a situation where the man is the one providing and the man decides to leave the woman, go and suffer with your children. You see that the law has also taken care of that. If you look at section 15 of this Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, it talks about harmful widowhood practice. Where you come, you say you must bath the corpse for the woman to drink it, that she's the one that killed the husband. It's a traditional practice. It's a widow practice, but it's harmful.
And the law will prosecute whoever.
And the law will prosecute whosoever. That is why section 15 of the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act makes it a crime. If you look at section 20, section 20 provides for harmful traditional practices. If you talk of women inheriting their father's property, we tell you that it is our custom that the women does not inherit. It is a tradition, I believe. But that tradition is a harmful traditional practice. And the law has already made it a crime. So the problem, as I said, is not the law. The problem has not been the law. The problem has been the awareness and the willingness. This harmful traditional practice, people are still suffering it. Let me tell you, for instance, now, some weeks ago, during the vacation court, I was in the vacation court, Enugu State High Court, wherein a woman filed a motion in court to stop the brothers of the husband from forcing her to bury the husband at home. The husband is late and he has a property in Enugu here. And while the man was alive, the man said, "You will bury me. When I died, I should be buried in my property at Enugu." When the man is late, the brothers insisted that they would take the man to the village and bury the man. The woman said no. The woman filed a motion in High Court to stop them from doing so. And the motion was granted that the man should be buried where he said that he should be buried. So, man, how many women can come up to this and see what the law will say about it? So people should come out, stop living in assumption. Try the law. Try it. The validity of a law is tested in a court of law, not on a paper, not on the street. The moment I start law practice, I stop arguing much on Facebook. In fact, I have disengaged myself on social media. I only operate on my WhatsApp. If I go to Facebook or that, it's just to read what other people are saying. Because I have seen that law is beyond what we argue on the street. You don't argue law in the street. If you say that this is not the law, let's test it in the court and know whether is that the law or not the law. So these are provisions, these are laws, and these laws, this Violence Against Person Prohibition Law, is made solely to protect domestic violence. The sole purpose of making this law is for the purpose of protecting what? Domestic violence. So if people are talking about there are laws, I just wanted to point out to something. That's why I was busy flipping the law. If you look at section 9 of it, forceful ejection from home, you see where the husband will come in maybe they are living in a 2-bedroom flat, you beat the woman and chase the woman away from home. It's a crime.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news update on Aneke TV. I am Onyinyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. President Tinubu confirms killing of ISIS top leader in fresh US-Nigeria joint operation. Lagos state government sanctions 15 money lending firms over operational violations. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has confirmed the killing of a senior ISIS commander, Abu Bilal al-Minuki, in a joint operation involving Nigerian and United States forces. The president said the operation was carried out overnight as part of ongoing counter-terrorism efforts. The announcement follows a statement by U.S. President Donald Trump on his Truth Social platform, where he described the suspect as ISIS second-in-command globally and confirmed his elimination. According to President Trump, the operation was conducted by American forces in collaboration with the Armed Forces of Nigeria, targeting a key figure in global terrorist networks operating in Africa. President Tinubu, in his response, said the development reflects strengthened intelligence, cooperation between both countries, and a significant blow to extremist groups threatening regional security. Meanwhile, the defense headquarters says Nigerian forces, working with United States troops, have killed a senior ISIS leader, Abu Bilal al-Minuki, in a joint counter-terrorism operation. Director of Defense Information, Major General Samaila Uba, said the operation was carried out under a new intelligence sharing framework between Nigeria and the United States. He confirmed that the target was a high-ranking operational commander responsible for coordinating ISIS activities across West Africa and beyond. The military said the development has significantly disrupted terrorist networks and strengthened ongoing efforts to degrade extremist capabilities in the region. In the meantime, reactions have continued to follow the reported killings of ISIS commander Abu Bilal al-Minuki in a joint operation involving Nigerian and the United States forces. The African Democratic Congress, through its ADC Vanguard platform, described the operation as evidence that the Nigerian military can perform effectively when properly supported and equipped. A member of the All Progressive Congress, Mr. Ayeko Oko Akindele, also reacted, describing the development as a major breakthrough in the fight against terrorism. However, some social media users have questioned the extent of intelligence coordination within Nigeria's security architecture, calling for greater transparency in counter-terrorism operations. The Imo State Police Command has dismissed reports circulating on social media alleging mass killings in Ihagwa community in Owerri West local government area. Police spokesperson Mr. Henry Okoye said the claims were false and intended to incite panic and disrupt public peace. He stated that the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Audu Gaba Boso, has warned against the spread of verified security-related information capable of causing tension in the state. Residents have been urged to rely only on official security sources and avoid sharing misleading content on social media platforms. In the meantime, the Anambra State government has banned the use of masks by operatives of the state security outfit, Agune Chamber, during operations. The directive was issued by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Community Security, Mr. Ken Emekayi, during a meeting with commanders in Oka. He said the decision takes immediate effect and is aimed at preventing misuse of the outfit's identity by criminal elements. The government also warned against illegal road checkpoints and stressed that all security operations must remain lawful and professional. Away from security, religious leaders in Nigeria have called on the federal government to introduce clear regulations guiding the use of artificial intelligence and emerging artificial general intelligence technologies. The call was made by the Nigerian Religious Coalition on Artificial Intelligence, comprising leaders from the Christian Council of Nigeria and Jama'atu Nasrul Islam. They warned that unchecked development of AI systems could pose risk to morality, culture, and human existence if not properly regulated. The group urged government to include religious leaders in national AI policy implementation to ensure ethical safeguards and strengthened altogether. Wife of the Anambra State Governor, Dr. Nonye Soludo, has visited a 13-year-old girl receiving treatment for advanced HIV disease in a hospital in the state. Dr. Soludo, who leads the Healthy Living with Nonye Soludo initiative, donated relief materials, food items, and financial support to assist the patient's recovery. She said intervention reflects her commitment to supporting vulnerable persons and improving community health care welfare. The First Lady also called for greater compassion and support for patients undergoing long-term medical treatment across Nigeria. Thousands of students in Enugu State have declared support for Governor petermbah ahead of the 2027 general elections, pledging mass mobilization across campuses. The students under the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, Joint Campus Council, said their decision is based on what they described as major reforms in education and infrastructure. They commended the governor's investment in smart green schools, transportation and security, saying these have improved learning conditions across the state. Governor Mbah, while receiving the students, said his administration's focuses on education is aimed at building a knowledge-driven economy. A youth advocacy group, Nigerian Youths in Politics, has raised concerns over alleged intimidation of young political aspirants ahead of the 2027 general election. The group's chairman, Mr. Felix Olorunju, made the allegation during a news conference in Abuja, accusing some political actors of suppressing emergent voices. He said the trend undermines democratic participation and could discourage youth involvement in governance. The group warned that it may mobilize nationwide protest if the alleged intimidation of young aspirants continues. The news on the hour comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on all social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here's a recap of some of the major stories making the headlines. President Tinubu confirms killing of ISIS top leader in US-Nigeria joint operation. Coming up shortly, Lagos state government sanctions 15 money lending firms over operational violations.
The silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Welcome back. The Lagos State government has sanctioned at least 15 money lending companies over violating operational guidelines and engaging in practices deemed harmful to residents across the state. The Commissioner for Home Affairs, Mr. Ibrahim Layode, disclosed this during the 2026 ministerial press briefing held in Ikeja, saying the action forms part of efforts to regulate the sector and protect residents from exploitative lending practices. He said the government is strengthening oversight of licensed operators to ensure compliance with financial regulations and to curb fraudulent activities within the industry. Mr. Layode added that the ministry continues to collaborate with regulatory agencies such as Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, and the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering, SCUML, to improve monitoring and enforcement. Scottish club Rangers are reportedly in advanced negotiations to sign Nigerian defender Akpe Victory from Hungary's side Zelolegensky, according to transfer reports. The 19-year-old centre-back has attracted interest from several European clubs, including Portuguese giants Benfica, as well as teams in Germany, Spain, and France. Football transfer analyst Ben Jacobs reports that Rangers are prepared to offer around €5 million for the highly rated youngster. Victory has impressed in the Hungary top flight this season, scoring once in 15 league appearances for Zalegeski. The Oli of Ife, Oba Adede Etinton Ogunwusi, has spoken about emotional pressure and public criticism he faced over delays in having children after ascending the throne. In a statement issued in Ile-Ife by the Director of Media and Public Affairs at the Ooni's Palace, Mr. Moses Olafere, the monarch said he endured years of personal pain and public scrutiny during this period. He made the remarks while receiving visitors who came to celebrate the birth of twin princess by one of his wives, Queen Miriam. The traditional ruler said his life changed significantly after becoming Oni, noting that royal responsibilities and expectations affected his personal and family life. Canadian rapper Drake has released a surprise collection of 3 albums, adding up to 43 tracks in a major new music rollout. The albums, titled Iceman, Habibti, and Maid of Honor were released simultaneously, featuring collaborations with artists including Future, 21 Savage, and Sexy Red. The release marks one of the Drake's most extensive projects in recent years, coming after a relatively low public profile following his legal disputes with his record label and his public feud with rapper Kendrick Lamar. Several tracks reportedly contain lyrical references to industrial rivals, continuing long-running tensions within the global hip-hop scene. And now to the end of the news, here are the main stories again. President Bola Tinubu has confirmed the killing of a senior Islamic State ISIS commander, Abu Bilal al-Minuki, in a joint counter-terrorism operation involving Nigeria and the USA. That concludes the news. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Onyinyechi Ugu.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study. And the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids,
and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outage. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello and welcome to our Vox Pop segment on Aneke TV, where we engage residents on issues affecting daily life and development. Today we are speaking to residents about electricity supply and how it affects homes, businesses and other daily activities, from small business owners to students and workers. Many people say stable electricity remains essential to productivity and quality of life. We went out to hear their experiences and concerns.
To be honest, electricity supply has been very sporadic, to say the least. It's been somehow bad, it's been somehow good. These days, we're having our exams for the past few weeks, and it has been really tough trying to mix, because I usually read in the night. It has been really tough trying to mix in the reading at night, and I'm literally burning candle. It's very funny. But yeah, the electricity has not been so good, and it needs to change.
There's been a little slight of change, considering where I'm coming from, where I used to stay, where I stay currently. The electricity supply was normal. Was the normal coming and going, but we're usually having sufficient electricity. But until recently, just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think it's a problem. We've not had electricity for about close to 3 weeks now, and it's not been funny. You can't do anything. The cost of fuel is high. And then the only alternative source of power is maybe generator or solar, and then you have to have sufficient solar energy to be able to power anything. So it's been difficult. But apart from that, I think if it's fixed, as has been promised that it will be fixed soon. I saw a news where there was an advert that the whole state, that the whole light is going to go off so that they can fix my particular area, that area that I stay. So that's when I noticed that it was particular to my area, that it's not something that has to do with everybody. So I'm optimistic that we'll fix it so that we can return back to status quo. It's not as though that the former one was cream de la cream, but at least it was sufficient enough.
Electricity supply in my area is quite erratic, in the sense that there is not too much supply of electricity there, and it has a lot of impacts both in the businesses around there and the impact on us as students. We rarely see the light to read and prepare for our exams, so, and it's a very important factor for us as students. So that's very bad for us as students. The weather is actually very hot now, so people need cold water, cold drinks, and not having that around actually slows down business for people too.
Electricity supply in my area has been quite inconsistent, in the sense that they bring the lights, let me say a day they bring it close to 10 hours a day out of 24 hours in a day, and I'm a student. I need lights to charge my phones to read, and to read in the night also in case my rechargeable dies. So it has not been fully of great advantage to my daily life. It has affected my activity because I'm a night reader, basically, but now I have to shift my night reading to afternoon and morning reading so that the normal daylight would help me.
Electricity remains a major factor in economic growth and everyday living. The opinions shared by residents today reflect the challenges many people can continue to face and the importance of improving power supply in Enugu and across Nigeria. Thank you for watching. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Gladys are hard to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed for the safety of lives and property. It also makes lots of efforts to make sure or guarantee life and property of man in all its ramifications. And as a matter of fact, it does lots of other effort to reduce insecurity to the barest minimum. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, Facebook, TikTok, X, and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obase. And our focus for today is on the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Permit me to introduce to you the special guest we have on the studio today. We have the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Enugu State Command. Doris N. Ago, you are welcome on the show, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
All right. May we know how you feel serving as a safety officer in this capacity?
Oh, thank you very much. Once again, I think it's like a dream come true, you know. I will say that it's like doing what you love doing. I like helping, I like talking to people, I like teaching. So finding myself under the public enlightenment is like doing what I love doing, and it makes it very easy for me to do.
Okay, now may we know what's different between the road safety duties and then the safety itself?
Road safety duties.
What I mean is this, having safety as a tool by the road safety officers. What do they do with it?
Let me start by saying road safety duties. Let me first go to what you said initially. Road safety duties are not just road safety duties, it's everybody's duties. It's what keeps everyone alive. It's just that we are there to remind people of what they are supposed to have known. So when we talk about the safety parts of life, it is our duty, my duty and yours. But we are there to remind people that we need to do this right so that every one of us will stay alive. Then safety is safety everywhere. It's a state of being away from danger, away from harm, you know. And nobody wants to be where you get harm. So safety means being safe, being away from danger, being away from harm.
Now, may you know why you think it is very important, or that safety is very important to the road users and other people?
Okay, daily we see things on the road, you know, names, lives lost, property lost, you know, devastating things that you see daily, and they are not good to see, you know. It is our duty and we have to do it. Some of these things, when you see them, you don't even eat for days, but this is your work and you have to do it. Safety is important to everybody, because if we go out in the morning, it's expected that you go out to get what you eat and you come back safely to your loved ones. So when there is the person that went out in the morning does not arrive where he was going to, or did not come back home safely, you see, we have lost life, we have lost time, we have lost property, and there are so many people that are dependent on these active ones that go out to go look for food, you know. Like the old ones stay at home, the kids go to school, they stay at home. Those of us that are still active are the ones that go out. And when one life is lost, you find out that there are about 6-7 people depending on just this one life that we lose on the road. So we don't want to be losing lives. We want the economy to improve. We want people to live their life in full. And also we want the kids not to be vulnerable, because when you lose a father or you lose a mother, it exposes those kids to what they are not supposed to do. You know, when the father is not there to tend to them, do what is right, they tend to grow on their own, and it could be anything. And when the society is not safe, when we have so many people out there that are not prepared for life, we start having urchins and nobody is safe. So it is better all of us stay safe so that all of us will be happy.
You speak more like safety is your calling.
I love it.
All right, that's very good of you. I want us to be more specific this time. I want you to itemize the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road.
Okay, I want to start with our vision statement. Our vision statement is to eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. You know, when we talk about it, we mean that there are, this is what we desire. This is what our calling is. We want people to come out, find their food, go home safely, you know. And we want the roads to be safe for all of us to use, you know. And you don't just wish it, this is your vision, and you stay at home and let it work out. So we started with making rules, laws. There's a traffic rules, the laws that must be obeyed so that we attain this that we desire. And in making those laws, we need to talk to people to know that these laws are meant for you to obey. And these are the don'ts, these are the do's. If you do this, you arrive safely. If you do that, you might have mishap. So we now go out there to educate people. This is what we are doing now.
Okay.
The public enlightenment part of it. The first one is to make the laws. The second one is we go out there to talk to people. We go to churches, we go to schools, marketplaces, we go to mosques. We're talking on medias, you know, telling people this is what you have to do to stay alive. Then, after talking to people, you know, our normal Nigerian factor, they will talk now, people will talk, you know, that kind of a thing. After talking now, we now devise another means, you know, we have to enforce. You know, that is when we have our patrol teams on the road. People that will accost you and say, where is your driver's license? Where is your speed? Do you have a speed limiter? Do you let's check if you're drunk and driving, you know. You are over speeding. Do you have a spare tire? Do you have extinguisher in your vehicle? You know, are you wearing your seat belt? Are you supposed not to wear it? You know, we get people, we accost you one-on-one this time. We are no longer in the media talking to you. This is now face-to-face. And this is the part of us that people don't like. You know, because people are hurrying to go to work, hospital, businesses, you know, they have one thing or the other that brought them out on the road. And you now see an officer stopping you and saying, you didn't do it right. Why are you not wearing your seatbelt? Some people will tell you it's not my business. You know, are you the one that's going to die? Yes, we are all involved. Because if you die on the road, or one dies on the road, we don't leave the person there. It could cause another crash. So we have to carry the human debris, you know, with stuff that you don't like to see, but you see it because it's your work you carry. So we now have to go and carry those things. And that's why we keep ringing the bell. Wear your seatbelt, don't overspeed, don't drink and drive. Make sure your tires are good. You know, the rain is starting now very soon. And it's expected that everybody checks the tire. The wipers have been there for a very long time. People don't use it because it's not raining, you know. And because it has been there, you think it is still working until you are driving in the night and the rain starts. You find out the wipers are not working, and that is a hazard on the road, you know. So we go out there to accost them. You didn't do it right. Why did you beat the traffic light? Because you could be trying to beat this traffic light, and another person that has the right of way is coming, and there will be a crash. That is why we say obey traffic rules, and when they don't do it, then we will now have to impound the vehicle or give them a ticket to pay. You know, this ticket we give them is not because they pay a lot. You can give as little as 3,000, 2,000. But what matters is that we are making you understand that your time, we can delay you. You know, by the time you go and pay federal government, you don't pay to us, it's not our money, it's a central cost, so you pay to the federal government. By the time you take your time to pay that small 3,000, it's very minimal. But you go to the bank and waste your time, and you find that that's overspeeding you were doing that time. It has taken you like 2 hours or 3 hours. You would have just managed and drive the right way and get to your destination.
Is it about the person pays the same day?
No, it's not the most. You pay the same day. But if you have a driver's license, we'll take your license, we'll give you the ticket. If you pay, you come back and collect your license and you go. So we take something that is valuable, that belongs to us because we are the producers of this license. So we take it and ask you to go and pay, and you come back and take your license. But we are just trying to tell you that what you did was wrong. Not just what you pay. What you pay is just things. Some people will even want to like, please take 10,000, just go. We say no, go to the bank, go and do the hustles, go to your pay, come back to us, so that you remember the day you met us. We don't kind of get everybody the same day. Everybody has his own day. You might be passing one road for 10 years. We might not even accost you until one day we accost you. So that's our duties. Then we also do the rescue services. These rescue services comes when every other thing has failed, kind of. We have gone there to teach you. We made the laws. We've gone to teach you. We on the road, we accosted you and say, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And because everybody has his own day, maybe the ones we said didn't matter to you. Then comes the crash. When the crash now happens, that is like the end of it all. We will now go and carry the debris. We clear the road. We take the wounded to the hospital. We take the dead to the morgue. And this is the part we don't want to do. We wish it will not happen. That is why we go before you and tell you, don't overdrive, don't drink and drive, don't overspeed, repair your vehicle. Let me even go back to what causes these crashes that we see on the road.
But before then, I want to understand. Are you saying that any motorist that obeys all of the rules you are talking about, there will be nothing like crash?
Yes, if I obey the rule, you are driving alongside, you obey the rule, you repair your car is in good shape, you are mindful that it's raining, so you reduce speed, you know that the wipers are not good, you repair it, you do what you're supposed to, you don't beat lane, you don't drive in opposite direction, you don't beat traffic lights. These things will be reduced. And when you are descending a slope, like Dubo that is a recurring decimal that we usually see, it's sloping. There are other people that are using this road. We have big lorries and vehicles that are using this road. And you want to overtake. You are not seeing your fronts, you are trying to overtake. That means you want something to happen. But if you obey the rules, if you know that these vehicles are going down, they cannot turn. They can't attack you from turning around to it's only when you try to maneuver that we can have issues. That is when we have head-on collisions, because you didn't see the vehicle that is coming up and you try to maneuver. And we don't have much space on that road. So if we obey rules, these crashes will be reduced. And even if it happens, the impact will not be much. So yes, if we obey rules, it reduces traffic crashes.
Okay. Let me quickly come to the causes of the road accident.
Okay. We have.
But before then, do you think you are succeeding in the job you are doing? Like, are you making progress? Are you recording successes?
Of course, if you're not.
You do.
If you're not recording successes, we won't be here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then you mentioned that you eradicate road accident on the highways. But we still hear accidents here, almost on daily basis.
No, I said our vision. That is our dream. You don't dream. You can dream that you are in London. It is your dream. That is our vision. We want a situation whereby we will eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. But it depends on you and I. If we have this vision and we are working towards it, and you as humans out there are not doing what they are supposed to do, I can't be doing my own and doing their own. We made the law, we are doing the enforcement, we are doing the public enlightenment, we do the clearing, and if you decide not to help us to achieve this, saving lives, that could be yours, that could be your parents, that could be your child's, then we will keep pushing. We'll keep doing and we'll keep pushing, hoping that one day people will understand it and follow the rules.
Okay, you assured me that you're making successes.
Yes, we do.
From the much you are doing already.
Yes.
And my interest is why the road accident, and after which people die. Let's come back to the causes of the road accident.
Okay, we have two main causes of crashes on the road. We have the mechanical faults, we have the human factor, then we have the environmental factor. I'll start with the environmental factor. Environmental factor is like that happened in our home just a few weeks ago. A big tree fell and crushed some people. That is the environmental factor. It rarely happens. It doesn't happen every day. That thing that happened might take up to 10 years before we hear that kind of story again. Trees might fall, but it might not fall on a vehicle. You understand? So it's rare. The occurrence is rare. Then we have the mechanical fault. The mechanical fault is maybe something along the way, something happened. Maybe the engine caught fire, things like that. Mechanical, or maybe a repair that went wrong, you know, can spark up a fire in a vehicle. Or you change tire, you didn't fix it well, you know. But if you check it very well, you find out that the human hand is still in it. You know, the mechanical factor now. Then in that case, whose fault particularly? I'm still coming to that. Okay. So we now have the human factor. The 85% of why we have crashes on the road is due to the human factor. Human factor being that when you fix the tire, you didn't do it right. Your tire is due to be changed, you didn't change it. Your brake is light and you know it's getting flat and you did not change the brake pad. You know, and you are driving in the night without light. You don't have a functional wiper. You need to go for maintenance, you didn't go. When you drink and drive, you overspeed, you carry overload. All those things are human factor because we have a choice not to do it that way. You can decide to load the normal load on your vehicle and you carry it. Forget about the money. We don't think about the wears and tears that happens to a vehicle. All we wanted was that money that we wanted to make that time. So we now give like 85% of the reasons why we have crashes on the road is because of the human being. The remaining 15% is between the mechanical fault and the environmental factor. So you find out that the humans are the reasons why we have crashes. And of course, it's the humans that it affects after the end of it all. Okay,
I want to put a question this way to you. If your target, being a safety officer on the road, if your target is to prevent accident, if it is, and if peradventure we are still seeing accident here and there and all of that, do you think you are succeeding in that your target?
Even in the Western world, in the places where we feel that they have attained everything, you know, everything is in place, everything works well, we still have crashes there and we still have fatalities there. You know, there is never a time that we can totally eradicate crashes, but what we want is to make sure that we don't have fatalities when it happens. You can have minor crashes, somebody might mistakenly hit you, without looking well, you now bump into your car, you take it to mechanic, you repair. We don't want to have people dying on the road. We don't want to have fatalities. It will happen, but let us reduce the fatality of the effect that we have.
All right, how do you treat traffic offenders? You have mentioned that in some cases you give ticket to pay some money. Apart from that, what are other punitive measures?
Punitive measure, that's just a punitive measure that we give. You pay your ticket to come and collect your vehicle. Then there's some minor offenses that we can just caution you, can talk to you, and you will go. So it depends on the gravity of the offense that you commit. Okay, let's look at somebody that is driving in the opposite direction. You're supposed to be going straight and you're driving on the opposite direction. Before then,
I'm interested in the punitive measures.
And that's what I'm still saying.
Okay, if the only punitive measure you have is to caution and then issue ticket to pay, I am thinking, or am I mistaken if I think you have the right to arrest?
We'll arrest you before we give you a ticket.
Oh.
After the arrest, you now take your ticket and you go and pay.
Okay, just arrest and issue the ticket, you don't prosecute?
It depends on what the person did. Like, sometimes I was trying to talk about somebody driving in the opposite direction. That person is supposed to be taken to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. Because why should he be driving opposite and the vehicle? You can have a head-on collision, and that's the most fatal crashes that we have on the road, because it's head-on collision, the person there. So if one is caught driving that way, you should go to a psychiatric for an evaluation. So it depends on what the person did before we now give the measure that we're supposed to give.
So how do you succeed in your arrests, since you don't carry rifles? Yes. How is it possible to you?
Well, I will not say.
People can be violent.
I will not say it is very easy. Our men are going through a lot to do the work. In short, when they are doing a humanitarian job, they are trying to save lives, and you see people out there fighting them, you know. And when something happened, you know, somebody that has been accosted, maybe you stop the person from doing what he was doing, or he didn't achieve what he wanted to because you stopped him and you booked him, and you see any slightest issue with a road safety officer, the person will be the first to from somewhere start throwing stone and start causing trouble. You don't know what the person had in mind, you know. You don't know why the person is doing it, and another person that does not know why he is doing it will now join. We are doing our work to save lives. If a road safety officer stops you and says your tires are worn, change it. Or even if he book you for this tire that is worn, he's trying to save your life tomorrow. I have an example. I was a time in Benue then when I was posted to that we were working in Benue. One vehicle from Enugu was going to Makurdi. And at the roundabout, Enugu roundabout in Benue, we accosted him. He refused to stop. He zoomed off. By the time he passed the Benue command, there's one bend before you start moving on to Makurdi. The car had a crash. He didn't die, you know, but his legs, they must ampute those legs, you know. So it was still the same team that tried to stop him for overspeeding that went to do the rescue services. And then when he saw them, he started crying. It was late already. So when we are cautioning people, they don't value it. It's when they now get to the end, they now start valuing our work, you know. But that is not how it's supposed to be. You should value those people that say, stay safe, do the right thing so that your life lasts longer for you. Okay,
you confirmed that it is not easy arresting people without rifles?
No, it's not. You too should know that.
I am thinking so.
It's not easy, before, we have to do our job.
People can be funny, yes, and they can be violent also. Okay, do you think, or do you wish that government approves rifle to you to make your work easy?
Well, I think those people that are working towards getting that, they've not relented. So if the government feels it is needed to enhance the job, to make it easier for us, I think they will go ahead and give it to us.
Okay. I want to be particular here. What is your punitive measures for driving without seatbelt or using phone on steering?
It is not much, like 3,000. It's not much.
Oh, like 3,000?
Yes, but what
will you stand there and then and make sure that person puts on the seatbelt?
We will. Okay, it's done this way. If you have a driver's license, that driver's license is an important document, you know. Okay. So we will hold your license. Then you can go and do your duties. You wear your seatbelt before you move. If you like, you go out to remove it. We have done our duty to make you wear it. But if you don't have a valid license, maybe your license is already expired, that means we impound this vehicle until you go and pay. Then you renew your license. If it's renewable, if you don't have a license, you start a new license. And it takes like 6 weeks to get it. So however it is, you have to go through this pain to remember that you need to do the things that you're supposed to do right so that you get the right result.
You mentioned earlier that it is part of your duties to issue driving licenses.
Yes.
You did so.
Yes.
Now, how do you ascertain who is worthy to be issued this license before you do that?
Okay, I would say this particular issue, it's not something we can just box into this. When we need to talk about license, we will do it. It's a whole day stuff. But I will say that it is a tripartite arrangement where we have the VIO, we have the Board of Internal Revenue being part of it, and we have our own side of it. You know, the board, they do the check-ins, you know, they have their own side of it. Then we produce. Production means we are at the end of it all. You know, you come for capture in office, we send it to a plant, it is produced, and it returns back to Board of Internal Revenue. So you go and collect from board. That's why I say it's tripartite. We are three doing this work to ensure success.
Okay, anybody that is carrying driving license, what is the implication? That person can drive, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Why do we see a lot of people who parade driving license and they cannot drive?
I think it's a personal thing. People go to driving schools. People go to school. Let me even drop the driving school side. People go to school, they graduate, and they cannot defend their certificates everywhere. You know, you still see people that didn't even go to school, but when you see them talk or act, you're like, this person is learned, you know. It is a personal thing. People, if you want to learn something, if you feel you have a passion to do something, you should do it right. People just, if I don't have a license, I will not drive. So let me go to driving school and pass out and collect my license. And well, we're forgetting that this, you're driving, you're not carrying your life, your family, and a lot of other people. You're carrying lives, and you need to protect this life. You know, when somebody now entrusts life into your hand and enter your vehicle, it's like, I am at your mercy. Take me to my destination, you know. And people don't understand the gravity of being a driver. You know, I've been driving for like 12 or 13 years now, and once I enter the car, like, you need to focus. No matter what it is, you need to focus. But some people see it as just something we do to just get.
Do you not think that happens because you're a safety officer?
I started driving before I joined the car.
Okay. There are a lot of other people who see they drive recklessly. You have noticed that?
Yes, there are so many reasons why people drive recklessly. It's not because they don't know how to drive, but maybe they are under influence, one. Maybe they want to show off. There's some cars you carry, you want people to see you, you know.
And maybe they have the license and they're not qualified to own their license.
Well, it's another ball game altogether. But if you already have a license, you should live up to it. You can be qualified, you can know how to drive, and you still make mistakes on the road. Like you can see a professor, learned people, you know, driving under influence. You can see somebody that didn't go to school, just driving maybe to earn a living, and is driving well. It all depends on the person. So carrying a license is not a ticket that person is very qualified. It is in you. You will decide if you will do it right. Like every other job that we do, you will decide, I want to excel in this thing I'm doing, and you will work towards excellence. But if you just want to do it anyhow, then you do it anyhow. We are all adults, you know. Even when you are accosted and corrected, when you leave that place, you continue what we do, because our eyes are not everywhere. We cannot follow you everywhere. We have like how many of us in the state? We can't control everybody, but we keep going one after pace by pace, hoping that people will understand and act right.
Okay, let's look at the requirements for obtaining a driving license.
It is, like I told you years ago, it's a long process. So when you want us to talk about driver's license, it's going to take us a whole day to talk about. But first you have to go to a driving school. So when you go to after the driving school and you are certified that you have passed your driving school, then you come over for your capture. So after the capture, it's sent to the database where it's produced and it returns to the Board of Internal Revenue for collection.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We want to observe the short break, but when we come out from the break, we would like you to tell us the importance of fire extinguisher in every vehicle.
It's all right.
Avua, thank you so much for being there. It has been a nice time. We have been here discussing the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road, and we know you are there. Thank you so much. Just a short break, we shall be right back. Don't go away.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break. It's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. And our topic for today is the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Thank you so much for being there. I've been here with the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Commission, Enugu State Command, Doris and Ago. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Thank you.
All right, before we went to the short break, we were talking about the importance of fire extinguisher in vehicles.
Okay, fire extinguisher is what we use to extinguish fire if it happens while driving or even when it's stationary. And because the fire that is involved in vehicle is not just ordinary fire, there's fuel, involved, so we expect something big. You know, when it breaks out, the combustion is always high, and it needs something that will combat it. So the fire extinguisher is basically the only, you know, people use soap, water, almost sand, but what gets it extinguished fast so that you will not have much destruction on the vehicle is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. Well, how does it matter that someone drives a vehicle without a plate number?
Wow. That's a security breach, if I can say that. If you are driving a vehicle without a plate number, we don't know if it's stolen, if it's your own. Yeah, it's still not registered, it's not licensed already. You're not supposed to drive a vehicle that does not have a plate number. You know? Okay. So,
there was a punishment allotted to that.
We will, if you are accosted, we'll keep it, you get a plate number. You go and register it. It means that the vehicle is not registered. And if it's even bad on the person that's driving it, because if somebody takes it and registers it, it becomes the person's own. So it's dicey. It is not safe for anybody to drive a vehicle without a plate number. That means it's not registered.
There were still a lot of government official vehicles going without plate numbers.
Don't bring them here. They are government. They know what they want to do and they are doing it. So they just don't bring that here.
Okay. I want to know how you succeed in educating the motorists and the general public on the safety rules. How do you succeed in doing that? Where do you get them?
Okay, I want to say what we have the children home. We have youth safety education where we do those ones in school, primary and junior secondary. In secondary school, you know, as we call it, the youth safety education. We have the road safety club. These are the youth couples, the couples that are attached to us. They also help us in the enlightenment. We teach them, they teach us, you know, teaching people that will teach others. Okay, we still have the regulars like me that go out to schools, to markets, to public places to talk to people. You know, when you are educating people, when you're talking to them, they listen. So long as they are not passing with their money, it is okay. They like to listen to it. If you have pictures, they love it. You have flyers, they'll collect it from you. You know, the only time they're angry with you is when you accost them, you want to book them, you want to give them ticket to go pay. That is the only time they don't like the work we do. But every other work we do, it's okay with them. They love it. So it's easy to talk to people, especially when you know what to tell them and where it concerns them. You know, there was this time we had a program that we were going to all these trailers that brings cattle down to this place, tomatoes and those things. We went to them and we were trying to educate them not to be entering the same vehicle where we have cattle and goods. You know, we were teaching them that it's not good to travel in the same vehicle where we have cattle and tomatoes and all that. When something happens, the fatality is always high. Yes, they liked it. But when you look the other way, they say, how can you travel from the north and enter? The motor will come alone. You now enter another bus and pay another money. Everybody is trying to save this money. Nobody is trying to remember that life is important, you know. But when you go there, they will like it. They will talk to you. They will be nice to you. They will listen. But it is the execution that really matters. How many of them, after talking and you turn your back, will really do the right thing? Okay. You know? So, okay, that's where the problem is. Yes, it's not.
I was about asking you, but I know that talking to students is important. Talking to market women, it's important. But then I think where the problem is, or the compliance. Compliance first, but then I think it is the motorists. Because drinking or steering is about the motorist. Not putting on the seat belt is about the motorist. What again, overspeeding is about the motorist. Not using the fire extinguisher, it's about them. Using phone on the steering, it's about them, and all of that. So they are more directly involved. So that's what I mean. How do you go about getting the most appropriate people and talking to them?
Of course, when you're talking to the market people, you have the drivers of the truck there. We go to motor parks, we go to churches, we go to, you actually go everywhere. You talk to people, you must get people at every point in time, even bus stops. You might be passing and you talk to people at every point in time. Even when you're correcting a child that is trying to cross the road wrongly, it is public enlightenment. You know, if you have a passion to do it, even do it unconsciously. You like, hey, stop it! You don't even know what you're doing. Stop! Don't do that. It's wrong. Before you know, you have already passed the information that you need to pass. You know, we are doing our work. Let people comply. That's
okay. Looking at the rate of compliance already, do you think you have done enough, or do you consider moving forward to do more?
There is no enough when it comes to life. When it comes to saving life, it's a continuous thing. It's an everyday thing. The people you talk today, if I go to a particular park for 5 weeks, the people now say you only get about 2 or 3 people that you have talked to there the next time you come. So you always see different people, new faces, and that is it means that it is a continuous process. You must continue to talk to people so that you can get more people. This is the only time you get like thousands in minutes, you know, when people watch and listen. That is where we get more audience. But going from park to markets, to churches, you know, you talk to a congregation, and the next Sunday you will still meet new people, you know, and you still have new things to tell them. So it is a continuous process, and we are not relenting.
Are there separate things you are telling them, or it is the same safety rules you have mentioned here?
Safety rules will never end. You cannot exhaust them in a day. You know, you say this, but if it's don't drink and drive, you want to talk about, you can talk about it the whole day, and you continue. You get another thing, you now want to talk about it.
Okay, then how do you meet up in the emergency cases on the road in the right time?
Okay, well, emergency cases, when we get a call, we have 5 minutes to meet. When it's emergency, every second counts. So we already have a standby vehicle for that. We have the ambulance that is always on standby day and night. People are there. Before you go, you pray. We don't want anything to happen, but if it happens, they are there to do it. You know. Then we have our tow truck in case they need to be towed. We have a tow truck that is on standby as well. So emergency, we are apt when it comes to emergency.
Okay. Then what do you do? What's your services in terms of emergency?
Evacuation. You know, those ones, when you come to emergency situation, worst case scenario, you have the dead, you have the wounded, you have those ones shouting. Those ones that are not even shouting are the worst cases. They might be wounded and dying, and they can't shout. So these are the first people we pick. The dead ones are already dead, so they are well out of it. You know, the ones that are shouting still have chances. It's those ones that are stuck, that might not be shouting, but they are still alive, that you rescue first. Then you pick those ones that are shouting because they are still conscious. So you pick the unconscious, then you pick the conscious and take them to the hospital before you come back for those ones that are dead. Then the debris need to be removed. Because if you leave an accidented vehicle or a crashed vehicle on the road, it is bound that another one will happen there. So immediately when the ones that are wounded and dead are moved, then the tow truck comes in and pull it off. If you cannot move them, because there's some vehicles you cannot move immediately, at least you take it off the roads so that other ones can have an access road and pass and reduce traffic on the road and help others to move on.
Do you make any effort to understanding the cause of any accident?
Yes, we do. In short, we have a team that always go back to a scene of a crash to check what happened. You know, once it happened, the person will be there. You know, eyewitnesses account matters. You know, the driver, if it's okay and conscious, can tell you what happened. Whoever is involved, passerbys, watchers will tell you what happened. Then you now match it with the other accounts you get, you know, from the driver, from the passengers, from the person from the other vehicle, and whoever is around. Then you still go back and analyze it. Then everything is cleared. You mark the person, those people mark the road and go back. Then sit back and analyze how it happens. And most times we get the pictures together, because the driver might not want to be liable, and he will be telling you, it wasn't me, I was trying to move and it bashed into me, you know. But when you see how the car or the vehicle is parked after the crash, or the skids, the tire skids, the marks on the road will show you where it started. If it was a brake failure, or if it was trying to match brake or trying to escape another oncoming vehicle. With that you can analyze and find out what happened, and you forward it to the headquarters.
What do you do with it?
They use that to make policies, to help in a situation where we have occurrences like in Ugunyama, where we always have occurrences. They are now looking at the topography of the place, what you can do to help the place to reduce accidents, crashes on the road. So they use it for policy making to help people escape crashes.
Okay, can you itemize some of the prevalent or more prevalent causes of road accident?
Okay, I will say one is overspeeding, drunk driving, overconfidence. That's another one that people don't even look at. When you will see a vehicle moving, the space, the place is narrow, and you feel you can move, I can drive, you want to maneuver. That overconfidence most times causes head collision, because you must have judged the oncoming vehicle and you feel your speed is higher, you can maneuver. And that one is not yielding way, because there's some people that will slow down for you to come, to pass. But there's some people that will like, why is it coming? Okay, let him come. The person will now think the other one will slow down, and that is when we have head-on collisions, and most times they are fatal.
Okay, okay, thank you so much. I want to know what you do to make sure that highway codes are standardized, road traffic codes.
You mean our own highway code?
Yes.
It is standardized on its own. It is of standard. I think we'll be talking about availability, but when it comes to standard, it is of international standard.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, how do you determine and enforce speed limit to vehicles?
Initially when the speed limiter came, we were trying to get everybody, most buses, to get it installed. Most buses, especially those that are running interstates, have speed limiter.
Okay.
But the ones I can say is the routine buses, most of them don't have it, but we are still working on it. Some of them still come and say, I want a speed limiter, because we enforce it. If you are accosted and you don't have it, you're supposed to have it, we enforce it. So some of them on their own, I don't want to holler, I want to install the speed limiter. So people are still coming for speed limiter.
Okay, then is there any way you synergize with other agencies on the road, like the police on the road?
We are all sister agencies, and when we need their help, they are there. When they need our help, we are also there.
In what cases?
We collaborate with them in traffic, execution of traffic rules. There's some places you come, you see police, you see other agencies, doing traffic work and all the important things that we want the road to be sanitized. You do your own, I do my own. We come together. You find out that the works are interwoven somehow, so they help each other. The important thing is that we get the work done. Let people be safe in the state. That's what's important.
Are there other agencies involved? I mentioned the police.
I don't need to mention the others. We have call them sister agencies.
Okay.
We have people, uniform agencies that work together. We work together.
Okay, in all of this, I think the bottom line is the safety of people.
Sure.
And you have mentioned here that where we have the problem is on the aspect of compliance.
Yes.
What do you think should be done so that motorists will comply more than what we are seeing today?
I think we'll continue with the public alignment, because that is what we believe. We don't need to tie people to do the right thing. In as much as we accost you, we give you a ticket. If one do not want to change, you cannot change if you don't tell yourself you want to change. If somebody is continuously drinking and driving, it's only when he sits himself down and say, I don't want to be doing this. You can continue to be giving him ticket. He will be paying until he tells himself that this life, I don't want it, or he loses the life. So it's of two ways. It's either he changes or he loses the life. So we will do our own, hoping that people will understand and do their own part, because I cannot do my own and do. I can't be driving for you and driving for myself. In as much as defensive driving teaches us that I can't be driving for myself and driving for you, but it's just taking safety precautions when I'm driving so that I'll stay away from you, so that you won't bump into me. That is what it teaches. But in the real sense, I can't drive your vehicle and drive my own at the same time. I can only play safe so that the person carry the wahala and pass and leave me in peace.
Are you not considering maybe the option of re-strategizing? Because most times you may not be able to get a different result if you do one thing over and over again, the same method.
I didn't say we are not getting results.
I know.
We are
but the result is maybe plus or minus 50%?
No, it's not just
okay, give us the statistics.
I'm not giving you statistics now because I don't have it written down here. But I'm saying every year we check what we have done with the statistics, because every crash that happens, we pick the number of people involved, wounded, dead, whatever, the number of vehicles involved, and we send the statistics to our HQ, and they compile it. At the end of the year, they use it to make policies. If they are going to take higher, like there was a time we were doing reduction, 50% reduction of traffic crashes and fatalities. We know we made impact during this time. We reduced it to 25%. We kept moving it up and down, depending on the statistics on how you find out that last year we had crashes in Ngoyama, but the fatality was not what it used to be. This year we have fatalities, so we work towards reducing the fatalities. We didn't say it will not happen at all. We have not gotten to that point where crashes will not happen at all, but we want a situation whereby people will just be scratches, the vehicle will go to mechanic will repair it, and people will go home. So
I am looking at you as a teacher.
Thank you.
Because a teacher in a classroom teaching students or pupils, if you use this method, if it doesn't work, you may decide to change the formula. The second formula or the third one may work.
Yes.
If you use this example, if you see that maybe the pupils or the students are not, they don't understand, you may decide to use a separate example. With that, they may understand.
I do.
Mine is a clamor for more compliance.
Okay.
You have your method we've been using to teach, to educate the motorists and then the general public. I would have wished you re-strategize by way of getting to have or to teach them with different methods. Maybe we will record more compliances.
I am not saying we are not re-strategizing. We are doing it. Every year we do that. We bring up the way we're going to run it for the year. So strategies changes every time. So long as we are getting results, we will continue.
Okay. At this point in time, I want you to itemize the challenges you meet on the road with the motorist as the safety officer on the road.
There are many we have non-compliance. We have people getting aggressive. In Nigeria, nobody wants to part with his money and his time. When you accost the person, you're not looking at his time and money getting involved. So we have some people getting volatile. We have some people trying to even fight road safety officers.
Trying to fight?
Yes, we have places where.
Why are you not saying it loudly?
I am saying it as loud as I can.
Okay.
And the people that want to get violent with you, in trying to keep them safe. So
is that not an offense?
It is an offense, It is an offense. Some even want to gather people to mock, But we are not relenting. The important thing is that we are not relenting. These lives you are saving might not just be your own. It could be somebody it might not just be somebody you don't know. I've had places where we go for rescue and you find that it's somebody that you know, that is maimed, that is dead or wounded. When a call for rescue comes, we don't see it as it is work. It is passion. You see people that are not even on duty, detailed on duty, picking their jackets and running off, just to save those lives. And people out there don't see, they don't understand the passion to save life. You don't just bring everybody that you see on the road to come in and walk in rescue. These are people that want to help. But out there, some people don't understand it. It's not just work, it is passion for us.
Okay. Then the other aspect of it, what are the hazards of this your duty on the road?
Sometimes we get knocked, people get knocked on the road, on full uniform. You see somebody on full speed, you will see the person coming, and you think the person will break, and sometimes they don't break. They hit, some hit and run. Some of us die on the road trying to help other people. There is even issues, places where somebody went on rescue and another vehicle came there and crushed, trying to rescue. We are flagging him down, slow down, and he didn't. Before you know it, has already knocked somebody down. So there are so many hazards.
In that case, what do you do?
What will you do is rescue the rescuer now. So what will you do? Start and rescue all over again. In tears, in pains, but you have to do the work.
Okay, let's bring it to the aspect of the government. Has government been able to provide you with everything you need to do this job effectively?
Nobody provides everything you need to do this job with.
But you are a government agency.
Yes.
It's not the responsibility of the government to provide?
Everything. If we might have other things that we need that they've not, but they are providing. Well, it's important that those things that we need are provided. And if we need more, we will ask for more. And they do their own part. We might not have everything that we need, but at least we have the things that we need to do the work.
I want to ask you this question directly. Do you need more?
Of course, everybody is Oliver. I know you are too. If you are asking or given an opportunity to ask, you will ask. So if you ask me, I will ask for more.
Aneke TV has provided this opportunity for you to ask. I want to remind you that the government is listening now as we speak. So this is a free charge opportunity to talk to the government. That you are the Oliver Twist now. I wanted to ask for some more.
Of course, the government know that if you have more vehicles, it will help us to do more.
Okay.
You understand? So
ask as many as you can. This is the opportunity.
My desire is to have maybe another vehicle, 1 or 2, to help us in the work that we do, or maybe a rescue vehicle as well to help us do the work better. But that is it.
Okay. Now I do observe that it is the there are the obedient motorists that you encounter on the road, and there are the disobedient ones.
No, we don't just encounter the obedient ones. So most times if I'm on the road and I see those ones that are obedient, that listens to you, you know that these are the people that you can easily convert. These are the people that you easily talk to and they will obey you. I caution them. That's for me, I will caution. Don't do it again, knowing that they will obey you. The ones I don't like are those ones that will look you in the face and like, what can you do? That is when you show them that I can book you. And you go and pay for this offense, So the gullible, the ones you feel are gullible are not really gullible. These are the people that I love. Those are the people that I love talking to. But sometimes those ones that you think are machos on the road, they are the bullies on the road. Sometimes when you see them down and talk to them, it's just that ignorant. They don't know. They don't understand it. By the time you talk to them, show them pictures of memes and deaths, they go sober and they will understand you. So it depends on the approach on how to talk to people on the road that determines how they react to you, on how they try to understand what you are saying.
I understand that each day you are going to work, you get prepared because you wouldn't know what you're going to meet for the day.
Yes, we have a normal routine, yeah. But also you prepare for the unforeseen.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
You get prepared for that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, are there no motorists? You've mentioned that there are the ones that are complying, and those are the ones that help you record the successes you've recorded, isn't it? Are there no motorists who are complying with these rules?
There are people complying. I mean, there are some others are still breaking the rules.
Okay, but the problem you have are those who are breaking the rules.
Yes.
Okay. I want you to do a shout out to those who are complying. Do a shout out to them.
Okay, these are my people. Those are the people that listen, people I talk to, people that obey traffic rules. I love you all, and please continue to obey traffic rules because your life you're saving is yours and other people's life. If you obey and keep your life safe. So keeping safe for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, I want you to speak to those who are thick-headed and those who give you headache on the road. They just have to change, otherwise
those ones
they meet the full rot of the
those ones that like giving headache on the road. You're not a Superman, nobody is, and I wouldn't want you to get to a point whereby you regret not doing the right thing. So please do the right thing so that you get the right result. Road safety is out there to help you stay safe. Please obey traffic rules so that you stay alive for those you love and those that love you.
You have asked the government for more. Would you like to make a shout out to the government?
Oh yeah, the government, they are doing their best, but we still want you to do more. Do more so that we'll do our work better. Okay.
All right, this is where we're done the cutting for today. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Avia, thank you so much. I'll be here with the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Enugu State Command. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Doris and Ago.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. Avia, thank you so much. It's been a nice time we had with you, discussing on the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps officers on the road. Thank you so much. We are going to drop or stop here to continue again. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Community secondary school is a value.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Dear woman, this is a safe space to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Today we're talking about politics. Remember I told you that we're going to be having an episode dedicated to Nigerian politics. Today I'm sharing with you 5 reasons why you need to be actively involved or actively participate in the upcoming general elections. And I just don't mean at the federal level, even at the state level, you need to be active. Now, the number one reason why you need to be active in these upcoming elections is that you live in a country where our president has to borrow money from elsewhere in order for us to be able to build roads. Now, for us to have accessible roads in this country, we now need to borrow money elsewhere. As they would say in Pidgin, when matter reach like this, so water don't pass Gary. Water don't pass Gary. You don't need to be quiet any longer. You don't need to sit at the back. This is not the time for you to say, oh, I'm a Christian, oh, I'm a churchgoer. Even God wants you to be actively involved in politics. Oh, I'm a woman. Politics is not for women. It's a dirty game. That was before, not longer now. If we have to do something as basic as building roads and we need to go abroad in order to build this road, to get money to build this road, it means there's a problem in our economic system, in our management, in our disbursement. Why are we paying taxes? Why are we generating revenues if we don't know what that revenues is doing? I don't want to dabble too deep into this, but I just want to let you know that if you stay in a country and that country needs to go borrow elsewhere in order for them to do something as basic as building roads, and not just any country, Nigeria, that is supposed to be the giant of Africa, you cannot afford to be at the back burner. You cannot afford to be silent. You cannot afford to not use your PVC. You cannot afford to not join yourself in active conversations that are going on around politics, especially as a woman. You can no longer afford to do that. Now, this thing I just said, there is a headline on Punch on Aneke TV that reads, President Tinubu seeks $516 million global loan for Sokoto Badagry Highway. I'm not just making this up. Now, the second reason why you need to be actively involved in the upcoming elections is because you live in a country where a duly appointed minister cannot perform the core reason why he was elected or the core reason why he was appointed into that position. The reason why he's there, his ministry can no longer perform that thing. He apologizes to the country, and for penance, guess what he does? I'll tell you, he resigns in order to go contest for governorship elections. I'm talking about none other than the Minister for Power, which is Minister or former Minister Adebayo, Adebalo. I hope, sir, I did not mispronounce your name. Now, I'm not exaggerating facts. I'm not lying about this. This is a news, and the headline is, I apologize. Power Minister begs Nigerians over outages 24th March 2026. This news is available on Punch News, BBC, The Cable, and more. And for the part where I said he decides to go contest for elections or contest for the Oyo State governorship elections, the headline reads, April 22nd, Adebalo resigns as power minister and indicates interest in the Oyo State governorship race, though his resignation takes effect from 30th April. This news is available on The Cable, Aneke TV, Premium Times Nigeria, Vanguard News, Daily Post Nigeria, and more. Somebody, let me give this for example. You appoint a class monitor, and the class monitor cannot put down the names of noisemakers, cannot see to it that there is chalk and there is duster in the class, does not see to it that the class is tidy, and this monitor, apologizes for what he has done, for his inability to manage the affairs and the activities of the class. And after apologizing in the classroom, as the case may be in the ministry, what he decides to do as a way of showing repentance or penance is to go a step higher and say, I want to be head boy of this whole school, and I want to be governor of Oyo State. Where is it done? Where is it done? I ask again. You need to put yourself in order, and you need to make sure that you're actively participating, because if someone cannot perform the basic role that he or she is appointed for or appointed to see to it, how will that person now look after the affairs of a whole state? How will that person oversee the affairs of a whole state? I don't know if he can or if he cannot. I'm not here to judge his abilities or in his inabilities, but I'm telling you that if you are thinking of not participating in your upcoming elections, this is a major reason why you need to contest. You need to make sure that power is in the right hands so that we can get the positive change that we demand in this country. Now I'm going to read a couple of things to you, and I want you to follow me. Just be patient with me as we read on. Nigeria's ambassador designate to Algeria, Mohammed Mahamadou Lele, died in Ankara, Turkey. So he died in the early hours of April 19, 2026. This news is available on NTA Network News, is available on Punch, is available on The Sun Nigeria, Aneke TV, and more. And we also have Godiya Okashiki, who was the senator representing the Nasarawa North Senatorial District in Nasarawa State. He died on 31st December 2025 in India due to a prolonged illness. This news is available on Premium Times Nigeria, TVC Nigeria, and Wikipedia. We also have former governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, who died on December 27th, 2023 in a German hospital following a long battle with prostate cancer and leukemia. This news is available on Premium Times. Now, in all of this that I've read, there is a pattern here that I want you to take note. The pattern here is that these are all prominent Nigerian politicians who are office holders. They've passed on, God bless their soul. Another thing that they have in common is that they are all dead, and they all died in foreign countries. They did not die in Nigeria. They all suffered from one illness or the other illness. I just did this research based on 2023 to 2026. But if you go further than that, you will realize that a lot of politicians in our country who are sick tend to get medical help from abroad, medical care from abroad, and some of them that have passed on, they died abroad. Why are they leaving our hospitals in Nigeria and going abroad to seek medical treatment? Why are they not getting the medical care and help that they need in Nigeria? Does it mean that we don't have qualified doctors in Nigeria? Does it mean that we don't have qualified government hospitals in Nigeria? The answer is that we have qualified doctors in Nigeria, but we do not have qualified government hospitals in Nigeria, because this is found in Punch, The Sun, where we see resident doctors going on strike because, according to them, the hospital system in Nigeria is no longer working. They don't have the right equipment, the right environment to cater to illnesses. And our politicians, of course, they are going abroad because they have the money to go abroad and get medical care. But you and I, do we have that money to go abroad and get medical care? I'm not going to, push you for an answer. I'm just hoping that you have an answer. If you know that you don't have that money to go abroad and seek medical help or seek medical care when you are in need of it, you need to join, participate in the upcoming elections in your state, in your local government, in the place where you are resident. Even if, which I don't think there is any reason why, but even if you will not put your vote to good use, join conversations, talk about it, influence people positively to make the right decision. Even if you think that you have the money and that you are able to fly abroad or fly your family members abroad if they need medical care, I hope you know that sometimes medical emergencies happen, and when medical emergencies happen, you might not, even if you have the resources, it might not come in time for you to take that person abroad, and you now have to rely on hospitals in Nigeria. Are you going to have the courage, the mindset, the boldness to trust in the care that is being provided in Nigeria? If you cannot trust that care, please do well to participate. Fortunately, unfortunately, actually it's unfortunately, we live in a country where if you're in your home, you are in a school, you are in your church, you are even in the marketplace, you can get kidnapped. There is no longer a safe zone in Nigeria. There is no longer a safe haven in Nigeria. Whether you are in church, whether you are worshiping your God, you are in your mosque, you are in the school, you are in your house, you are not safe. You can be kidnapped at any time, any day. And I'll give you news where this has happened. Take your child to school and you're putting that child in the intimate hands of God, praying that that child goes to school and come back safely without being kidnapped. You are not safe in Nigeria. And this is the country where you want to stay in, and you want to stay in the shadows and not participate. Do you know that a woman's fate when kidnapped is worse than a man? Sometimes a man is killed immediately and their pain and their suffering is over. But you, the woman, you're the one that they are going to keep as their wives to birth more children for them. You are the one that they are going to keep to turn to house help and cook for people that they are going to be kidnapping and nurturing their sick. You also know that if your husband gets kidnapped, you are the one who is going to be left as a widow if that person is killed. You are the one who is going to be left to sell up everything that you have in this life in order to rescue that person. And if you rescue that person, people are starting from square one. A woman's fate is worse when she lands in the hands of kidnappers, especially if they are not asking for money, if they have other ulterior motives. Please, don't stay on the sideline. Don't say that this is a man's game. This is no longer a man's game. We have allowed politics to be a man's game for so long. It has not favored us. It will not favor us. It is time for us to take the bull by the horn and make this game ours. Coincidentally, we also live in a country where when terrorists are caught, they are often rehabilitated. Yes, when terrorists are caught, they are not, they don't go to court, get life imprisonment, get death sentences, get all those kind of punishments that we are accustomed to. Now, when our terrorists are caught, people they are rehabilitated. And when they are rehabilitated, they are done with their rehabilitation, they are put back into the society. And I don't know where the thinking is coming from. Okay, I've heard news where they say that the essence of doing this is to get information from them and to turn them to good citizens of Nigeria. Now, do they want to become good citizens of Nigeria? I don't know. But since this rehabilitation thing started, I know that we have more insecurity, we have more problems in Nigeria than good. So I don't know if it's working. But you see, if they are rehabilitating them and pushing them back to us, what of those that were not rehabilitated? What of those that went through the system? Because even when you meet drug users and they go through the rehabilitation process, we know that some drug users come back worse than they were when they go through rehabilitation. So how do we know for sure that these terrorists that went through rehabilitation process, that they are not even worse, that their heart is no longer, maybe before their heart was like wood, but now their heart is now like stone, and they are willing and ready to do more than they have ever done? How do we know that? We don't know. My dear, with these few reasons of mine, and I hope I was able to convince you and not confuse you that you can no longer sit at the sideline and judge by the side. You need to be actively involved in the general elections. Don't allow your vote to be bought with food. Not just food, but food that will not last you a month and it will be the end of it and you will suffer for the next 4 years. Who knows? You might not even be alive to see the next election. God forbid. Yes, God forbid. But what if God does not forbid it? Over to our bowl of words. I know we didn't do it last time, but we have to because this is a heated topic and we need to bring the temperature of the room down. I hope we bring something that, is occasion. I choose love over fear and acceptance over perfection. Yes, it's time for you to put your fear away and put the love you have for this country on the forefront of your heart. I know that somewhere in your heart you actually love Nigeria and you love the country. It's time for you to bring that love out and show up and show out for this country. My name is Chidima and this is Dear Woman. Dear One is available on Aneke TV every Wednesday and a replay on a Saturday. Love you. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Few Nigerian statesmen embody the ideals of national unity and principled public service life, popularly known as Danmasani Kano, a prestigious traditional title in northern Nigeria, meaning the knowledgeable one or scholar. Maitama Sule became one of the country's most respected voices on national unity, diplomacy, and responsible leadership. From his early years in politics to his service as Nigeria's permanent representative to the United Nations, he built a reputation as a bridge builder who consistently promoted dialogue over division and consensus over conflict. One of the defining philosophies of his life was that leadership must be anchored on integrity, humility, and service to the people. He repeatedly warned against politics driven by ethnicity, religion, and personal ambition, insisting that national development could only thrive where justice, inclusion, and mutual respect exist. Maitama Sule also believed strongly in the power of education, youth development, and intellectual engagement as tools for nation building. His public interventions were often marked by moderation, wisdom, and deep historical reflections. His life offers enduring lessons for contemporary Nigeria: the need for selfless leadership, responsible public discourse, tolerance in diversity, and commitment to national cohesion above sectional interests. At a time of growing political tension and social fragmentation, the legacy of Maitama Sule remains a reminder that nation building requires vision, restraint, and the courage to place country above self. Echoes of the past, where the voices of great minds continue to illuminate the path of history.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwazo na ahia mgboji ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba. Ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Daalụ maka isonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Anyị abatakwa dịka anyị si eme na mkparịta ụka anyị n'ikuzi na ịgbaziri. Na nke taa ihe anyị na-eji neba anya bụ iwulite ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ maka ọdịmma anyị echi, maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ echi, maka ọdịmma ọha obodo echi. Maka na ine n'anya n'obodo anyị kịta ị na-ajụ onwe gị mpụ na aghụghọ a na-afụ n'obodo kedu ebe ha si pụta. Ha si chekwa n'ezinụlọ wee pụta. Anyị wee na-ajụzi ọ na anyị amaghị eguzobe dịka o si wee kwesị ka ọ na kedu ebe mmiri si wee bazia n'opi ụgbọ. Nsogbu adịrọ, naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ nọnyela anyị maka ndị mụ na ha na-eje ije karị nke tata. Ha kwadoro akwado, ha zukwa n'ezo. Ha bụ ndị na-ejere Chineke ozi, bụkwa ndị na-ejere ọha obodo ozi. Ịma na ndị ụkọchukwu, ndị pastọs, ọrụ ha karịa. Ha na-alụ n'ụlọ ụka, ha na-alụ n'ezinụlọ ha, na ha na-alụ n'ọha obodo, na-alụ ebe dị iche iche. Oge ụfọdụ na-ajụ kedụzi mgbe ha ji enwe ohere ime ihe ụfọdụ ha na-eme. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ nọlụ chebiri anyị maka na anyị kwadoro akwado. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahụmele dịka nsogbu ekwu ndị mụ na ha nọ bụ ndị unu afụkwa oge ọbụla na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị. O wee bụrụ site n'aka ekpe m Pastọ Christian Eze. Pastọ Christian Eze, anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata.
Daalụ, anyị na-ekene ọha na eze.
Pastọ Christian Eze bụ onye na-ejere Chineke ozi na Redeemed Church, ọ bụ ya?
Yes, sir. Redeemed Christian Church of God.
Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG. Daalụ maka isonyela anyị na nke taa. Onye na ya yi wee bụrụkwa ọkpata akụ na odozi akụ, bụkwa pastọ, onye ozi, evangelist, ha niile, Glorious Eze. Anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata.
Ndewo, daalụ rinne. Ndewo nụ ndị ọma na-ege anyị ntị.
Dịka nsi wee kwuo, ihe anyị na-eje n'anya bụ iguzobe ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ, ezinụlọ ga-akwụdobe maka ọdịmma anyị echi, maka ọdịmma ọha obodo. M ga-ebido ebe ị nọ, Pastọ Christian. Iguzobe ezinụlọ siri ike ọ ihe ga-ekwe omume. Ọ bụla onye ụmụaka kịta sịrị how is it possible? Ọ ihe dị gị ka ga-enwetenwu na ị na-anya n'ihe na-eme n'obodo ugbu a.
Ndewo. Iguzobe ezinụlọ dị mma, ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ, ezinụlọ nwere ezi mgbọrọgwụ, ọ bụ ihe a ga-emenwu. Ọ ihe a na-eme dị ya ugbu a. Ọ bụ ihe a ga-emenwu. Ọ ihe kwere omume.
Ọ ihe kwere omume. Na nkwenye nke gị, Glorious, ọ dị gị ka ihe kwere omume na ị na-anya n'ụdị ụmụaka a na-afọ kịta anụnwa n'ụzọ.
ọ ihe kwere omume na nkwenye nke m bụrụ ihe a ga-emenwu emenwu n'agbanyeghị ihe anyị na-ahụ kịta. Ọ bụrụ na ị na-anya isi m gaba na mbido onye guzobere ezinụlọ wee maa na ọ bụ ihe a ga-emenwu iguzobe ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ bụ ezinụlọ nke ga-eme ka ọdịnihu ma ọ dị na mma nke ọha obodo maọbụ nke nna na nna maọbụ nke nwatakịrị a bụrụ ihe kwesịrị ekwesị, bụ ihe ziri ezi n'anya mmadụ na n'anya Chineke. Ị na-anya hụ na ihe kwere omume na ihe a ga-emenwu eme, n'ihi na e nwere onye guzobere ezinụlọ wee nye mgbọrọgwụ otu e ga-esi wee mee ka ezinụlọ bụrụ ihe ga-eguzobegide ezigbo ihe maọbụ ntọala kwesịrị wee nye nne na nna.
Biko tụnyetụgodo ụmụ obere azụ atụ ga-esi wee bido guzobe ya ụdị mgbọrọgwụ anyị si na a ga-akụnye, kedu ebe a ga-ebido? Maka ụfọdụ ndị nne na nna kịta anụnwa oge ụfọdụ ọ dị ka ha na-agbalụ ọrụ ha ọsọ ka a ghara ịsị ka nwa ya ghara iwe iwe. Kedu ihe ọ dị gị tụnye naanị obere azụ ihe ọ ga-abịa emenwuo ya?
Ihe mbụ na-enegara anya ọ ga-abịa eme o wee bụrụ ihe gosiri na a ga-emenwu ya bụ anyị lee anya, maka ihe anyị na-ekwu okwu ya bụ ezinụlọ, iguzobe ezinụlọ siri ike. Anyị lee anya, enwere onye guzobere ezinụlọ na mbụ. Onye ahụ guzobere ezinụlọ na mbụ bụ Chineke. Ọ bụrụ na anyị onwe anyị chọrọ ka anyị guzobe ezinụlọ dị mma ga-ekwe nwe omume, ịma na anyị ga-esoro ụkpụrụ ya nwa bụ Chineke guzobere mgbe o guzobere ezinụlọ, dịka akwụkwọ nsọ gwara anyị na Garden of Eden na ọ kpọrọ nwoke kpọrọ nwaanyị wee guzobe ha wee wube ezinụlọ wee bido mụba ọmụmụ. Ọ bụrụ na anyị lee anya mara na ụkpụrụ iguzobe ezinụlọ anụmadị mma bụ ihe anyị ga-enweta site na onye tọrọ ntọ n'ala ezinụlọ. Anyị hụ na ihe kwere omume, maka na ọ ya nwa bụ onye ji aka onwe ya wee chepụta ihe banyere ezinụlọ, mara ka ihe banyere ezinụlọ ga-esi wee dị mma, wee mite ezi mkpụrụ, wee nye nne na nna, wee nyekwa ọha obodo. Mana mgbe anyị wezugara onye abụ bụ ya tọrọ ntọ n'ala ezinụlọ n'akụkụ wee mebe nke anyị hụ onye nwa mere iji hụ na anyị nweghị ezinụlọ anyị ga-ejide nwa aka, maka na anyị lefuru isi na-ehibe nkwụ ụlọ anya were na-eme nke anyị. Ya mere anyị ji na-enwe ezigbote ọgbata uhie n'ichekwado ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ n'ụbọchị ndị a.
Daalụ rinne na nkọwa gị anụnwa Pastor Glorious okwu onye ozi Chineke na-abịa ebe ị nọ, Pastor Christian. Kedu ka anyị ga-esi wee ma na ezinụlọ anyị adaba na ọ dị ka anyị apụtago n'ihe a Chineke gosi anyị ntọala ahụ ọtọ? Kedu ka ụfọdụ ga-esi wee ma? Maka ọtụtụ ndị nne na nna amadụ mgbe o bido ghasara.
Daalụ. Ndị Igbo tụrụ ilu si na onye na-amahụ ebe mmiri bidoro mmawa ya ada ama ebe ọ na-akwụsị. Imam nguzobe nwe ezinụlọ dị mma siri ike ma isitere na gị onwe gị. Ọ ka nwoke dị na nwaanyị dị, ọ dị ka ha dị n'ụdị ezinụlọ ha ga-ewu. Mmadụ adịghị enye ihe ọ na-enwerọ. Ikekwe na-ala ike esemokwu ijiri ya na-eme ọnụ si na ebe ị nọbọ m na-achọkwa ka anụ ọgụ ị na-abịa achọ ka akụrisie anya chọọ mpịakasị apịakasịa. Iwere taa na-apịakasị iyi eguzobe ezinụlọ pịakasịrị apịakasị, maka ịma nnọkọta ije ọ dịghị ka be gị ọ ga-adị ka nke onye na-anaghị apịakasị. Na ebe ntọala dịka nwanne anyị nwaanyị Glorious kwuru na enwere ntọala, enwere onye guzobere ezinụlọ. Na ihe mbụ bụ kedu ụdị nwoke ịbụ, kedu ụdị nwaanyị ịbụ. Ị chọrọ ezinụlọ dị mma mana ịbụghị onye dị mma. Ị chọrọ ezinụlọ ụmụaka na-ekwu eziokwu mana ịbụ onye asị.
Agwa agaghị na ịmụ ihe dị ogologo.
Ịhụrụ na nsogbu
dị.
Ị chọrọ inwe ụmụaka na-erube isi mana gị nwa bụ nwaanyị dị erube isi, enwere nrube isi enwero ezi nrube isi ụmụaka gị ga-amụta n'aka gị. Ụfọdụ oge bụ ụmụaka bụ igwe ga na-abara gị mbasị na etu isi agwada ji anyị okwu adọrọ m. Ịfụ na ntọala na ihe ị na-eguzobe ebidogo ghasabari maka ọgụnwa bụ onye mbụ
na-ebido aghasa.
Gụnwa ezinụlọ bụ n'aka mmadụ ka o si aghasa. Ezinụlọ ada anọkata ọghasa, ezinụlọ ada anọkatakwa n'oguzobe. Baịbụl sị na nwaanyị maara ihe na-eme gịnị na-ewu ezinụlọ ya. Ịta ka ọ dịkwa nwoke maara ihe, maka ebe a na-agwa nwoke ka nwaanyị na-amụtakwu ihe, ebe a na-agwa nwaanyị nwoke nwekwuru ihe ọ ga-amụta ebe a. Maka nwoke dị iberibe ya aghasa ezinụlọ ya, dịka nwoke a na-akpọ Nabal ji ọnụ ya wee jee jide kọchacha David na-echekwa ihe niile nwere n'ugbo atụrụ ya, wee were ọnụ kwute ihe ga-egbu ezinụlọ ya, wee na-ekokwesị na ọgịnị na ya mara ihe ya na-eme, enwere ihe na-eme, na ya karịrị okwu ya kote. Emezie mgbe ọ dara na David kpọrọ igwe ndị agha wee bịazie n'ọka egbuo onye na a ga-ekpochapụ ezinụlọ ya. Amamihe nwunye ya bi zọpụtara ụbọchị ya. Ya mere na ọ ka onye dị nke mbụ bụ ịta anyị ga-esi wee nwuo ụdị ezinụlọ ahụ bụ anyị ga-amalite jụba onwe anyị kedu ụdị onye mbụ, kedu ụdị akparamagwa dị m n'ime, kedu ụdị ndị m na-ebi. Maka na ihe ị nwere bụ ihe ị ga-akụnye n'ime ndị ezinụlọ.
Ihe a i kwuru chetara m ebe nna otu mgbe nnụ ka nwatakịrị na-ebe, ọ bụ na nna ya tiri ihe, nwatakịrị na-ebe ihe ọ na-ebe, ọ na-ebe ihe ọ na-ebe. Wee jụọ onye mbịakwute si ya, gwanụ onye gị na ya bi n'ekwu ya si na nwatakịrị ọsị m ejekwa n'ebe a. M jọs wepụ ọnụ n'okwu a nsị ọ gịnị mere na nwoke na ọ dị ka onwe onye ọ ji ụgwọ ama m ihe bụ ihe ahụ. Onye a wee chọrọ ya bịa n'ụlọ, o wee sị nwa si onye a na ya nọrọ ya
okwu agwụ ịhọrọ ya
ihe dị wee kwuo onye bụ nọọ ihe ị nwere ihe ị na-enye isi nwa gị ya ji esi onye a na ịnọrọ ya. Nwatakịrị wee pụọ wee sị ya na dadi m si gị na ya nọrọ ya.
Ịhụla ihe o nwere
nwoke wee mezie mkpọtụ niile ụwa niile wee ma ihe na-eme. Nwoke anabazia o wee jido nwatakịrị a wee tie ya eti onye aba akwa nwa a na-ebe nji wee na-ajụzi ya. So ka nwaanyị jizi nwayọ wee kọwalụ m ihe wee ba aka n'isi. Mgbe isi nwa gị nya ji esi ya asị ọkwa ọ sịrị asị
ihe idunyere ya ka o ji eme ị na-achitekwa tibi ya ihe na o mere ihe ị gwara ya mee.
And ihe ahụ idunyere ya ka o mere bụ ihibe ezinụlọ. Dịka m kwuru na mbụ, dịka nwanne anyị nwoke kwuru, nọọ ihe ị nwere ka ị na-enye. Ọ bụrụ na nwoke ahụ nwere mmụọ Chineke n'ime ya, ọ bụ mmụọ Chineke ahụ ga-enye ya ihe ọ ga-enye, o wee hibere ezinụlọ. Ị hụrụ na o hibewegoro nwatakịrị ezinụlọ ụgha, ọ bụ ezie na nwa ahụ esibeghị na be ya pụọ, mana ihe ahụ o tiri nwa ahụ ga-enye nwa ahụ akọ na uche nke bụ na ọ ga-amalite na-asị asị ka o wee gbanarị ntaramahụhụ nna ya. Ị hụla na nwoke ebido na hibere ezinụlọ ihe o nwere n'ime ya. Ọ ya mere o ji dị mkpa n'ihibe ezinụlọ mmadụ ọbụla ga-enwe Kraịst. Maka na ọ bụrụ na ị nweghị Kraịst bụ onye isi nke ezinụlọ, ị gaghị ehibe ezinụlọ dị mma.
Maka na dịka nwanne anyị si wee kwuo, ọ ihe ị nwere ka ị ga-enye. Ọ bụrụ na iji eziokwu, ọ bụrụ na nwoke a na iji ụgwọ ọbịa, ị ga-asị ya biko
enwekwa ego
ọ bụghị nke isi nwatakịrị ya ji esi ya n'ụlọ. Dada achịkata ma ọchị chịkata ọchị ka nwatakịrị ji wee jesi ya na dadi m si m sị gị ya nọ ya.
Taa ka ụmụaka si ezu ozi
gbam ihe dadi gwara ya,
ihe dadi gwara ya. Maka mgbe ige mgbe a ka ị ga-eji wee maa na nwa a na ị ka na-azụ ya azụ n'okwu asị. Mgbe ị ga-eji maa na o jechegwo ụlọ akwụkwọ ndị okwu asị wee nwetazi asambodo okwu asị bụ mgbe ọ ga-apụtazi mmadụ rute ọkwụrụ n'ọrụ so ya ọma ntinyezi na dadi m sịrị ọ pụta nrichado gị anya na dadi ya nọghị ya,
ịhụla ya
na dadi ya nọghị ya, ikwenye kwa asị na dadi anọ ya mgbe anyị ezupụtago ndị mmadụ na mahadum okwu ụgha
onwe onye kwunu ka ndebe nke ahụ eziokwu na ọ bụ na edobeghị ezi ntọala nne na nna ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo sị na parenting nne na nna bụ ndị na-azụ nwa eziokwu na ọ bụ na enweghị ezigbote ntọala nne na nna debere n'obodo anyị ama ndị mma
eziokwu nsogbu anyị na-enwe n'obodo anyị taa bụ nsogbu ezinụlọ onye na-ebu egbe atọrọ ndị mmadụ nwere ezinụlọ osi ya pụta ndị na-achị obodo anyị na-ekwu okwu asị eri ego ha na-ekwesịghị iri bụ ego ewetara ka a wee dozie obodo nwere onye zụrụ onye ahụ enwebe onye asị wee pụta ndị na-eme oke ite na-eme na ha na-agwọ ọgwụ ego na ego bụ mmiri nwere ebe onye asị wee pụta ndị fụkwana na-akpa ezigbo agwa na-anaghị ele mmadụ maka ego nwere ebe ha si pụta ebe onye si wee pụta ntọala onye ọbụla nwere ezinụlọ ịfụ ụmụaka na-anwụ ọgwụ ike enwere ezinụlọ ha si pụta ọ ka ebe onye a si wee pụta dị bụ ihe ebe a ka ebe mmiri na-esi agbarụba mmiri bido n'isi iyi gbarụọ ọ ga-agbarụrụ gaba ịma nkute ezigbo mmiri ebe a mana asịgodo iri na isi mmiri dị mma asị na isi mmiri dị mma mana ebe nsogbu dị bụ n'etiti na agbata mmiri nke a si n'isi mmiri ga-asachapụ ya mana o bido n'isi mmiri gbarụọ nne na nna na-agụnye ụmụaka agụ nwatakịrị egwu ego na ntị mgbe ọbụla ị na-abịakwute m ka ị na-ama ego ọrụ ụmụ ọgbọgụ bụ ihe na onye nke a na-eme ihe na ọ bụrụ ọgwụ ego nwa gị ji eji egwu ichefuo na onye a ji agwọ ọgwụ ego bụ onye afụrụ n'anya ikekwe osi na gị nwa malite
maka a
ga-asị na anya mee ikekwe ọ bụrụ ihe na ọ bụrụ akụkụ ahụ mmadụ ka a sịrị onye weta lee ka o wee nweta ego enwe ka ị ga-esi agụgide ya na ntị maka ego ịkparịgide nwatakịrị maka ego ọ na-emezi ya mmụọ ya ọ da afụtazi onwe ya asị mmadụ ọ ga na-eme onwe ya anya dịka onye nara n'iyi onye na-enweghị uru ọ bara na ihe ga-eme ya baa uru bụ mgbe ya patara ego mbute a ma ọ pataziri ya ụzọ o sikwe kpata ya abụrụ ha na-ekwu okwu ya maka na ị da-akụziri ya ụzọ esi akpata ego na ị na-asị ya bụ na ụmụ ọgbọgọ ọ bụrụ ụmụ nwoke sobe ya
mana echiche nke ma ọ dị m ka anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-ekwukerịta okwu a ọhụ nwa ọgbọgọ onye a ọhụ onye ọgbọ ubi ha ị na-echeta erie ndị ọgbọ ya ndị echeta erie ndị ọgbọ ya na-akpata ego ọ gịnị na-eme anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ji ekwukerịta okwu a maka ọ na-afịa ọ bụkwa na ụmụ nwoke adịghị ekwu ya mana ọ na-afịa ahụ ifu nwoke na-ekwu ya
ana m eche na oke ọchịchọ maka mgbe ụfọdụ anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-enwe ihe ndị anyị chọrọ anyị ada ajụ ihe ndị anụma m chọrọ olee otu o si zie ezi na nzugote nwatakịrị a na ihe dị m mkpa bụ ihe ahụ m chọrọ n'iji maatụ ọ bụrụ na m eje mitin ụmụada m wee ruo ebe ahụ m wee hụ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m onye nke a wee yiri nke ndị bekee na-akpọ classic clothes wee nenegide ya nso onwe m mba achọrọ m ya m lazie n'ụlọ mesote ọnụ sogide nwatakịrị anyị hụla na oke ọchịchọ amalitela iwu ụlọ mgbe ọ na-ewuzi ụlọ a n'ime m na-erute ha na n'ụlọ mee ọ bụrụ na di m abụrụ onye wezugara onwe ya na-arụ ahụ m ga-atụ meso nwatakịrị m si ya ị na-ebe eme gịnị kedu ihe ị na-eme ebe ụmụ ọgbọ gị na-akpata ego jee kpata ego ka inye m nne gị nọọ nne gị mụrụ ga-azụchago m gị zụọ m ị hụla ya ugbu a na oke ọchịchọ ahụ dị m n'ime maka ya na-ebutere ụmụ nwaanyị ya mana nwoke bụ nwere mgbe ụfọdụ o ruo ebe ahụ ihe ahụ abụrụ ihe na-eche ya ọ bụrụ ihe na-eche ya mana mgbe nke anyị bụ mgbe anyị were anya anyị gbawo ya mere Baịbụl ji wee dọọ mmadụ ọbụla aka na ntị sị oke ọchịchọ na-ebute ịla dị gị maka na mgbe ọbụla mmadụ nwere oke ọchịchọ ihe ị na-enweghị ya na-agụ
gị maka na ịhụ na onye nke
maka na ịhụ na aka ichefu na a na-etoru ihe etoru ọ bụrụ nne m ọsị gị ihe ị na-eri ọta ị ga-eri echi n'ihi nka ejeghela ọkpa
anyị makwa na aka niile ahaghị ha onwe nke ka ibie
nne m so ọ bụrụ na oge anyị ga-enwe ofe ojuju dịka ndị nne n'ogige ọbụla Chineke debere anyị enwe afọ ojuju ịhụ na mmalite ihibe ezinụlọ siri ike bụ ihe a ga-eme ma ndị ọ bụrụ ihe ga-egbu oge mee ya mana ọ bụrụ na anyị nwee oke ọchịchọ maka mgbe anyị nwere oke ọchịchọ ka anyị na-akụ ya ndị ụmụ anyị onye ọbụla na-anara ụda ya anyị nwere nọrọzie na ihe na-echezi ka anyị zazie madam anyị chọrọ kemgbe
mana emechakwa anyị sokwe na ndị ga-ata afụfụ ya
anyị nwa bụ ndị mbụ ị naghị ahụ ihe ndị Igbo na-asị nwatakịrị mma mma ọ bụrụ nna ya ọjọọ njọ
ọ bụrụ nne
kedu ihe mere eji ekwu ihe a maka na nne nwere ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ a very serious contributing factor n'izugote nwatakịrị dịka ndị bekee kwuru ya so ọ bụrụ na anyị n'anya onye mere nkwukwukwu masị onye ọbụla chọrọ ihibe ezinụlọ dị mma ị ga-enwe Kraịst n'ime gị n'ihi na Baịbụl m sịrị na ihe mere Chineke ji wee mee ka di na nwunye wee bịa bụ ka ha nwee ike mmepụta mkpụrụ nke ziri ezi bụ ụmụazị ịhụla ya so ọ bụrụ na ọ bụ tụọ ma ọ bụ Chineke bịa bụ onye hibere ezinụlọ ma enwee Kraịst di na mma wee nwee Kraịst anyị na-abụ bịakọta ịhụ na mkpụrụ anyị na-amịpụta ịhụla ya ugbu a
ka anyị ji dị ebe ahụ dịka anyị si n'anya ihe anyị kwesịrị ime dịka ndị nne na ndị nna iji wee guzobe ezinụlọ tọrọ atọ akachacha nke atọ n'egwu Chineke ọ dị gị ka ị na-eme nke gị ọ bụrụ na ọ dị gị ka ị na-eme nke gị mere ya gaba beta ọ bụrụ na ọ dịghọ gị ka ị na-emete nke gị gbanwee ọnọdụ gị ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ ọ bụrụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri anyị na-aga n'iru a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ. Daalụ gị bụ onye ọma ka na-esonyela anyị na nkata anyị na-akpa nke tata ụzọ kachasị mma iji wee guzobe ezigbo ezinụlọ nwere ntọala akachacha ntọala nke eme na egwu Chineke inugoni ya dịka anyị si akpa ya ama m na o nwego ọtụtụ ihe ịmụta dịka ha si ekwu ya maka na ndị mụ na ha nọ tata bụ ndị mma na ha kwuo ya ọ ga-adaba n'anya maka na ndị ụkọchukwu ndị azụ n'egwu Chineke ndị na-ejekwere Chineke ozi na-alụ ọrụ mgbasa ozi ọma na-ekwu nke bụ eziokwu na-abịa ebe ị nọ Pastor Christian ị na-anya na ụfọdụ ezinụlọ ụmụaka anyị enwezi ihe dịka na a na-agbaziri nwatakịrị usoro ụzọ nne na nna na-agbaziri ọbụ ndị oyibo ọsịgị na-enwezi disiplin na ezinụlọ mgbe na-ajụ biko ọ dị gị ka ọ gịnị bụ ihe kpatara ya kpatara o ji wee dịka ezi ọzụzụ ọbụgo na ezinụlọ ịfụzi ụfọdụ ụmụaka dịka nsikwuo nwa nwatakịrị orichie nne ya na-agwa gị ọdọlụ ka dọrati ebe ọdọ isi akụnie ọ sị gị na ya na-ezu ike ma mịa sị akụnie ya kụnie eji eme ọ sị ama biko ya rapụ ya aka na ya chọbeghị iko wee na-ajụ biko kedu ebe mmiri so wee baa n'opi ụgbọ kpatara ụfọdụ ụmụaka ụfọdụ ma ọ bụ ọkwa ụmụaka niile ọ dịzịa ka ha na-ezi egwu ada asụsụ ha n'usoro ekwesịghị ezo.
Ndewo nne na nna nwere oke na ọrụ ama m na ikekwe mmadụ nne na nna enwe ama nrụcha ọrụ niile kpamkpam mana akwụkwọ nsọ so na gụzụlite nwatakịrị n'ụzọ ọ ga-aga ụzọ o kwesịrị ịga na mgbe o toro na ọma nsị n'ụzọ ahụ pụọ. Okwu Chineke abụghị okwu asị. Chineke anaghị agha ụgha. Ihe na-eweta nsogbu a na-abụ ịtụ anyị si amụta ihe anyị na-amụta dịka ọzụzụ ụmụaka taa. Ime anya ndị okenye ndị zụrụ anyị, ndị nne na nna anyị nwere ụdị ọzụzụ. Enwere ụdị ụmụ nwoke a na-enwe mgbe a, nwee ụdị ụmụ nwoke a na-enweta, enwe ụdị ụmụ nwaanyị a na-enwe mgbe a. Asịgodo nọ na onye nwe amarọdị ihe dị na Baịbụl, maka ụfọdụ nne na nna anyị amarọdị Chineke. Ụfọdụ bụ arụsị ka ha na-ekpere, mana ha zụpụtara ụmụaka nwere egwu, ụmụaka na-adị ewe ihe mmadụ. Ụmụaka bụ asị gị nọrọ ọdụ ebe a ị nọrọ. Ụmụaka bụ ọbụnadị taa onye abụ megoro okenye ịfụ na ihe na-achị ndụ ya, ihe ka na-agbaziri ya taa bụ ụdị ọzụzụ enyere ya. Ana m achọpụta na ụdị ndị nne na nna azụrụ nke ọma na-agbada n'ike n'ike. Ihe a na-enwe bụ ndị a na-azụghị nke ọma, maka na ihe a dị ka onye jecha ochere ibie. Ị bụrụ ezigbo nne na nna zụpụta ụmụaka ọfụma, ikekwe adịrị ise n'aka gị. Ọ bụrụ sọ gị na nwunye gị zụrụ mmadụ ise a wee zụọ ha adị njọ. Enwego mmadụ ise dị njọ n'obodo. Enwekwa onye ọzọ zụrụ mmadụ isii na-azụtaghị ha. Enwego mmadụ isii ọzọ dị njọ n'obodo. Ikekwe ndị azụ zụrụ ọfụma abụrụ mmadụ ịtọ, 11 na ịtọ, 11 ka n'ọnụọgụ. Ọ bụrụ na ụdị ndị nne na nna na-enwe nwere egwu azụrụ nke ọma na-agbada n'ike n'ike. Ndị a na-enwezi bụ kịta anyị na-anya ịfọdụ ụmụdị nsogbu a na-enwe. Ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-atụkwu egwu nwaanyị ha ya anụtata. Ihe ji ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke ịnụ nwaanyị abụrụ ego, nọ na egwu na-atụ ya na ya amara onye ya ekote kịta, ọ bụrụ nsogbu. Ya mara ka ọ bụ ndị ga na-asị ya na ego gị bụ ego na ebe ego anyị, mana ego nke m bụ ego nke m na anyị adị eke eke. Ọ bụrụ na ihe na-eme na ụdị nne na nna apịrị apị nke ọma, apịrị aka nke ọma na-agbada bụ na egwu Chineke na-agbadakwu n'etiti anyị. Maka azụọ mmadụ na egwu Chineke, ọ ga-azụpụta ndị ọzọ. Chineke nechere Abraham anya wee sị na amaara m na Abraham na ọ ga-azụpụta ezinụlọ ya nke ọma. Chineke gbara ya akaebe, emechaa ọ zụpụta ezinụlọ ya nke ọma.
Mana ihe na-achọ ịjụ dịka onye na-ejere Chineke ozi, ọ dị ka ndị ụka, ọ dị ka na ndị ụka a na-alụta ọrụ ha ọfụma. Ị na-anya n'ihe na-eme, ụfọdụ ndị ụka egwu a na-ekwezi ha ekwu nke bụ eziokwu. Ịfụ na ndị ụka na-agharịpụzi okwu.
Ndị ụka so na-etinye nsogbu a, maka na Chineke guzobere ụka dịka ebe a na-enye ezi ozizi, ebe akwụkwọ nsọ na-akpọ ya n'asụsụ bekee foundation of truth, ntọala nke eziokwu bụ ihe nzukọ Kraịst bụ. Ịchọba eziokwu ebe ọbụla o kwesịrị ịbụ na nzukọ Kraịst. Ma icheta na oge gboo ebe 1970s 1960s ụdị ndị ụka a na-enwe mgbe a achọba onye na-ama nzu ego ga-arụ ọrụ dịka sekretrị n'ọfịs, achọba nwa Chineke. Mana kịta were ma pastọ tinye, pastọ a na-ezu ori ezu ma ego ndị ụka, ma pastọ a nwere ezinụlọ. Isi na ọ bụrụ na a na-ebu Baịbụl na a na-akwụ ọtọ eme na a na-ejiri maikrofon igwe eji ekwu okwu a na-ekwu okwu, mba, ọ bụrụ ọnyanwa na ihe na-azụpụta mmadụ bụ ihe dị gị n'ime. Ọ ihe dị gị ịkwụrụ n'ezi ndị mmadụ ozi ọma. Ọ bụrụ ozi ọma a bụ ihe na-agbanwe ha, ọ ndụ onye ozi ọma a. Maka ndụ gị bụrụ ihe ahụ ị na-ezi ya bụ mgbe mgbanwe ga-abata n'ime ndụ ha. Mana ọ bụrụ na ihe ahụ ị na-ezi abụghị ndụ gị bụ ihe ha ga na-adọrọ. Onye mere na ndị ụka nwere ọrụ, ụfọdụ ada alụta ya nke ọma, ụfọdụ na-alụtakwa. Enwe ndị ji eziokwu, mana enwe ọtụtụ na-akụzi ha na-ekwesịghị ịkụzi. Akpọkọ ụmụaka mmadụ ya na-ekwu bụ a na-ajụ gị ajụjụ na-enwere isi, a na-akụzi na-ekwu ọ bụ na dị maka ego nwa na-akụnye ụmụaka sị a na-asị gị na Mark Zuckerberg onye nwe Facebook na ọ da ahụ one wee bụrụ bilonia. Ọ bụrụ ahụ ka eji abụ bilonia, maka emesobi ndị na-ebe ahụ ike. Gụnwa bụ pastọ edigo ka Zuckerberg onye nwe Facebook, inwego ego ka ya, mana iji ya amara ndị ọzọ atụ. Na ọ bụrụ na ndị ụka nwere ọrụ, anyị nwere ọrụ ịkụzi ezi ihe. Baịbụl sị ezi aha ka ego.
Alụrị nne. Na ntụnye nke gị biko Pastor Glorious, kedu ihe ọ dị ka anyị bido na ndị nne? Kedu ihe ọ dị ka anyị bụ ndị nne ga-ebido n'ebe ka anyị nwee ezigbo ezinụlọ atọ na ntọala na-atụ egwu Chineke?
Ndewo daalụ. Ihe mbụ nna asị na anyị ga-ebido mebe dịka onye nne bụ na mbụ iwepụta ohere n'ebe ọ gbasara ezinụlọ anyị. Ọ bụrụ na anyị lee anya na ezinụlọ anyị na-agharịpụzi agharịpụ, anyị ga-ewepụtara ezinụlọ anyị ohere, maka na anyị bụ ndị na-adị enwezi ohere n'ebe ọ gbasara ezinụlọ. Maka na ile anya dịka m na-ekwu na mbụ, Chineke kere anyị adịghị iberibe. Ọ sịrị na nwaanyị na-ewu ezinụlọ. Chineke enyego ụmụ nwaanyị ihe niile ọ ga-ewe iji wee hibe ezinụlọ kwụrụ bụrụ ihe ọ chọrọ. Mana nsogbu anyị na-enwe bụ na oke ọrụ ịchụso ihe ga-akpọ ya ihe niile, ihe na-enweghị isi ejidogo ụmụ nwaanyị kee sụsa.
Nke nwere isi ma nke enwe ha.
Ihe wee sụsa anyị enweghịzi ohere. Nwaanyị ga-apụta ụtụtụ, ọwụ ahụ ozugbo ọpụpụ, ịnata ya ọzọ bụ n'abalị. Kedu mgbe ọ ga-eji wee nwee ohere wee mara na nwatakịrị ya nweziri ụdịrị ije ọ na-eje? Ịkpọrọ na nsogbu dị. Na ihe mbụ anyị ga-eme iji wee guzobe ezinụlọ a bụ inwe ohere maka ezinụlọ anyị. Ezinụlọ dị oke mkpa. Ọ bụrụ na Chineke ga-enyere ụmụ nwaanyị niile aka, nye ha anyị ghọta mkpa ọ dị ime ka ezinụlọ bụrụ ihe eguzobeziri ike, ị ga-ahụ na ọ dị ọtụtụ ihe ụmụ nwaanyị na-ama nchụso. Isi ọkwa ọrụ a ya dịrịgodi ma m nweta ihe a, maka mgbe m nwetara ofu nwa m, okwudosi ike n'ụzọ dị mma. Nweta nke ịbụọ, okwudosi ike n'ụzọ dị mma. Obodo ọ dịbeghị mma. Mụnwa bụ nwaanyị mee ya, gụnwa bụ nwaanyị na ọ na-be gị mee, onye ọzọ mee ya, ọ gịnị ka anyị na-ekwu ọzọ? Ịhụ na ọ dị mkpa na mụ bụ nwaanyị eleghị n'igeri dị m anya ịmara okere na ọrụ dịrị m dịka akwụkwọ nsọ kwuru na ọmụ na-ewu mbanye ọrụ iwu wepụ anya. Mgbe m mere nke a, iwepụtara ezinụlọ m ohere, ịma na even ma nzukọ Kraịst ga-enwe olileanya na ihe ya dị mma. Mana mgbe m na-enweghị ohere,
achụrụ ego na-aga ka i wee dị ka onye nke ọzọ.
Ka m wee dị ka onye nke ọzọ. Onye m rara nwatakịrị m tinye n'aka ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ nkeji 30 ka o were gafee elekere 7 nke ụtụtụ, ya na ya na-abọ nọ, ya na ya wee nọgide ya wee ruo nkeji nke 6 nke uru anyasị. Na-anataziri ebe ahụ m jere ịchụ ego. Ihe mụ na ya na-abọ rụrụ ọrụ ga-agwanụ m na efe adịghọkwa, na m ga-ejeje wụsa ọwa. Olee otu nwa m ahụ? Kedu ihe m maara onye nkụzi? Ịhụla ya na nsogbu dị.
Kedu ihe ma ọ kụzieri ya?
N'aka gị nwa bụ nne. Ihu dat na Chineke na-ene anya n'aka m dịka nwaanyị o nyere agalaba nke iwu ezinụlọ, na m ga-enwe ohere wee nebanyere ezinụlọ anya. Mana mgbe m na-anaghị eme nka, ị ga-enwe nnukwu nsogbu. Ndewo,
daalụrị nne. Na mkpokọta okwu gị Pastor Christian, nne n'anya n'obodo anyị a kịta, ọ dịghị ka olileanya ọ dị?
Daalụ. Olileanya dị. Onye ọbụla dị ndụ nwere olileanya. Ihe a ka okwu Chineke. Olileanya dị nye ala anyị Nigeria, olileanya dị nye Enugu steeti, olileanya dị nye ezinụlọ ọbụla asịgodu na nke gị na-enwe nsogbu olileanya dị nye nzukọ Kraịst asịgodu na asị na nke gị dị mma mee ya ka ọ dịwanye mma gaa n'ihu asị na nke gị adịghịgodo mma Baịbụl sị na ọ bụrụ na ntọala aghasaa kedu ihe onye ezi omume ga-eme Jehova nọ na Zayọn onye na-eto ntọala nya onwe ya bụ ntọala nke a bụ okwute ndị na-ewu ụlọ wezugara ihe anyị ga-eme bụ anyị achọpụta na anyị emeteghị ya ka anyị jee kpọọ oke nkume a biko bịa bụrụ ntọala anyị nwatakịrị ga ahụ ọ dị gị ka ọ dị emete ya enwere olileanya a sị na nọ naanị iyi na enwerezi na onye nke anụnwa na-enwerezi ihe anyị emete ya ụfọdụ agbanweghị n'aka nne na nna ha ụfọdụ nwere mgbe a ruru ọbụla n'aka onye ọzọ ka agbanwe ihe anyị na-ekwu maka ya bụ na olileanya dị ka ị ghara isi na olileanya adịghị ga-eme na nwatakịrị kwesịrị ịchụpado ma ọgụnwa ivu ọbụla dị na ndụ nke gụnwa olileanya dị isigo asị na ịba ajọ mmadụ ihe agbanwenwu asị na ịba ajọ nwaanyị ihe agbanwenwu ma ide enwe efe nebere ụmụaka gị anya mgbanwe dị asị na ụmụ gị na ha ncha na-ana n'ihi na onye nke a na-ezu ori na onye nke a na-akwa iko na ọ na-eme nke nsogbu olileanya mere gịnị olileanya dị ụmụaka ha pụrụ ịgbanwe Chineke pụrụ ịgbanwe ha ihe a bụ ihe m na-ekwu bụ na olileanya dị n'ụzọ ọbụla na nsogbu ọbụla ị nọ n'ime ya nke ọbụla na-ama gị aka n'ihu tie onwe gị aka n'obi taa sị na gịnị na olileanya dị
ka m tinyetụ obere ihe na o nwere ihe mere nya ka m nọ na-anata onye keke m si ya buru m ka o busa m n'ụlọ nọ na-abidokwa hụ ma obido kọwa akụkọ nwa be ya diọkpara ya ji wee bụrụ ọ sị na o tinyere ya n'aga mefu na onwere ihe ọ na-ekwe eme na ya kụchara ya ihe nwanne nya kụchacha ya n'ọbara dị fat na ya ji ayọ ọnụ kwurisie ya isi nsị ya maka gịnịkwa o sị m na nwa ahụ ekwe ha aba uru na fada etinye aka n'okporo ya eje kpọgharị akatis tinye aka n'okporo n'ọzọ ọmụmụ ọrụ n'ihe mere ya ji tie ihe a bụ na o ji ejeje were ego ya na ya si ya ji egote nkụ ka ha wee sie nri na ya gwa mama ya si ya na ọ na-anata kịta na akụkọ ka ọ ga-eji nata nwa ahụ wee nata wee jiri agwụla wee nata n'ozi mgbe isi kwururu ya negati ya wezi mba na ya ma mmetụ ya aka mgbe ahụ wee jee yọba kedu ihe ya ga-eme so mgbe ya bịazi ya nna m bịa kene isi na gịnị ma isi na ndị ole para nkụ igote dadi enwere ndị bụrụ nkụ ngote mụnwa ji ego a wee rie ife gwangwa gị na agụụ na agụụ nwoke a wee sị m ya wee nekata ya iwe ahụhụ ya tara keke ya gbacha ya wee were rọdụ wee kụọ nwa wee si ya na emezi n'ụta ahụ na ọ dịghọ mma osi m na enweghịzi na ya chọrọ ijeje kpojere ya ndị ihe na prizin ka ndị prizin ka ọ nọrọ ebe a si ya na olileanya dịrị nwa ime na ka a ga-asị na Chineke adịghị nke pụrụ ịgbanwe mmadụ agwasịa m nwoke okwu osi madam sịrị nsị ya na olileanya dịrị nwa ihe dịrị gị bụ kpọọ nwunye gị na nwunye gị banye n'ime ụlọ chọọ Chineke kere nwa tinye ya nwunye gị n'afọ ịnọghọ mgbe e kere ya gakwuru Chineke ahụ ya nye unu amamihe unu ga-eji soro nwa ka unu nwee ike napụta nwa na o nwere ihe karịrị ya aka na-eme ya ihe niile ịkụwe ya ihe ị ga-akụgbu ya andị kụgbuo ya Chineke kere nwa obi ama ntọ ya ụtọ ihugo si ihu dat na mgbe agwacha m nwoke okwu ọsị m esi ya na olileanya dị na-enwe ọkụ n'ivu Judas na Baịbụl ọhịa m gwara ya n'ivu Judas Jizọs nyere ya ohere iji gosi ya na olileanya dị ya pụrụ ime ihe Baịbụl m sị na apụrụ ime ihe niile n'ebe Chineke olileanya dị
daalụ rinne pastọ Christian maka isonyela anyị na nke taa daalụ pastọ Glorious na isonyela anyị na nke taa gị bụ onye ọma gelụ ntị ma nụkwa ihe anyị kwuru ama m na o nwee ihe baa gị na ntị echena na ihe niile emebigo olileanya dị naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ tụkwasị Chukwu obi dịka ha si wee kwuo mgbe anyị iche na nke gị aghasago o nwee ike ịfụ na olileanya dị ọzọ mana ijugo Chukwu ajụjụ si ya o nwere ihe m ga-emenwu n'ọnọdụ a ọ bụrụ na ị gwaghị nwoke anya jee gbanwee n'anya n'okwu Chineke were ya wee lụọ ọrụ o nwee ike ofu mbọsị ọkụọ nwa o jebe nga dịka isi wee kwuo kedụzi ihe ga-eme gị bụ onye isi ezinụlọ anọ na nga ndị nke ọzọ onye ga-azụ ha daalụnụ maka isonyela anyị na nke taa ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa unu na unu ga-abịa dịka unu si abịa daalụnụ rinne gị bụ onye ọma na-enelụ nke tata ama m na ihe anyị kwuru tata na o nwee otu ihe ịmụta ọ bụgodu na ọ bụkwa ịbụ ama ịtọ na o nwere nke ị ga-eji aka were ya mmalụ na ezinụlọ dị mma atọrọ ezigbo ntọala akachacha na-egwu Chineke ma na ihe ga-adị mma n'obodo anyị maka a na-asị na obodo gasa mgbe ezinụlọ na-akwụdoro obodo a ga-adị mma. Sonyela anyị n'ihe mmetụ aka anyị na Facebook na Aneke TV, YouTube na Aneke TV. Ọ bụrụ na ị nene anyị ihe anyị na-eme mata makiala anyị good na-esonyela anyị mgbe ọbụla tụnyekwala anyị alụ ka anyị wee na-ekwupụta ihe dị mma maka ọha obodo wee ruo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-ezukọkwa. Abụ Ngozi Ọta ka emesịa. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Aneke television. Heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna, ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na mgbagbu, ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Death were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agabozo noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnameka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agobozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome, viewer. Happy new month to everyone. This is the month of February 2026. And then we thank God for this new month. With me today in the studio, we have two solid discussants. By my left, because not immediate, by my left, we have our regular discussant, Mazi Gabriel Nnemeka Anichukwu. And by my right, we have our brother, Reverend Carlo Oka. And we are looking at a very important issue today. And that issue is projections. Because today, instead of people accepting their failure, or people normally say their grandmother or their stepmother or their father or their mother. In fact, there was this story of a boy that cut off the father's head and butchered the man. You know, he left his house at Aba and went to one place I don't need to mention because I don't want people to, but I know he left his house. And they went and cut the man into pieces and said that somebody told him that his bad luck was coming from his father. And then there was another case of a young man that went and killed the mother. And when they asked him, he said that and he killed the woman violently, claiming that the woman was that a pastor told him that the woman was the source of his business failure. Sometimes people pick their children and destroy them and accuse them of these projections. So,
witchcraft even.
No, so we are trying to look at this because we want to have better social relations. I know that one of my friends said that the white man has ruled for years, but I think we came before the white man. So what do you see projections as? What is projection even?
Projection is I can call it evil arrow, okay. Arrow of the wicked against a target, okay. Rooted in jealousy and envy. Most of the times rooted in jealousy and envy. Because you can't attack what you love. You attack what you have hated based on your own disposition or understanding. Maybe you believe that this person is progressing more than you. He's blessed, just like Cain and Abel. So, projection is an evil arrow sent by a wicked sender to bring, and when it is sent, it is directed, it is monitored to ensure that it hits the target. But it's a diabolical process through bad black magic or witchcraft or sorcery.
Just mean-spiritedness.
The spiritual diabolism.
No, I'm saying mean-spiritedness because when there's a man called one of my teachers, Dume Namoko, he was one of my teachers at CIC. Then in those days, when they used to do what they call it, something teacher, those people from high school, they bring them into the school to teach. So he was one of my teachers. Then during one of his programs in the old ABS program, he used to call it Echoes of the Week. So there was something happened that a woman was brought, and the woman was accused of bringing about the death of so many young people in the community. Finally, the woman accepted. But they asked the woman, why? Because we talked of envy. They asked the woman, why do you kill people? She said in her response, I remember that particular program because of both Dume and others. She said in her response, because one day, as a young man, I used to do a lot of strange things. Sometimes I used to climb the top of this IMT now, because on top of that IMT, there is a space up. So from there, you can be seeing the whole of Enugu, Ogui Road. You'll be seeing it. So, and then I was saying, oh, is that what bad people do? The woman's own case was that she would stay and she was saying that, so why were you killing people? She said it was because she used to love what people used to say when people die. That people don't like people when they are alive. But when people die, they will say, look at Wokoma, Wugo. That she used to enjoy what people are always saying when people die. And that's why she was killing people.
Okay. That's his own.
Through witchcraft. But it's projection. She projects these things, and then some people that are not prepared, they get caught in it. So, Reverend Carlos.
So conclude. Yes. Projection is all aimed at the wicked, bringing or inflicting misery.
No, do you know why I'm taking that? Because I took it from that place. Because you're looking at a good aim. But this woman doesn't have any
meaningful aim.
Any meaningful reason. Aim. It's not even envy. It's not even hatred. So just one madness. That's why I wanted to come to the Reverend to tell us why do people come into this kind of business?
I do not actually see projection as only an evil.
Okay.
Yes. Projection, to me, depending on the context, can be aligned to be an orchestrated, systematic act with a target. Orchestrated, systematic, strategic act with a target is a projection.
Yes.
I can project in 5 years to come. This is what I want to achieve. I have a systematic, orchestrated method to get to that. My target is my projection. It's not only bringing somebody down or afflicting somebody or attacking somebody.
No,
can be I'm saying depending on the context we are coming.
We are taking from that context.
So that we now know if we are coming from the context of afflicting someone. Afflicting someone, it has to do with metaphysics.
Yes.
That is evil tendency.
Yes.
Where you can now dwell on evil arrow, spell.
Good.
You know,
I like
libations.
Good.
Libations. Invocations.
Yeah.
Enchantment.
When you say libations?
Yes, you can project. You can render sacrifices during projection.
Okay.
Call the name of the person. They tell you that they put somebody in a bottle, not the person actually, but the symbol of the person in a bottle. Cock it. You make some sacrifices and call the person name. And there is an evil spirit that is being inclined into it to foster the process of whatever you want to achieve. It's a projection.
Good.
It's a projection.
I like the way you are coming into it.
And you know, it is entirely evil. It is entirely from the angle of wickedness.
And sometimes aimless wickedness, because I used the one of that woman. But the woman's own interest was that people were always, whenever people die.
You say aimless.
It's
when your enemy wants your joy to be turned into sorrow, it's an aim. It's not aimless. It's his aim or her aim. You dress well, he wants you to dress tattered. He turns someone into madness. It's an aim. It's not an aimless one. It's a good aim. It's a good aim.
Of the person.
That is wicked.
That's wickedness.
Wicked aim.
Yeah. So we're coming back to you now based on that because of what he said. Because I just remember that Dume Namoko. By the grace of God, he's still alive today. So and that particular act of that woman continues to worry my mind. Why would somebody see such beautiful people? You know, let me tell you the history of the Jews. Because sometimes we are talking about the white man and what they do to us. Josephus, when he wrote about AD 70, when they scattered the whole Jewish nation. And one of the things that they lost was the Temple of Jerusalem. One of the soldiers, one of the Roman soldiers, came and set it alight, set it afire. You know, he set fire to the temple, and the temple was so much built with so much glory unto it, gold everywhere. And when it happened, when the general came and saw that the temple was burning, he said, "Who did this?" They pointed to the man. He said, "Why did you do it?" He said that the brother died there. He killed the man there. So why would you burn down such a beauty? Why would you burn it down? Such a beauty. Why would somebody destroy beautiful people, beautiful young men, well solid young women, and so on and so on, and you just bring them down and say that you like what people say when people have died? What kind of madness is that? It's an evil aim. So, but as a pastor, you know, I want to come to you now.
Yes, sir.
When you have all this, because we're not talking about projections in terms of what you're planning to do in the next 100 years. We're talking about the metaphysics part, this spiritual angle, where because somebody has gone to Ogbete, the person is not doing well, and he's saying that it's the villagers. Is it always true that it's the villagers?
Well, so long as evil exists, when something happens to you or happens to somebody, wisdom demands that you trace the root of occurrence.
Okay.
And if you trace the root of occurrence, you now study the effects of that occurrence. It is a solution. You now dive into the solution. The person that is saying the villagers probably may have evil men or women in the neighborhood or in the village.
Okay.
It does not remove such existence.
Okay.
There could be wicked, evil people living in the yard or whatever environment the person is staying. But the point is that if you said there is something going wrong with you or around you, study where the source is coming from.
Okay. So what do you say about it? Because look at what he has said. That somebody said it's one person or the other person that is bringing about his problem.
All the time, it's not necessary that somebody is inflicting, projecting evil against that person. Most of the times, we project evils against ourselves by our manners, attitudes, breach of agreements. I said there are some people whom you will offend by their nature and nurture and spirit. You won't go free. They will stop you. They kind of egumputowa. You cannot offend them honest really, and go free.
Yeah, I think you remind me of what happened in the Bible, the Old Testament, when the Jews were leaving Egypt. Moses was told that people must listen to the angels leading them, that they are not going to take no for an answer, because that some of them are very, very hard and mean.
Yes. So now, these projections is it's something like as much like.
Okay.
There's a place St. Paul said, "You that is telling me not to steal, do you steal?"
Wow.
What you sow is what you reap. At times, bad attitudes. I said it in the past that you are not punctual at your shop. The other your neighbor is always punctual, very honest to people, to customers. If you remit 2 million naira to him to weigh bill goods to you from Enugu or Onitsha to Kano or Kaduna, immediately he will tell you has delivered this motor he packed it into is coming. Why shouldn't that customer be sending money to him to buy for him to as a customer? But you, when somebody sends money to you, you use it to do turnover. When the person asks you to tell him stories, the person says, okay, no problem. Any day you shoot that goose, no more. The business is stopped with him. He cannot transact with you again. Okay. Is it projection?
Okay.
That time you are the person who is the enemy of yourself. That's self-imposed conspiracy.
Yeah, Reverend, that is one aspect of what he has just said. That some of those things are not even projection, but we are looking at projection. Self-inflicted problems that are not projections. But now, in your church, how do you deal with projections?
Well, you know, in Acts of the Apostle, chapter 13, that verse 33, thereabout, in the cause to stop Paul, the elders came together and they took an oath. They took an oath, either by sacrifice or by verbal.
They took an oath
that, you see, this man, we must bring him down. Must go down. It's a projection. There was a day I was walking on the street and I saw a woman by the side of the road in pain. The relations were there. Either they were waiting for kada or whatever, or the woman was a kind of in need of help.
Yes.
As a pastor, I gave in to approach to the woman. The woman said, whatever does not concern you, don't identify with it.
Sorry.
Nobody told me to turn back. So when we talk about self-inflicted issue, there are things that people are suffering, they brought it to themselves, either by the way they live or by spiritual trespass, because it is him that break the cage that the serpent will bite.
Spiritual trespass?
Yes, what you are told not to do, and you close your ears and go ahead and do it, the consequences will come. Why? And from there, you know, when you got born again, there is need. You do certain restitution.
Okay.
Certain confession. If there's something you return it.
Okay, like,
because whether you believe it or not,
yes,
the consequences are hanging somewhere. The consequences are hanging somewhere. Before you say somebody sent an arrow, there may be an arrow you have already sent into your own life. Because the Bible says, he that covereth his sin shall not prosper. So projection, you can project evil to yourself. Someone else can project evil to yourself. That's why I say, whatever thing that is happening, if you notice something wrong, Bible said, how will the righteous stand if the foundation is destroyed? What will the righteous do? What we do is to seek the Lord. In mathematics, if you are working, solving a problem and you didn't get the answer, you look at where you got it wrong.
Yeah, I like what you just gave us one point.
You go back to it.
You know, you gave us one point, which is seeking the Lord.
Yes.
How do you seek the Lord? How do you seek the Lord?
You seek the Lord through strict adherence to his precepts. God or the Lord Almighty is a God of order, not God of disorder. And the scripture cannot be broken. If I ask you not to steal, don't steal. If I ask you not to fornicate, don't fornicate. Because those sins, those evil that we yield to, open the ways that evil come to us.
What he called trespass.
In line with the lot of homogeneous species.
Yes, he called it spiritual trespass.
Yes.
I like that word.
Because these things, most of these things, pastors cast and bind. As he said, I love how, as a Pentecostal pastor, he mentioned about restitution. Because I always say that if you don't restitute, that Jesus Christ's blood, grace and blood will not carry it. I've been talking, it's my mantra. I love the that Reverend May said it. Restitution, if there is any way you have erred, go and restitute. It will make your repentance complete. Because Zacchaeus said, I'm going to restitute those I have defrauded 4 times. You get me? That is true repentance. You deprive this person, even when the person has died, and there's a place you go for deliverance, deliverance everywhere. And the pastor who has inner eyes or charismatic father sees you. Or even you go to a dibia, says, there is somebody whom your father took his land, his money, billions of naira at that time. He can even call his name. Under inspiration, go and return the cost of, say, 2-story building out of the 10-story building your father has in Enugu. The money for 2-story building, give it to that family. They are suffering now. To be free, he will not ask you, the prophet or the pastor will not ask you to bring sacrifices. He says, go and restitute. Then, women you restitute, those siege, those evils, those rising and falling, that illness that cannot be cured, you will be restored immediately. Then when you restitute, that person will, from that 2-story building, they will start going to university and start building houses and enjoy, because you deprive them, and their cry is entering the ears of God, because you have inflicted wound, injury, intergenerational injury on a family, and you're not praying for the pastor, Carlo, to cast and bind the money that your father, the story being our father has used to suppress other people.
Cast and bind, but the point is, will it have effect?
And there was some casting and binding. Let me tell you the truth, my brother and reverend. There is some debate we bring to a certain family. I'm telling you, if he come to for deliverance or a prophet, he said, if he's a good pastor, reverend, as the scripture I said, this family, there are certain things you are holding from another person. Go and restitute. If he's a debate, he said, do you know that there's a kind of ritual you do for a family now, or somebody? You use a head to carry it. Some pastors are going to deliverance prayers, a child died, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
The child will die. Some DBS, strong DBS, go to some family rituals. After it, they have used a head to carry what is another family. Instead of telling them to restitute, they say, bring 100 million naira, I will do this, that. Then after they pay with the children, their head on the head of their children. Have you seen it? So what I'm saying is that restitution is very, very important. Returning to the Lord means going back to where you have fallen. Restituting, restructuring your life. If you have debt, go and pay those people you owe. Pay them, because if you don't pay the person you defrauded, any shrine, any altar, any deliverance like a reverend do deliverance, or charismatic fathers day, or any anyama for buying for our, if you're supposed to before any deity, anything he pronounces there, and that one works with speed. You know this spirits that do evil, that spirit that counter, they work with speed of light. If you any petition is just to harm somebody, it works very fast than pray for blessings. You know what I'm saying? So returning to the Lord means go back, and in Psalm 51, David says, I know my sins, and my sins are ever before me. Against you have I sinned, so that you be truthful when you judge me. Because that's what David said in Psalm 51. Look at me. When he took the wife of Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah, and set him. So, and after, David paid. That's why, and certain sins you must pay at last before you go to that heaven. You must carry one leg to move to heaven and for your whole body to be destroyed. Yes, certain evils. Thank you very much.
So I want to thank Pastor for the angle that he has brought into the matter, because this projection 10, you have given us one, you have given us the issue of, he mentioned punctuality, he mentioned honesty, he mentioned being on the ground, faithfulness in business. Then you mentioned restitution. In fact, the one I enjoyed most is spiritual trespass. So how do people avoid this spiritual trespass?
Well,
he has mentioned some.
Well, the best way to avoid spiritual trespass, just like I said before, seeking the Lord. seeking the Lord. You know, when you are seeking something, it's an intentional act.
Good.
You are like, you are searching for something that is lost or something that needed an attention.
Something that is important.
Yeah, something that is important. Yeah, if you want to avoid spiritual trespass, it means maintaining your domain. Maintaining your domain. What is it that the Lord expects from you as a believer, as an adherent? Maintain it. Don't leave it. Don't leave it. Mary said to the disciples of Jesus, this child I know. There is an extent I know him, an extent I don't know him. The extent I know him is whatever he tells you to do, just do it. That's the extent I know him. But what will come after, I don't know him. That one, he passed me. That one, it's a divine assignment on that one. So, in one, maintaining spiritual trespass to avoid it. Whatever the Lord say you should do, do it. What He say you should not do, don't do it. You go and indulge yourself with somebody's wife while your wife is in the house. Anything that the man did to you is coming directly onto you. Okay. Blood of Jesus cover me, no day that one. Hallelujah. Because you have already trespassed. You have already left the area of covering and came out from the umbrella. Okay. The rain must scorch you very, very well. And you see the consequences. So to maintain, to avoid spiritual trespass, leave what should be left.
You know what? Because when we are looking at this mystery of life, it just occurred to me when you use that word, spiritual trespass. You know, I just got it. Spiritual trespass. I said, because we trespass every time.
Yes.
He said, the Lord your God said, you must not lie before a dumb and deaf man. You must not place an obstacle before a blind. And don't we do that? What's going on? We're talking about spiritual trespass, and like you said, you know, it's happening.
In Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 1, it says, behold Israel. In summary, I want to give you praises. If you do according to what I've written, you shall you shall prosper in this land I brought you.
Yes.
You shall do that. You shall not be conquered in the battle. You shall, then in verse 15, he says, if thou turn from the Lord, from the laws of God, you shall go to battle, you shall not come back. Or you will marry others to take your wife. That your body, you will suffer a sickness that your body will cleave to your bones. That he imposed causes. Deuteronomy chapter 28 from verse 1 to 14, blessings. But from 15, disaster. Negative disaster. The causes there, it cannot. It is very horrific. Have you seen? So this God is both good and evil. Depends how you approach him. So God is a God of love.
No, God is good.
But a God of justice.
No, God, fine. God is good.
So he's a God of love and a God of justice. That I said the scripture cannot be broken. Whatever. Okay, I dwell on principalities. Thank God this is a scholar in Christian theology and philosophy. Have you seen it? Before principalities will act on you, will work on you, that breaking an edge, and the serpent will bite. If this station you have got something incriminating, whatever the law says, that is what the police will use to come here to arrest. Because there's something incriminating here. Yeah. So when you are binding, as Pastor said, when you are binding principalities, are you binding the principalities of Umfuna? Not to harm you because you have eaten the money from Onyenome. And Onyenome has gone to Umfuna to petition you before Ndivu. Whatever the deity he petitions, they will move. Then the only thing will save you that if you are going to the deliverance ministry and the pastor who has that eye sees it and tells you have eaten somebody's money in business, refund it. If you refund it, whatever he says will go back to him. But if you don't refund it and family is suffering, that thing will act. It will. When they come, there's what people call mbujegala. You are lost. So you pieces it into pieces. Deities. I'm telling you the truth. You have problems. So, as we said, depart from evil, and evil depart from you.
Okay. Yes. Yes. So I think for the viewer, it's important that we understand this. I just enjoy this concept of spiritual trespass, which you also captured looking at this concept of reciprocity.
Yes.
Because you reap what you sow. And like you said, even though you mentioned it, I don't want to start calling people that have died, but as we were talking, I remember one of my friends, old Ogas, Petrons in my town. He said that somebody went and killed somebody. Because I think you mentioned something like that. Yes. The man went and killed somebody, then went to a native doctor to wash his hand, to clean, to block the person that they have killed. So when he went, he got there. So, and he was, as he was washing his hand, the goat for him to eat for doing the work was beside him. Then the person that they killed, according to the man, the spirit came to the man and said, so is it anytime that they tell you to go and kill somebody, you kill the person? So why did you kill me? In any case, hurry to eat this thing that I have prepared for you. But in any case, why should you even eat it? And he killed the man there. Because that's the point you made, both of you made, about this spiritual trespass. Build yourself. Like I said, my Oga in those days, Reverend Dr. Aras will say, protect yourself. But you cannot protect yourself after what you mentioned from Deuteronomy. If you stand by God, he said, oh Israel, here, the Lord your God is number one. And if you keep him as number one and follow his ways, he will protect you. But if you leave his ways, what is he going to do? Unless you are lucky. Unless you are very, very lucky. But that one is a special gift. So, having said that, please, viewer, in this mystery of life, I think we have made it a little bit easier on us by the avoidance of unnecessary spiritual trespass. You must watch out for the unguarded moments because they are always there. And those, immediately you trespass, you must pay. So, with this, just your last word for the viewer.
Yeah, it's important. Life is filled with mysteries.
Yes.
We tread with caution.
Okay. Yes. What do you have to say?
In life, whatever you sow, you shall reap it. Therefore, so good to reap good.
Okay. So good to reap good. And continue moving with caution. With this, we hope to see you next time.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.